competition comes round every year. This year, next year, I'm in the next gear. Gonna hit man up whenever I get there. No, I ain't really sincere. Winner or loser, shut that down and it's not a computer. Didn't get him then, we'll get him in the future. Could have been much sooner, you know why? I'm a song trooper, run back the highlights. I'm a champion, easy when I fight, get in my way, yeah, that's night-night. Teamwork, that makes the dream work. That means we only move when the time's right. Check my eyesight, you know I love the action. We'll get away, listen by a fraction, make transaction. The game needs me, see from my absence when I'm the champion. Go hard or go home. Go hard or go home. Go hard or go home. Tell them, go hard or go home. Go hard or go home. Look, I ain't tryna make peace this war, you ain't tryna win, fam, then we come for. And I don't abide by law, I'm here to press play, so fam, what's pause? Go hard or go home. Go hard or go. Go hard or go home. This is my stomping ground, I ain't got no rival. We share a common goal, let's get to the final. This ain't the easy route like a spinal. You best rise to it like it's time. You tryna do it minor or major, competing, that's in my nature. Every round's a new round, so you best stay sharp. You lost points that round, get braver. Cause when it's tough, I'm a game changer. Go hard or go home, do us all a favor. Are you on a mission to win? So every move that you make is a brilliant thing. You can't take no breaks when you're really the king. I'm destined and it's written within. You only got one chance like Billy the Kid. I work hard, now I ain't given a thing. So who are you when them tables turn? No matter what, I'ma make it work. And if I lie, best change this verse. I ain't playing no games, I ain't taking mates to the house. It only gets worse. On the battleground with nowhere to turn, nowhere to hide, nowhere to run. Best play smart, not dumb. Cause when they come, go hard or go home. Go hard or go home. Go hard or go home. Tell them, go hard or go home. Go hard or go home. Look, I ain't tryna make peace this war, you ain't tryna win, fam, then we come for. And I don't abide by law, I'm here to press play, so fam, what's pause? Go hard or go home. Go hard or go. Go hard or go home. It's return to the top where I'm armed and I'm dangerous. I know that you're not, boy. This year I'm taking it personal, and I'm coming for all that you got, boy. I ain't taking second or third, nah. To a spot, that's all that I want, boy. But not a lot, nah, that's a loss, boy. Can't stop the clocks, nah, that's a lot, boy. I'm here to make peace, this war, you ain't trying to win, fam, then who you come for? And I don't abide by law, I'm here to press play, so fam, what's pause? Yeah, it's return to the top where I'm armed and I'm dangerous. I know that you're not, boy. This year I'm taking it personal, and I'm coming for all that you got.
Hello and welcome to Victoria Warehouse here in Manchester, the setting for Red Bull Homeground 2022. My name's Adam Savage. I'm stood beside this fantastic Red Bull car. It's not mine, I wish it was. But let's do a whistle-stop tour of the surrounding area and what's actually happening here behind the scenes for you guys exclusively with me. You can see here starting actually, we have some Portal-themed doorways here. Love this icebox and breeze. We can see their maps from VALORANT. We have the lovely staff here in their white lab coats, this being a Radionite distribution facility, of course. And these fabulous cosplayers. Hi there, how are you? Amazing. Let's head inside to the actual building itself as well. This is where all the action is taking place, starting with the bar. Loves a bit of action. A few tipples too, obviously. The players, the broadcast talent team, all the fans are gathering here, enjoying the great food, which is themed around the agents as well. Lovely drinks going on. It's all happening right here with a stage very close by too. But we're also going to head upstairs. And that's exactly where the analysts, the casters, they're there too. Let's head up those, find them, and see what's going down. All right, here we go up the stairs and up to the balcony of unrelenting wonder, aka the VIP section. Over the last few days, all of our broadcasts have been hanging it up here, getting ready for the show, bringing us all the best stuff too. Let's head down this way because the studio is right around the corner here. Actually, we're getting a glimpse of them right now. They are currently there, all rehearsing, getting ready for the main show. Hey guys, how's it going? Everyone's getting ready. Yinsu and the gang are looking forward to this one. And also this way, over the last few days, the players getting ready for the competition as well. You can see their area here, but no one's there. Why is that? Because they're getting ready for the main event, of course. Let's head back to one of the main focal points of the entire show, which is the stage area as well. There's Ginny. Hey, Ginny. Everyone's around here too. And of course, we mustn't leave without saying a big hello to the casters too. What's up, guys? Have a great show. We'll see you out there. Right, let's head downstairs. Let's go to the stage and see exactly what's in store for us. Oh, I can't wait for this, and I'm absolutely shattered. Oh, here we go. Nearly there, nearly there. Been waiting all weekend for this. Oh my goodness, it's time. It's finals day here at Red Bull Homeground 2022, Manchester! Woo! Here we go, everybody is ready. Hopefully you guys are too. It is time. Let the games begin!
Thank you very much, Adam. Yes, indeed. Let the games begin. Welcome back, everyone, to the final day of Red Bull Homeground here in Manchester. I am your host, Yingsu, and I am joined by 3 people with me here today in the studio. I've got Adam on my right, I've got Kakuka, and I've got Sliggy as well back for another day. Welcome back.
It's great to be back 2 days in a row. Can't wait to crack on.
I love it. Is this going to be a usual thing? Because I'm having a lot of fun, you know, with the 4 of us here. So I'm down for you coming back, and of course, usually.
No, yeah, I like the little intro from Adam down on the stage as well. And I'm working out why he's called Adam 1 and this is Adam 2. That was a banging intro. That was a banging intro.
I wouldn't take that personally.
I'll let him have it. We had the same jacket yesterday. Got the matching jacket, but different colours this time. So Adam's just on the same wavelength.
I'm with you, though. I think Adam 1 is doing a great job. Adam 2, you got a lot of catching up to do, but you got the day to do it. You got this, you got this. But before we dive into today, we're going to show some love to our Kanks over there in Turkey. Of course, we had footballers here in the competition. Unfortunately, they were knocked out in the group stage, but we did manage to catch up with them before the tournament started and see what life really is like in the biggest esports gaming house in Europe. Check this out.
Ben Fut Esports'tan Mr. Falin. Burası da İstanbul, bizim evimiz. Hadi gezintiye çıkalım. Burası da Ortaköy'ün en ünlü camilerinden Ortaköy Mecidiye Camisi. Burası Beşiktaş sahil, İstanbul'un en iyi şekerlerinden biri. İstanbul'un sembollerinden Galata Kulesi'nin önündeyiz. turnuvadan önce kahvaltıya gitmek bizde rutin, hatta totem. Ya aslında biraz koçtan çıktı. Hani bir gün turnuvadan önce hani kahvaltıya gidelim, rutinimiz olsun. Herkes dinç kalksın. Hani turnuvadan önce 1 saat ya da 2 saat önce kalkmak var. Bir de 4 saat önce kalkıp yemek yiyip dinçli olmak var. Zihnin açık olması var. Öyle kalktı. Biz de birkaç turnuvayı öyle geçirince ve bunun sonucunu almaya başladık. Yani bu totem olsun artık. Totem olmaya başladı. Biz de her turnuvadan önce kahvaltıya gidiyoruz bundan sonra. Kahvaltıdan direkt eve geliyoruz. Avrupa'nın en büyük 20K Futas'tayız. Hadi içeri göz atalım. Takım içerisinde faydalı olan bizim bir takımda şeyimiz var, fizyoterapistimiz var. Hemen alt katta bizim oynadığımız odanın yan tarafında bir odamız var, fit odası. Maçlardan önce birimizin bir ihtiyacı olduğu zaman bize masaj terapisi veriyor kendisi. Futas'ın bir artı yanı da turnuvadan önce sürekli 5 kişi birlikte, genelde herkes aynı odada kalıyor. Bu bizim için hem iletişimimizin güçlenmesi demek. Türkiye'de bu kadar fazla oyuncu kitlesinin olması, ben en azından bir önceki senelere nazaran Türkiye biraz daha artık bu oyun çağına biraz daha adapte olmuş durumda. Özellikle genç nüfus biraz fazla. Bu genç nüfus zamanını bir yerde harcamak istiyor. Harcadığı en şu an basit noktada oyun oynamak. VALORANT'ın Türkiye sahnesinde biraz daha ön plana çıkmasının sebebi bence biraz daha bu işe yatırım aslında. Çünkü ne CS'de ne başka bir oyunda bu kadar fazla Türk takımı yatırım yapmıyor. Yapsa da bu kadar geri dönüş alamıyor. VALORANT'ın bence en büyük yanı bu, Türkiye için en azından.
VALORANT diğer FPS oyunlarına göre daha çeşitli olduğu için, her zaman farklı bir senaryo karşımıza çıktığı için oynanması daha zevkli bir hale geliyor diğer oyunlara nazaran.
Oyun oynarken oyun içinde bir sürü şey yapabiliyorsunuz. Bir ton farklı şey var. Karakterler olsun, oyun içinde planlar olsun. Bizim çok hoşumuza gidiyor. Ve takımca çalıştığımız için de ayrı bir zevki var. O yüzden seviyorum ben VALORANT'ı.
Lazım. İlkini kaçırdı. Yerler belli. Bir double peek denemesi var. Moj Bulldog konuştururken son mermilerini de gönderdi.
Bu beşli kurulduğundan beri ilk hayalimiz zaten Avrupa'ya çıkmaktı. Şu an Avrupa'ya çıktık ve bütün oradaki takımlara bizim ne kadar güçlü bir takım olduğumuzu göstermek ilk amacımız. Tek tek bireysel olarak bütün performansımızla orada bir şeyler yapacağımıza inanıyorum.
Çok güzel bir fırsat geçti elimize. Bunu değerlendirmemiz gerekiyor. Çok zor olacak bence. Ama başaracağımıza inanıyorum.
Thank you very much, and teşekkürler to Mr. Farlin and the footballers for letting us visit the house as well. Seni seviyorum. Obviously, you guys know how much I love Turkish Valorant and the Turkish scene, and those are the players, Sliggy, they're going to be in partnership next year. They're going to have a real shot, maybe making more international tournaments.
Yeah, for sure. And I've been pretty brutal across this whole event, so I'm going to keep it up. I've been disappointed with them, this year with the new roster. I feel like I just expected more coming in. I'm a big fan of Mr. Fallen. Hopefully they'll come in and just have a better showing in the rest of the year. And with a facility like that, and they've got massage rooms and stuff, they have everything in place. They just need a bit of time.
Yeah, completely. Also, they were the team that actually qualified to be here. So even though they didn't have the best performance here, I have very high hopes for what 2023 is going to be for them.
Yeah, exactly. And like at the end of the day, it's the end of the season. You know, they can take these games, get the experience, get ready to go for next season. Like, it's a lesson. It's a tough lesson, but it's a lesson, and they're going to be improving for the next year.
Yeah, they are indeed. Of course, they're not the only Turkish team that's going to be in partnership next year. There's a lot of Turkish talent as well. CNED, he's going to be moving on to Navi as well. And speaking of the Turkish Valorant scene, we do have an interview for you guys. I believe it is Root with Gennaro right now.
Hello guys, I have a little bit of a different position this time around because we have an interview with Root Gamer, one of the Turkish Valorant casters, to give us a little bit more of an insight on what's going on with Valorant in Turkey. So first of all, welcome to the broadcast. How's your day been?
Thank you. It's a little bit tired today, but it was wonderful because lots of great games in the Red Bull home ground. So I will be waiting for tomorrow for semi-final, last semi-final and the final.
Yeah, definitely a long day indeed, so we needed that kind of Red Bull. I like the phone booth thingy. It's a very UK thing, considering, you know, we're in Manchester. Works out pretty well. Looking at the games today, though, however, what game really stood out to you the most and just kind of was unexpected?
Actually, totally Curry game. Curry was was very good versus Team Liquid, and it's a shocking victory over Team Liquid. Another game is actually very predicted. 100 Thieves is playing very good in this tournament, so it was a nice victory for them while reaching the finals.
How are you feeling, by the way, about the fact that unfortunately there is no, not even just Turkish, but no EMEA representation anymore in the tournament, unfortunately?
Actually, while we are talking about Valorant, is a very important region is EMEA. Lots of tournaments has lots of EMEA champions nowadays. But as you said, NA is now better than EMEA in this tournament, Red Bull home ground. I hope it will be only in this tournament.
Yeah,
and
I get
for the
it.
next challenges, I think EMEA will be rise again.
Yeah, EMEA on top. This time it's NA on top, okay? Like, I'm happy with
Yeah.
whatever. As long as we get some good games, I don't mind. But also, I think one of the really important things that you mentioned here was the fact that EMEA is such an important region. And we really saw that this year with the LAN. So VCC Champs, it was in Istanbul. Lovely city, by the way. It was really lovely to visit. So in terms of Turkey and the Valorant scene, it feels like it kind of just exploded. It's such a big part right now within Turkey. So can you maybe give us a little bit more of an insight?
Totally. For the especially FPS side, Valorant is the biggest game in Turkey right now. We have lots of great teams. We have lots of great players who are competing in the high-level Valorant scene. In the other words, as you see, lots of great players played both locally and both internationally in Valorant. As you see, CNET, AlphaJar, lots of new players coming from behind to reach that level. Also, and maybe the most important point is fan base. We have excellent fan base for Valorant, lots of viewers. We have over 100,000 viewers lively for the matches for especially Turkish teams like BBL Esports, like Foot Esports, like other teams. So Valorant is one of the best and most important games in Turkey also for the next months and years.
You're absolutely right in terms of the fan base. You guys are loving it in Champs. The crowd was incredible. The vibe was amazing. So thank you once again for the interview. It was lovely to have you and have a couple of your thoughts. I hope you have a good evening and see more of you tomorrow.
Thank you. See you later. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
I was hoping that he would mention BBL, obviously Rue with his ties to BBL as well. And obviously he's a very important figure in the scene when it comes to actually scouting and building teams as well. But I do want to quickly ask you guys about maybe the IGL aspect of it, since I have you here too, Adam, because it does feel like there's a bit of a lack of Turkish IGLs. Like BBL had to promote one of their players internally as opposed to actually scouting out an IGL.
Yeah, I think there's a big IGL problem in Valorant, as in like there's no experienced Valorant players like you have in CS. You know, you have Existence, you have like Godby, these legends of the game, right? That people can learn from, and then come back, like Alex from back in CS, learns from Existence, comes back and can pass it on that knowledge. In Valorant, there's no one really like that so far. So I think a lot of people is like you look at the characteristics of a person, their personality, like are they able to be an IGL? Yeah, sure. Let's try it. Let's give them a shot.
So that's the thing, right? They're talking about how young the region is within the video game, so you do not have those stars that you can rely on to just bring in. And I think that they're making the right decision into, you know, like stay with this team, and if you're going to build an IGL, just give them the time to actually develop as one.
Yeah, it kind of comes into what we were talking about yesterday in terms of someone that wants to be an IGL or someone that's getting bored into it. There's a big difference of someone who's going to put that much time in, like born and bred, kind of wanting to be an IGL. But in terms of like Turkish firepower, there is so much firepower. There's a lot of players that can be like a good sixth that could potentially replace a lot of players. We've got like Parler as well, looking really good. So the Turkish scene is crazy strong. So yeah, I'm kind of excited to see how the rosters do, and I'm a little bit worried for some of the, if players don't perform, there's definitely a vast amount of players that could fill a lot of the voids. So
I mean, look at Alpha, yeah. That's what happened, right? Alpha kind of was the one that got promoted into this. I'm glad we're doing this IGL talk early, because we're going to be talking a lot about what is going to be happening today. We're going to get into that in just a moment. But first, let's take a look at the bracket of today. Obviously, we got 2 games left. We're bringing you 2 remaining games of Red Bull Homeground, starting with Cloud9 versus versus Crew, and then the winner will be facing 100 Thieves. What do you guys make of the matchups we have today? Start with you, Kukuka.
I'm very happy that Crew's still in the tournament. We need some hopium, you know, for NA to not have everything. But yeah, especially for what we've seen from 100 Thieves yesterday against Vitality, I think it's going to be NA versus NA.
Yeah, I'm kind of leaning towards that. I think, last night, I was like, let's try and, I want to try and find what the win condition is for Crew. I started looking back at the game. Obviously, Crew played C9. I went and back and looked at the C9 versus Focus game. Focus actually looked pretty good, and C9, I felt, looked fine. It just felt like Focus looked at the top of their game. So in terms of win conditions, for me, I think that Crew need to change the current map pool that they played. They picked Haven. It didn't convince me. They've been looking good on Bind. So I think if they get Bind in the map pool and they can win this map, then there's a small chance. But it's looking really rough because does C9 have looked good? Even if I look at the Focus game, I actually felt like they didn't look bad, even though it was a little bit crazy with some of the comps.
Yeah, we spoke a little bit about the Turkish scene just before this, but there's also a very big fan base out there in Brazil as well, which is where we're going to be heading soon for Red Bull Campus Clutch starting on December 15th. Make sure you tune in here at twitch.tv/Red Bull. This is a bit of a taster on what you could be expecting. Choose your agent. Finding match. Spike planted. Yeah, still a lot of Valorant left, even towards the end of the year. But before that, I want to give you an opportunity to quickly talk about the bracket as well that we just saw.
Well, I think, like we said, we all love an underdog story. Crew, obviously, with the factors going on before, they were out, they're in, they're out, and now they've got nothing to lose. Beating Liquid 2-0 yesterday, very impressive, obviously with 2 stand-ins, but still to do it, come out swinging. And again today, like Sleagy talks about the win factors, I think they need good starts, but they need to build off these good starts. Because we've seen in the previous games, they start 4-0, 3-0, 5-0 sometimes up, but then they lose momentum a little bit. So I think they really need to keep it going, keep up the pace, and yeah, I think that's a big win.
Yeah, a lot of crazy things happened yesterday as well. I feel like it was a frag movie after frag movie. So let's take a quick visit on some of the action you might have missed.
Hi, I'm Ginny, and welcome to a recap of the second day of Red Bull Home Grounds. After the conclusion of the group stage on Friday, the 6 teams who had battled their way through arrived in high spirits. And there was the added bonus of a live crowd to look forward to. Team Vitality and Heretics contested the first of 2 quarterfinals. The match was not short of drama from both sides.
Always a little bit of a rat in these corners. It's a monster spray down. 4 kills. Heretics down and out.
Vitality won 2-0. Next up was Crew, as they saw off Team Liquid by the same scoreline, securing an unlikely path to the last 4 after escaping elimination by the skin of their teeth on Friday. Their reward, however, is going to be a rematch in the semi-final with Cloud9 later today. And waiting for the winner of that matchup in the Red Bull Homeground 2022 final will be 100 Thieves. And that's because they dispatched Vitality in the first semi-final.
100 Thieves send EMEA packing on their home ground and take their way through to the grand final. A couple of teams still needing to play to find out who will meet them, but the fact is North America has taken their way to Manchester and are looking for that trophy.
Are we in for an all-NA finals treat like some of us might have expected at the beginning? I'm looking at you, Vansilli, on Twitter. Or is Crew going to have the opportunity to continue their fairy tale run here at Red Bull Home Grounds?
I'm going to throw that question to you, Bear, because you're really hardcore supporting Crew here.
Yeah, of course, I always am, and especially I think that the underdog story is the one that we're going for, the being in and out, and then taking on Team Liquid. Of course, Team Liquid did have those 2 standings, but I think that yesterday they put up a great fight, and we were able to actually see Crew standing up to some of the moments where they needed to do it. So I'm happy with the performance. Whatever happens today, I think that they had a good run.
And going on what you said in terms of momentum, they look like a very momentum-based team. And with Liquid, they got a lot of the pistols just because Liquid just can't win pistols. And honestly, once they got the ball rolling, they did pretty good. They won a few thrifty rounds as well. So once they have the economy going, and that's the thing, that's why I talk about pistol rounds so much in this game. It's because you get like ult economy and the actual economy. There's kind of two economies in this game. So that's why pistols are just so pivotal. So if they can start that rolling, they do have a chance. But again, I would be mad to say that C9 aren't heavy favorites.
Yeah, watching the game yesterday on Haven, again, they had a good 4-0 start, building the momentum, then kind of lose a round and like slow themselves down. I think they saved 2 rounds back to back when like I think they're a team that need to be going for it, using the momentum, have the advantage, you know, have their energy behind them. And I think them slowing themselves down kind of cost them Haven yesterday versus Cloud9 in the group stage. So today I want them to like build off like, okay, learn from our mistakes, let's keep it going, let's get in their face, let's get loud, get the crowd behind us as well, and yeah, take the energy into the game.
I mean, this is the thing that we have a best of 3 first, and then immediately after that, we're going to have a little bit of a break, and then a best of 5. Of course, 100 Thieves, they don't have to do much. They can just like do their normal routine, warm up, scrim, and then play that game. And we have to address that Cloud9, they did have the opportunity to either pick to play their best of 3 yesterday or do what they're doing today. And after speaking to MCE, it feels like the decision that they chose to play the back-to-back today is that by today, they would know 100% their first and second opponent, whereas yesterday they wouldn't have had that advantage. So do you guys feel like that was the correct call?
I mean, yeah, totally. And it's not only because of that. You know exactly what opponent you're facing. You have the extra time to prepare. You give a break to your players after playing 3 best of 3s in one day. And also, you're going to exhaust 100 Thieves because they have to wait the entire day to play on that last best of 3. So it's not only beneficial to you, but also detrimental to your opponents.
Yeah, I think it comes with pros and cons for sure. Again, 100 Thieves can kind of watch this and talk about a lot of stuff, but it does feel nice being like warm, being used to the stage, not having to reset up and just be fresh, already having that warm up and just being able to just be confident in your aim and hit the kills that you need to hit.
Would you have picked today too?
Personally, I would have gone the other way. I like watching and being able to prep. So personally, I would have gone the other way, but I think it's just preference of just what the players prefer and what the coach is like.
Yeah, I think it's preference. I think obviously Cloud9, this is the first time on stage, so obviously with their objective of beating Crew, they're probably focused on the final. No disrespect to Crew, but as ambitions of Cloud9, they're looking to win this tournament. So like I said, get used on the stage, get warmed up as well, because it's a different feeling. You can play scrims, all that kind of stuff, but it's not the same as being on stage, getting the crowd and getting, you know, the hype behind you.
Yeah, let's talk about Cloud9, because this is going to be the first time we see the new roster playing on LAN. Of course, we saw them play already in this tournament, but we haven't seen them on the stage yet. And not to mention, Ye, he's played a lot of LAN already. We saw him at Champions every single tournament this year, but the rest of those boys, they haven't had as much experience this year, Sliggy. Is that a concern at all, especially if they have to go up against 100 Thieves a bit later?
It's, for me, not too much of a concern, to be honest. Individually, they've all looked very good. Vanity, I'm still a little bit worried about in terms of fragging power, but I guess he doesn't really, in theory, he doesn't need to do that. He can just
talk about it in a bit.
Yeah, we'll definitely talk about that. There's definitely something to talk about. But in theory, he doesn't need to do that. He can set the rest of his team up. So as long as he's just doing his role and just enables everyone else, he's always been that player that isn't that selfish, will always just buy a judge, make sure that he prioritizes everyone else to have a better gun than him. So
I think that everybody was very excited to see how this Cloud9 roster was going to look, especially knowing that, you know, they already had a duelist, and now where does Leaf fit into all of this? And now he's been kind of forced to take more of a sentinel role now that Ye, you know, came in, because you're really going to say no to Ye, you know, be like, am I going to go in the chamber and the jet? But I'm liking, you know, the iterations. I'm loving to see a little bit of Yoru, I think for the first time on Ye. I like the cheeky thing.
Yeru.
And and it's also the time to test them, especially not only on LAN, but also against some of the opponents that you're going to have next year.
Yeah, I think it's a good role. Like I said, changing up the roles. I think Vanity said 4 people have changed roles, so it's like, it's a big change in the team. It's a good test. Like Leaf on the Killjoy, I think it's like a perfect agent for that guy. Obviously, good at lurking, good at walking up, taking the angels, and the Killjoy just enables him to take the time, and like he knows when to peek, he knows when to play off his turret. So yeah, I'm really excited for it.
Well, Vanity said 4 people change roles, but I think that was a bit of a lie, because this is what MCE had to say on Twitter a little bit earlier.
IGL's situation isn't quite what you'd expect. Basically, coming into the event, we had a combination of, 4 different teams coming in. So I think Zelsis had IGL'd in the past. Ye had played under one of the better IGLs in North America. Vanity himself has IGL'd. And then I had helped Valen in his quest to become a better IGL. So we started talking, and one of the things is, like, Ye was dominant in the last year. The way that he was set up and things like that were very strong. And Jake told us, he's like, hey, I want to try this. I learned a lot under, FNS and Chet. I think I can be really good at this. And so we decided to give it a shot so that Anthony can, step into more of a potential fragging role. And basically Anthony has a second voice with Zelsis. And so far it's been working pretty well in terms of how things are going. And I'm really interested to see how Jake's level can keep up if he can, really maintain his pose and fragging ability as an IGL.
Yeah.
Well, that is not what I was expecting when I woke up this morning. And Bea, what do you make of that decision?
I mean, honestly, to me, there are two chances here. Either this is kind of a joke or testing experience, let's call it like that. Or Ye has seen himself in the position that I feel like backs off of what happened to Ascend between 2021 and 2022, where after they were the champions, they were like stuck there and the team just went down. And he wants to be a little bit more, because he's the player that everybody's talking about, the fragging power, he's insane on the server, yada yada. But now maybe he wants to add on another layer. To me, it's too much of a responsibility, and I think that he can keep going on that performance, and he is still will be talked about for everyone.
Yeah, so actually got a sneak peek of them setting up a little bit earlier, and Ye is in the middle as well, so just in the IGL role, normally where everyone would sit, so yeah, they're fully going for it. I would like to say that I'm not a fan of it, first of all, but trying out stuff, at least they're doing it now. Like, that's the only thing I figure, at least they're doing it now. Yeah, that's kind of what I got.
Yeah, I think
madness.
we're all kind of in the band of like what, why, how. But obviously you're an IGL, so what is Ye gonna have to expect having to take on this level of responsibility the first time they're playing on LAN as well?
Yeah, I think it's gonna be very hard for him. I think like the mid round and stuff like that. But I think setting himself, like setting the team up around him, I think it's perfect for. Obviously, the teams you want your AWPer to be, the vocal point of your team, and having the best player in the world be the vocal point of your team. He can set himself up. He can make the calls. I want to go here. I want to do that. I think he's going to have to rely more on his team to do the mid-round, because if he's holding a line with the AWP, he can't go check his minimap, so someone's going to peek him, it's like he's falling asleep. So he's going to rely on his teammates, so I think that's where Vanity and his experience can come in, like, yeah, he's going to do this, he knows that perfectly how to mid-round it, just having like good knowledge about the game.
I mean, you also were a little bit critical of Vanity as well, the fragging power, and what MCE said is they want to make sure that he does, and I will say that I spoke to Zeppa. I spoke to Zeppa a little bit earlier, and Zeppa was like, well, we kind of want to shape Vanity into Marv. Like, that's the kind of player that we want right now on our roster. And I feel like, Siggy, you're going to be extra harsh at Vanity today.
Yeah, for sure. If they're saying they're trying to enable his fragging, this is what is confusing, right? I was talking about that he's the person that isn't selfish. He will take the stingers, he would take the judges, and just let other people have the guns. So yeah, it's going to be interesting for me. Let's look how his fragging changes.
Well, we shall indeed keep an eye on that. But on the other side, Crew, we don't have anything too exciting in terms of like crazy changes. But Kukuka, tell me why that you think it's disrespectful that everyone is counting them out.
I think it's because this is not the crew that made us dream for the last 2 years. We're missing a couple of familiar faces. We're missing Kesnit, especially between them and Leviathan. So many things have been changing and going on. We're also missing Melzer that we really wanted to see. So I can understand it from that side, but especially since the performance that we saw yesterday, I think that they can take on Cloud9. It's also a rematch, so we need to see if they have learned anything from the experience that they had during their group stage.
So yesterday we saw Zan putting up a good fight versus Cloud9 in the group stage, but you need more than one player versus Cloud9. He was popping off, but the rest of his team was looking behind, so I think today it's like the boys need to gather up around him, step up, and obviously back up their boy. He's putting in a performance, you need to help him out.
Yeah, and also I think Nags, he had a great performance as well, and it does feel like the narrative between these two teams is Nags, who was underperforming at Champions, is now online, and Sliggy, what better time it is for him to step up as well.
No, yeah, he's been playing really well, especially in the Liquid game. He was very important, so much impact. When he's on, the thing is, when he's on Chamber, I just feel very confident. He's very good. He's taking a lot of map control. He's very aggressive, and I don't know if that's because they have a stand-in, his stand-in terms of 6th playing. I don't know if that's because he feels like there's more weight on his shoulders that he can can kind of make more individual plays, kind of what we saw from Liquid. But he's been standing out a lot. Yeah, I've been really impressed with them. So one thing that you mentioned in terms of them actually changing up their, just their adapting and just learning from their past mistakes, they actually, so I watched their ascent on their defense. It was pretty shocking. And then when it came to Liquid, they had gone over so much that there was so many crossfires, and they just had set protocols to go back into set reactions. So if they can do that again and actually work on all their mistakes, it's a good sign moving forward. And if they can do that in this game, then they have a chance.
That's another reason why I think it's so important to look at Nax, because he is the one that, in my head at least, has to survive the change and adapt the most, because he has to be, you know, like the stone for the rest of the team, the pillar.
Yeah, and also when we were talking about how Nags is underperforming at Champs and overperforming and doing well here, Yay, it's been the opposite. At Champions, he was undisputedly, I feel like, top 2, maybe even the best player in the world people are talking about. But here, the stats are dropping, and Adam, he's got to be, I feel like maybe that's why he's IGLing, because now he's got an excuse.
I mean, it could be a direct result of the IGL, and obviously there's a lot more to think about, a lot more, like, you're more team conscious, and you have to be less selfish naturally as an IGL. So obviously maybe it's a bit of a drop off here, but it's still good numbers, but it's just not like the year we've seen before.
We saw him on Euro as well. That's the one that
That's because now that he's an IGL and a duelist, he's Giuliano, so he has to play the Euro and Pearl. Yeah, I mean,
Angel. Shout out to Angel.
Yeah,
in the top performance.
So yeah, it's really kind of showing in his fragging a little bit, but we're also just seeing them kind of prepare for next year, right? Chamber Nuff, they want to just make sure that he can play other agents, and they're just testing out the Euro, which again is still a bit of a question mark, but his Jet's looking great as well. So I'm not too worried about all of the maps, maybe just some of them.
Well, this is going to be a very exciting matchup for sure, and it's time for us to send this down to the stage with Adam, who's going to be bringing out the teams.
Thank you very much, guys. Manchester, how are we feeling out there? Yes! We have been waiting. You know, who is going to be in that final against 100 Thieves? It's time to find out. Are you ready to meet our teams? I said, are you ready for the teams? I love you all so much. Let's do it then. First up, it's Crew! They're feeling excited, but I know our next team are too. They're looking forward to their first time here competing on the main stage this weekend. So let's meet them. Give it up for Cloud9! in the Red Bull Home Ground 2022 Finals. So let's go!
Honestly, I'm just so glad to see that Zelstis has been taking lessons from Boaster. Bit of a showmanship, you know, get his backside out. But let's talk about the fact that this is going to be a rematch. You mentioned already, Kakuka.
Yes.
When it comes to the maps, do you expect that we're going to go to Haven, Ascent, and Bind again this time?
I would kind of like to see some progression from both of the teams. If you're Cloud9, you want to get things closer. If you want Crew, you, as Leaky said, want to, you know, revisit those moments. What went wrong? What went right? How can we work onto it, especially knowing that this is a semi-final and it's not the same as in groups. You know, you can beat someone else and still be here.
Yeah, we're heading into the map vetoes now. Again, Sliggy, Adam, you want to see some variations here?
If I'm Crew, I'd like them to go for Haven again. From what I saw, they had a good start, and you know, Leaf kind of shut them down with a few hero rounds. Then they had to back-to-back save after that as well. So it's like, I think if they still go Haven, I really believe that they can work on the issues from the last time.
It's the same bans.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean,
yes.
Crew has been perma-banning Fracture, so no surprises there.
Crew's been perma-banning Fracture, Cna's been perma-banning Breeze. This is what I wanted to see. This was the third map in their original matchup. This is where I think Crew has looked best. They got the win over Liquid yesterday. It was a close game, but they still looked really good. Again, very important for Nags in this, being on the chamber. I need to see him really just step up. But I think they have to win Bind. They have to win Bind, and I think that doing it first, getting that momentum like I talked about, is definitely the way forward. C9 pick Haven. So this was actually Crew's pick last time round. So a little bit worried from what I saw. This is a strong map for C9.
Yeah, especially another one that they want to revisit. As I said, I'm not... Okay, so
it is,
by the looks of it, it's literally the same map.
Same map or different order.
Exactly. So finally, we're going to get to see that bind that we didn't get to see during the groups. I agree with you, Sleegy. I think that this is a brilliant peak for Crew. They won against Team Liquid. Again, they lost... they won against Focus as well. So it's one that they have really matched up, especially knowing that Xzeti is playing with them. I think it's obviously their comfort pick so far.
Yeah, I really worry for Crew if it goes down to Ascent. They were looking really rough. Cloud9 was really disrespecting them, going fast rounds, rushing at them. Like, really disrespectful gameplay from Cloud9, but that's what we love to see. So I really do worry if it does go down to Ascent.
I mean, do you feel like we are going to go to Ascent? This is the thing, because we didn't see bind between these two last time. How much faith do you have in this bind, given that Crew, they were able to take down Team Liquid?
Yeah, they were able to take down Team Liquid. It's doable if they get a good start. That's literally what we're talking about in terms of momentum. I think it's doable, but I would be mad to not say that C9 are going to 2-0 this. So.
It's very complicated. I know that we kind of set up the head-to-head between Nax and Ye that we're going to see 100%. We actually expected a mirror composition, so it's going to be really tough, and definitely is going to come into, has Crew actually understood why it got so close against Team Liquid yesterday?
Yeah, I don't think the Team Liquid game, obviously they beat them, but they are a mix, and I think Liquid lost quite a few rounds to themselves, which maybe gives Crew a bit of false confidence, but I think, like I said, they have to believe in, they obviously didn't believe in the Haven anymore, they've not picked it, and I think that's why Cloud9 have gone, hang on a second, if not picking their main pick, something's going wrong here, so Cloud9 have jumped on that, so I think that could be a big option.
I also think Bind is smart in terms of Crew looking at C9. We have Leaf, so Leaf and Zelstis kind of just filling pretty much the roles, so we actually have Leaf on Viper on this map, and maybe that's, like his Viper and his Killjoy, it looks fine, but it's not up there with the Rays. It's not up there with like the duelist kind of players.
But honestly, if it's not, is there any other moment that he's going to get the chance to improve it now that he's feeling on that Sentinel role, as we say, with the Killjoy, with the Viper in this map, it's literally the function that it's feeling. We know that pracs are going well, but we need to see that in officials, and when the pressure is on you, you're still performing to your best.
And also, let's not forget, as we, in the moment, if we go pan over to the Cloud9 side, we are seeing Ye sitting in that middle spot. That is a spot that Vanity has occupied for his entire career. So does that play into any of Cloud9's chances today?
For sure, and we actually, so bringing this back to the Crew Liquid game that we saw the other day, I spoke to Yampi afterwards and I spoke to the manager, and they were talking about how Safe obviously was new to the calling, and he kind of struggled a little bit in terms of bind. We saw it with the late rounding.
Vanity's just listening. Yeah, he's saying something, and Vanity's like, oh, let me see, let me see.
Yeah, so this is what I'm saying. It's hard to mid-round on bind. It's one of those maps that is a lot harder. You get shut down a lot, and then you have to kind of rotate, and it's a lot of mid-rounding. So it's going to really test that. So again, bind, Crew have a chance.
Yeah, obviously Bayern being a very unique map, no middle, makes it very hard. And we saw Safe yesterday, you know, trying to do like some 4-1 rounds, trying to do it his own on the Phoenix. Will Ye do that? I think it's a different playstyle with a chamber. Sure, you can lurk, but you can't be selling these fakes like Safe did. So it's going to be a different style. So I think, again, he's going to set himself up and he's going to rely on the mid-round of his teammates, them to make plays and help him.
I have to say, I'm very excited to see the IGL Diablo, but I'm going to be paying attention if it's actually Vanity giving those calls. I'm going to be looking at your cameras, guys.
I'm going to be yoinking that IGL Diablo. But of course, yay, maybe he's going to get a taste of what it feels like if they do lose and be blamed for everything that happens on this team. But as you guys can see from Agent Select, it is a mirror matchup.
Yeah, no changes. I don't think we were really expecting any changes. Both of these teams have looked fine on this map. Like, everything looks great. This is very meta. And essentially this is why Bind is getting removed. This might be this might be the last time we see Bind.
No, don't say that. Come on, I love Bind, and we still have a best of 5.
Yeah, we might see in the best of 5.
Yeah, it's
true. Who knows? But now, I mean, with all of that expectations coming in, is this the same as what you felt like against Liquid? Like, this is a must-win for Crew if they want to
100%. If they want to take this home, it has to start in Bind. They decided to come here out of all of the maps that they could pick. As we said, they got the experience already also on the stage. So if it's not Bind, it's a 2-0.
Yeah, I very much agree with that. And again, we kind of highlighted him earlier. Nags has to go big. It's a lot of pressure on him. I think that if he can step up and show a similar performance that he did to Liquid, there's definitely a chance. Pistols are important. Momentum, for sure.
Yeah, as Cloud9 had a slow start in the first day, so I guess Crew, again, hoping today they have a slow start, so they have to win their Bind. Capitalize on that slow start if it's there, and obviously take that into the rest of the series.
I mean, we've talked a lot about IGLs and the great IGLs that these players have been studying and learning from under. And I've got one person for you here who's going to be casting alongside Brian Central. It is the Gobbies IGLing apprentice, Zesh.
I love it. Thank you very much for that one. It's a wonderful day in Manchester, and it's a wonderful day to bring you a grand final that determines one thing, Ryan. Is it NA who are taking home Manchester overall, or does LATAM have a say in this?
Yeah, it'd all be Americas at this point, but a year ago today, Crew almost made it into the Champions grand final even. They lost to Gambit back then. Now it's a different team, different tournament, different system altogether when it comes to the format. But can this Crew team add another giant under their belt when it comes to killing them? And none other than the biggest giants, I think, of C9 with their new roster.
And not only that, right? It was roughly a year ago that Cloud9 last time played over on LAN. So for both of them, it's a bit of a proving ground in that sense. Most importantly, Cloud9 had a few chill days. They didn't need to play on that stage so far. So this is somewhat of a big test for them to show that not only in their gaming rooms they can play well, but also when it comes to the stage.
I mean, the pressure that this team is going to have on them overall, right? Just it feels like a football manager's team put together when you've got like Ye, the best player in the world, the best opper. You've got Vanity, who's accredited as one of the strongest IGLs in NA. MCE, one of the best coaches in NA in tac shooters overall, right? There's a lot of pedigree going for them, and maybe not for this tournament, but future, no excuses for C9 not to do well. This should be clinical for them. Crew, the desk said it, they need to win this map if they want to sort of get things going in their favor, but they have a lot of comfort on the stage so far. C9, bit of a time to adjust.
Yeah, while the Vinyl has a little bit of a scratch. I mean, most importantly, one thing that the desk talked about, and that we're also once more need to talk about here, same maps basically that we have seen before, right? And for me personally, Kikuka said it quite well. This right here has to be basically the map that works so well for Crew, because that 13-11 versus Focus that Cloud9 had earlier in the group stage also felt like it was way too tight to be comfortable to say like, yeah, we cannot play this against Cloud9.
Oh yeah, for sure. It's also that Crew picked up that Haven as the first time that these guys played, and it wasn't to their liking, but as soon as they started to pick binds, not only in this series, but every series since they lost against C9, it's looked a lot stronger for them overall. And we're in, and the spike's already been planted by Crew.
And there we go, it starts. Crew definitely got that spike down over on that A site, as it's most definitely the retake starting off for the moment, but Zelzis goes into Bath, and they keep on defusing. They make it work with the Ninja, not quite yet. Close enough for it. As Exetti is trying to make it all the round, and Crew takes it, the pistol in favor of LATAM, as it looked like it could have been a Ninja defuse working by the book, but it's not the case.
I mean, it was a blink and you miss it. We go in, all of the players are still alive in the post plant. And Crew, one of the things against Liquid that they did so well yesterday is just upping that tempo, being aggressive. For Team Liquid, you've got two stand-ins. That communication, coordination's not going to be up to par. But this is the C9 team that we are going to be seeing next year, at least for the most part. Cooper is here as a sixth, but this is the 5 that really should be in Sao Paulo playing on the stage when we get to it. So this is the team that should really be building that rapport together, and they're going to be ecoing in the second round.
And you talk about things that worked well yesterday against Liquid, was also the pistol rounds working quite well for Crew. So this is a great indicator and a great start for them. As for the moment, everything calms down a little bit. On the weapon side, we don't see anything crazy really, but it's going to be a swift push over to the B side. They're already taking it close, but one player that could make a problem would have been Vanity.
Nax has actually upgraded all the way to the Vandal as well, so it's a gun that he wants to keep a hold of. If it could be flawless, it'd be a hell of a bonus to go into for round 3. But Zelsis, Ye, Leaf, the last alive, spoke too soon as Leaf tries to peek out, and Davies is there to get onto the back of him. Ye's pushing all the way to Elba to see if he can catch somebody, but Crew are really closing those gaps down. 3 players all watching CT.
Not too much happening there, Ryan. It would have been a bit of a surprise, to be honest. Ye still finds one, but the Handhunter, with one more bullet left in the chamber, most literally, shouldn't find too much. Ain't the case, and Crew starts with a 2-0 over here on Bind. And, you know, this has been also a thing in that game versus Focus, right? Where when we talk about Bind in particular, and when we talk about the Cloud9 defending at the beginning side, it didn't look too good, right? They were losing and we're down 0-4.
Very uncomfortable. From like hearing how Focus did, it seemed that they were in like an insane amount of form, and it was the first series, the second map they ever played like as a team in an official, so there's always going to be that teething pain at this point. They've also traveled a fair distance, and Focus, you know, playing with nothing to lose at that point. They're in a good run of form, they're gunning for Ascension for next year, and if you go up against a team like that, it's no holds barred. And Zelsis is going to be trying to fight for showers at this point, and Boombot's going to be cleared instantly, and Leaf actually catches Davies early on.
Yeah, White swing out of Bath, instant punishment, as though Klaus finds a bit of remedy, as they pretty much made it on the side, even finding Celsius as well with the snake bite. And so the control over A nearly belongs to them. They still feel a little cautious to not directly get for the spike, but here it comes. And as I said, he's carrying it, actually doesn't move for it yet, as Nax wants to punish them further. Klaus falls, but Nax is hunting and gets punished in the end. It's looking good for Cloud9. Only 2 more players stand from Crew, and as they make the decision to dedicate or not, the teleporter would still be an option open. Gets himself to Spectre and sees, most definitely, the barrel of Vanity. Knows where one of the North American players stands, but calms down for the moment. Still 50 seconds that are left on the clock. Still 50 seconds to determine where to go. Xant most definitely canned out, and it's a question of time if they'll change the pace, but it is still Xeti who comes close to the side. It's still him who wants to have a duel anytime soon. Gets that one against Vanity, and 2 more stand on the side. No chance at all, and Cloud9 grabbed there first with a good amount of casualties though.
Should have been going their way with the sort of guns that they had. I think it was just the 1 rifle, the 1 Vandal that Crew were bringing into this round. But it was just the amount of control that they had. They had backside completely. They even had a bit of showers control too. So Crew in that position are all trying to come through short. They could go for the teleporter. We're trying to hold their ground, hoping if they cut noise, C9 will rotate over there early on. And a bit more control for C9 now. There's still a buy in the hands of Crew. Ultimate's coming online. I think Davies was pretty close to having a showstopper.
Yeah.
But there were a couple of moments where Crew's attacking side against Liquid was a little bit mismanaged. Daxedi is the one with the orbital strike to go. And that flash is going to get some good amount of information for Cloud9 to see that there's going to be somebody B long. You could actually see Zeppa picking up the orb at that spot, but he has a little bit of help there from Vanity, and the rotation coming in from Leaf too, so there's going to be 3 on this B side, as well as a chamber trademark if you jump down from hookah.
And from a fast play over in Bath, we go to a way slower default. Trying to check if anything is towards Garden, towards Belong. Going to find that all of this is empty and can be their territory. But they're not dedicated yet to that B side entirely, but they make the move, Ryan.
There's still a lot of control, and like Vanity is playing in hookah. Like there's not really much utility to play off there. He's just trying to hold in on the close angle because he has that judge. He's going to be playing in close quarters. Crew probably aware of it. It's very common for him to try it, but nobody's pushing in that spot. It feels like Crew are bottlenecking themselves a little bit.
They're expecting that lurk to come anytime soon. Someone just sneaking around the corner, punishing at the wrong time, but that ain't happening. Cloud9 reinforce the B side. Vanity once more standing close. The smokes are now dropping down. The Molotov should deny Crew the entrance, but is that the case indeed? Xepa just waits for them to come out of the choke position, but it works quite well, and once more it's the judge speaking the verdict of "you shall not pass." Xepa says the same for a triple denies entry. And Klaus stands there with no options, shrugging, what should I do? There's nothing left for him to do. Save that weapon if possible, but even that seems near impossible. Waits in the corner, and it seems like time was the only enemy really of Crew in that particularly execute.
Yeah, Klaus was more watching to see if any flanks were going to come in, any aggression from Sand, but it was just held carefully from C9. it was also a really nice play. As the execute from Crew was coming in, you saw the Molotov snakebite combo from Vanity and Leaf, and you cannot disrespect that with that element of being vulnerable with a Molotov. It'll burn through you quickly, and hell, we even saw Vanity get a kill just with the help of that vulnerable because the Viper got the assist. Crew just leaving it a bit late, trying to push out. Everybody from C9 is prepped, and easy to stop and execute like that if it's coming out of one extremity, and also very easily telegraphed.
It's basically a breeze of wind that can get you when you're actually that vulnerable, right? With that judge in particular. But that's a good start from Cloud9, even though, you know, the first 2 rounds have been lost.
Yeah, great call in by A. You can definitely see this IGL like hard at work. I mean, the rotation's been spot on, and the stack is in the right spot here too. It's a pretty awkward buy, only 1 gun save for Davis, and he's going to take it right out of his hands.
In the focus game, Ye was quite good on the entries as well. I think 5-1 overall. And once more proves that is one of his easiest tasks. You said kind of ironic with the Ye calling, Brian. What was the undertone here?
I don't know. I guess it's, if there's a time to try out something to get him to maybe communicate a little bit more, it's a great chance to. You never know going into next year. It's typical NA, like to keep it close to their chest. But Viper's Pit's dedicated on the defense. Nags, he was so good with this ultimate to get those openings. This would be a hell of a time to start again.
And it's down to Celsius to find them from the top ground. Ain't happening. Xan makes it a tie, but there is the ult from Leaf. And he shows what he can do. Only Xan to make a change. Even the flash finds him whilst he waits in the smoke. In 35 seconds, it's a miracle that he needs. As Nax hugs every corner closed, looks what he can find. Most definitely the toxic in front of him will not make it any easier. From 45, he'll go down to 1, and he's looking every single corner. Someone could await him, but there he is. A quad from Leaf that brings it home. And Cloud9 with another one secured. It's looking exactly like the defense they've been looking for. Sure, there have been no real weapons for Crew, but now it matters to find the right adaptation, because when we take a look again at the first buy round Crew had, it felt like once more time was an opponent. Maybe that will be a change now.
It felt the same there, even though they're on a bonus. Just they have a plan A and they're not. For bind, it's executes. You've got those teleporters to do something in a whim.
Right.
Mid-round calls just seem to be non-existent for Crew. Like, we're going to go B, we'll wait until we can still go. They're not trying to rotate or bait away. It feels like Cloud9, if they get a whiff, that's where the attackers are going to be stacking. That's where the execute's going to be coming out. So I want to see a bit more depth from Crew, what they can do on this attack, because they're expecting more rounds like this. So much aggression from Cloud9, and Nax just can't do anything against 3 players.
And suddenly you break the conditioning. When they thought that they're all going to be so passive, Cloud9 does the total opposite. And the entire left side of the map belongs to C9 already.
It's such a smart thing, because Crew have been trying to deathball into areas of the map. They're being punished by C9, so they try and default more. And that's the round where C9 try and be a bit aggressive. Nags, because he is defaulting on his own, there's no trade, there's nothing that he can really do. He tries to teleport out and he's unable to. This is also, regardless of how it goes today, the last time we're going to see Ye play on Old Chamber. I don't know how people feel about that in the audience, if that's a good thing or a bad thing, but it's a nice little swan song.
You got a point. I'm not a fan of Chamber, but Ye playing Chamber, I think that's my exception.
Cryo as well, he's been informed.
True. How could I forget? Either way, Spike's not going to hit the ground. As the ult comes in, teleporter would be an option, but they're not making that switch, as they're still considering how to take all of that side as best as possible. Going for lamps would be an option. Nope. They still dedicate. They have wall as well as the orb ready, as though the Molotov is a little bit annoying, as Klaus still taps it once. That smoke will go down any second soon. The Xan finds Leaf. It looks good. No, it doesn't. It is Cloud9 who might have just lost the side. Need to retake it, as well as Ye and Xepa right now try to make that one work any second soon. It's 10 more seconds to get the spike down. That most definitely will happen. And with the Seekers, they know, really, it's coming down to the wire. Xepa with one wide swing could make a difference. Ain't happening. Is not the case. Cannot punish him in time. And that is that one whiff you didn't want.
Davis has rotated all the way around as well, so there's a bit more support, a bit more of a crossfire. And Ye has the operator. It might be still just worth saving, considering the credits aren't that great for him either.
Depends if he finds a frag or not. One overstep from Davies. Not a problem really there from Ye. And it's only Xan who can make the difference. He's done the difference from time and time again. Seeing if he finds anything close. The flash is out. He will swing. Finds one. The second as well. The quad saves Crew and brings it back in a tie. There's no early lead for Cloud9.
Heroic rounds too. And as C9 was starting to sort of pull away, seemed to have the better macro style overall. Crew have those flashes. They did against Liquid. They have shown that they are a capable squad. And as the spike was planted, So much pressure on Zand here, but the flash is so good, he has to absolutely drill in and peek wide to get both of them. You can't give players like EA space there overall.
Lovely to see. Lovely to see the mood is up, but what else?
It's all about comfortability, right? It's just getting used to this kind of environment, because the next time that they'll be playing in it, they'll be in their own continent, and it's going to be loud no matter what.
And once more reminding here, you know, Cloud9, pretty much a year ago that they played online. So that's 1 or 2 days ago, you could say.
I mean, for Ye, it feels like every day he was online at that point, so right now it's a bit of an adjustment. Ye didn't have the money to buy another operator, but the Tour de Force is going to be watching short. Majority of players from C9 over on that A site, just keeping an eye, and Vanity actually wanted to be a bit closer to smoke off areas on Hookah. There's still that trade map just as you come outside, so maybe there's like a Molotov combination that you could do there with the slow. But that Trailblazer, not seeing anything, might be a bit of a red herring for Cloud9. They might think that the B site's actually completely clear, but that's because all of crew are looking to actually jump out of Hookah, potentially with that showstopper for Davis.
And with the flash coming out, it could be a clear indicator. Or is it all the fake? That is what Cloud9 have to ask themselves. The second flash and all the utility coming as well. Wenity finds at least one. There's not much more for him. The ult pops out as well. And as he's airborne, he's not finding much more. Xapa saves the day, or does he? That is the question for the moment. As he has been eliminated, the B site is somewhat open, accessible for the side of crew to get the spike down. That is for certain. And Celsius still has his ult. Celsius still has the opportunity, has to swap sides, and this could eliminate it. Could pretty much do the job, but it's actually second snake bite coming in, and it can only Nax to be found. Finds the ult, does not take it down! But the teleport is not good enough. And so it's the 4 for Cloud9. As you mentioned, they're playing it calm, they're playing it collected, hiding in Hookah for a moment or two. But the retake worked.
Vanity as well, just playing super aggressive, stood on top of the cans. Maybe crew expecting they could get a bit more space, but run right in. Klaus at the Viper's pit too, so having an ultimate to just help that post plan. That tracking is also insane from Zephyr on the Phantom. Just a moving target like that. Crazy. But crew, again, it's still just all coming from one space. They're not trying to split or flank or catch anybody by surprise. They're just running into Cloud9, who are so hungry to take those duels.
And by what I've seen so far, Cloud9 looks really comfortable there. Instead of fist bumps, they do index finger pumps. Different kind of thing, but looking forward to how that will become a trend. As for now, crew, only those pistol in hand, and nothing really crazy to deliver. It would be a bit of a surprise if they make that one work, but what I like so far, really, Ryan, is the matter of fact that Cloud9 constantly swap up the kind of momentum, the kind of speed they use on their defense, how much room they take initially.
It's a deep playbook. A lot of it is just intuition at this point, because this map isn't in the pool for next year, so it is just kind of what you've been able to do on previous squads in the past and how comfortable that's going to be. Leaf, much more standard setup from him with this Viper's wallets in, but he's not going to put it up. In fact, he wants to try and take these fights potentially, looks away and catches both. Crew's buy isn't that great. It does provide an opportunity for the rest of crew to sneak up shot, but all they do is break the trade mark, go back because the spike was left in showers.
For a second, it looked like he was a little too wide. For a second, it looked like he's going to be caught off guard, but Leaf has been feeling it so far, and in his tournament, he has been exceptional. As he's seeking for more, get himself the quad, he does. And that's a big advantage as well, Ryan, because this means he's fueling up those ult orbs, literally closer to his second ult already.
Viper's Pit is so good on this map in a lot of different areas, but this is kind of what you expected and kind of standard for what C9 we were looking to see from them. Like, it was a surprise to see them go down to focus in that first series of this tournament. But up against this eco, it's clinical, really. Yesterday we saw a lot of rounds where it was leaning towards either Liquid or Crew, but there was Thrifties and ecos coming in. Seems that there's not much control. And no doubt this is a timeout from Crew at this point. There's still stuff that they need to adjust to, because Cloud9, ever since we got past the pistols and into the full buys, it's been in their control near enough.
True. And you know, one thing that stands out a little bit, especially if we take a look again at that game between Crew and Liquid, is obviously the entry capability of Nax, which so far has not been capable in the same way as we witnessed against other opponents. And this so far has been a factor that is so damn relevant for this team in opening up the rounds and therefore opening up the opportunities to actually take those.
Yeah, and it's just, it felt that when that Tour de Force was online, it was where Nax could be a bit more snowbally. And I mean, the one round that we've seen outside of pistols for Crew to take was Zand getting the 4K. and it's just where it becomes a little bit more loose, less of a macro, where are we going to execute, where are we going to go. But this is Crew's map pick, and it feels a little bit more one-dimensional. They don't have as much room to cause chaos and make stuff happen like they did against Liquid. Feels that Cloud9 are suppressing that a little bit, and it kind of forces Crew to all like fish in a barrel, try and push out of like showers or short together. And C9 are just mowing them down. A full buy here, big ultimates too. Klaus still has that Viper's Pit, and a little bit of damage done to Zelsis that wants to compete against this. There's a Snakebite put behind him as well, which makes it very awkward, but he's still standing his ground.
So he either takes a bit of damage moving out, as the Snakebite already vanished. Not that relevant overall. I was actually hoping that Crew would maybe take a little bit more of an aggressive stance.
There's so much utility use from Crew there, and so little to show for it. At least they're getting another smoke out of Vanity. He's only got one left. But there's no to-in and throw-in. There's no pressure put anywhere else. Everybody from the side of Crew is just sat waiting for aggression, and C9 are good to sort of pick their fights, that these are the rounds where they just stack up on the right place and hold their ground instead of go looking.
One Snakebite, Boombot. Both flashes, but they're rechargeable. It can be a bit of a problem for sure, but now with the second wave, the ult is coming in, and the Seekers are leading the way, trying to shoot which first, as it could be a possibility to at least go closer to land. But Klaus is trying to see what he can find. The Brimstone smokes at least would allow them to get closer on site, but they still have path to clear where two players are awaiting them. It's already Naxx's dead as he tried to lurk. Celsius continues to spree and gets a second as well. The double has been secured, but Davis has a say in this. As he gets him down, Vanity locks down the site and leaves it to a single race who still stands a chance. Crew is not fully done with that one. Davis is fully done with that one, but a player peeking from Haven any second soon. It's gonna be his final blow. That's the 6-3. Cloud9 look quiet. I would actually say really solid so far in this defense.
It's just straightforward, just crossfires. I'm going to play on this spot because they know that Crew spent so much utility trying to get showers and couldn't get much. Vanity feels comfortable that he's not going to get pushed from here in showers, that it's just going to be this kind of spot they can play a little bit wider, and he only sort of peeks out a bit more once Leaf is there from Heaven to try and trade. It's just good fundamentals. Like this kind of, again, feels that you'd want to see. It's not super flashy, but when you're putting together a squad like this, just start with the basics.
This is a funny thing. When I talked to MCE a while ago, he said, we are still working on fundamentals. Even though those are world-class players, I would say, Ryan, it is very important to still work with those fundamentals. And Crew so far, fundamentally speaking, not looking too good in various ways.
They just don't have that space, that gap. Now they do.
Oh, that's
one
nasty.
of the rounds. This is where Crew can springboard a little bit. I mean, how many times did Nags get a kill just playing out of showers and somebody pushing him?
Who could win? A little handheld pistol?
Or yay. With the unnerfed tour de force. But it was literally the only time I've seen C9 do that. But now Crew, what are you going to be able to do? There's going to be a Trailblazer used on the defense to get a lot of information, and it doesn't spot anybody on sand.
And the A side is reinforced, not B.
Nags moving across. Not able to actually pick up the operator, just still on that headhunter. He's going to be the one pushing down B-Long, but he's so late. This spot needed to be cleared, and that's a great orbital strike.
Oh, but he's getting out. Does he even find a kill? Nax actually is not finding anything, and it could be Xepa with low HP still seeking something, but no chance. As from left and right the players come, it could be the fourth for Crew, as they also put that ult in. Davies finds Leaf, and this means only two more from Cloud9 stand. It should be near impossible, and it would be excellent for them.
It's chaotic now. The fight's coming in close. It's just going to be Vanity left alive.
He doesn't stand a chance at all. Nope. He's at least finding one, but not much more happening. And finally, with even the weapons that did were not really going in favor of Crew, they find themselves the fourth. And it started all with an entry on the chamber.
Yeah, just sitting and waiting. And C9 probably not going to do that again, right? Certainly, like the thing that they did so well once they actually pushed down B-Long a few rounds ago, like round 3 or round 4, there were 3 players there. Even if one of them went down, there's a trade that can at least come in. Yay, out on his own, gets taken out, nobody's there to try and support him. No gun was picked up, no upgrade was there. But it's an awkward position to be in. Could still be 6-all at the half, which would be great for Crew going on to their defense. But the buys are still available, and Ye has another operator in hand. But the money is pretty awkward on the side of C9, so if they lose here, final round, they won't have much to work with, round 12.
At the same time, the good thing is that they have 2 insanely vital ults, right? They have Brimstone ready to help fire on wherever he wants to. Same goes with Leaf for retake and also for locking down sites. But as we see right now, it's mostly B that right now has been reinforced. There's not much going on A.
Now it's going to come in just because there's been so little noise from the side of Crew. Seems that with the smokes coming in, with the Trailblaze potentially or just a flash, it's going to be that as a giveaway. The Showstopper is coming through, but C9 have actually made a lot of distance for themselves. All of these angles being cleared, nobody in lamps for C9 because they expected this ultimate to come through.
Yeah, how far is he going to go though? Is he going to find anyone? Ain't the case, and Leaf is going for that beautiful lurk, finds Negs. And Cloud9, they want more of ultimates to use, as though that is the perfect timing. Never mind! It works brilliantly for Cloud9, as for a second it looked like it could have been the flank of the flank that still gets them back into the game, but ain't the case. Crew, right now, really not sure where to even start with, as this 7-4 is a significantly better defense that we've seen so far in this tournament from Cloud9 on Bind.
Yeah, Leaf getting past the trademark. I don't know if he smoked it or just went for that rush just as Nags died. But just those kind of moments where it's like, okay, we've not done it at all this half. We've not been aggressive. We're not trying to flank in behind them. Let's go for it now. And it did kind of catch Crew by surprise. They're not really being proactive around the map. They're kind of like, with a minute left on the clock, all in the same spot, ready to execute on the site. Right now, they're spreading out again. And Team Liquid, C9, 2 hookah players cross-firing to keep control of that. And the Showstopper for Zelsis is one of the big ultimates that Cloud9 have available to them in the last round of this half.
So Crew, once we're building up in front of the B site, so nobody's flanking, nobody's lurking, nobody's waiting for a late move. They have dedicated themselves pretty much to B at this point in time.
There's a nice little move as well from the Viper and the Brimstone on the defense, using the Viper wall to just peek out, maybe catch a nice little position, but they're still holding in that spot and giving up guard, and just a little bit. So B-Long is where Crew are looking to go.
And so they're entering. B side is definitely where they're going to attack from. Klaus is just waiting for the right timing for the hookah players to make a mistake, as in the meantime, Vanity and Xepa, that's a brick wall, you can't catch through it. And so, a single ult to make the difference most likely ain't gonna happen, except they're all facing way too far. But even with the ult, a clear signal that you're not coming through this.
It spikes in the center of the Viper's pit too.
Oh, that's ugly.
I would be shocked if Nags can pull this off.
They're taunting. They're legitimately taunting.
Again, just like, C9 have a good timing of like when these executes come in, the Viper wall goes up from Leaf pretty much perfectly every time. Snake bites mollies. Flawless way to end. 8-4 on the defense for Cloud9, in a great spot going on to the attacking side. Crew on their map pick have it all to do, but at least they're on the defense. They don't need to try and coordinate themselves. They just need to deal with that oncoming reckoning that is Cloud9 on this attacking side with this squad. You got Leaf on Viper. Leaf is a duelist in his own right, man. Like, it's
incredible.
These guys can click heads when they need to.
You would say, right, you have a Yay on your team, you have a Celsius on your team, right? And who's top fragging? Your Viper player. Not that Leaf is not doing that most of the time, or in this tournament in particular, but he's been exceptional. He's looking sensational so far on the support roles he plays. It's very calm and collected. He finds his kills.
Big thing for Cloud9. Going on to Haven as well. If they take this map, they're going on to somewhere that they've comfortably beaten Crew this tournament already. Be business as usual. And also, if they do go to the grand finals later today, making this semi as swift as possible and straightforward. Having it not drag on, because 100 Thieves are, you know, sitting watching this. They're chilling. They did their semi-final yesterday. They're going to be rested and recuperated for the grand final later on today. Cloud9, they want to just get through this quickly, if at all.
And tiny little changes, for example, the chamber trap that we're seeing right here, right? They're a little bit different here from the side of Cloud9 to keep it in a different position, but they're focusing on B for the moment. As 4 players of Crew might expect exactly that. So it comes down to clean, accurate shots to clear up what's awaiting them. It could have been possible that it has not even been seen. Klaus is waiting for the first. The bot comes out, but Yay starts fragging. Klaus has the answer though. As they come onto the site, he keeps on locking it down. And so 2 remain for Cloud9. Could change the sights, but ain't doing so. Davies is low HP, gotta check the corner, finds him on the edge of the smoke. And Klaus does not have much to say in this. Low HP he was, and so only Nax remains. But if there's a man to clutch it right, it is Nax.
Only 3 bullets left on the Headhunter.
Make it 2.
Going down one by one, and look how close Vanity's playing at this spot. A bit of a bait away, and the Frenzy's going to close that distance. It was the player advantage for Crew. Klaus did such a good job with that Viper wall coming up, the Snakebite, making all of those players weak as they push on, and made it very easy for Crew to hold on. But Crew took so much damage. There were 2 players left for C9 that had more health than the 3 still alive. And Davis as well, just playing in elbow, maybe thinking he was a bit more hidden. Pretty easy kill for C9 once they got in onto that B site.
It feels a bit like Cloud9 is purely in the driver's seat. Crew, the back row, don't even know what's happening to them.
Well, it's also just for Crew, like they were really good in their pistols yesterday. Maybe it's because Team Liquid weren't great in their pistols overall, but using those rounds to sort of buff yourself up is important. Like, it's Crew are only on 4 rounds despite winning a pistol in the first half. The rest has been all Cloud9. It has been incredibly one-sided once we got into the meat and bones of it. And this is looking to be 10 with the eco on the side of Crew.
It could be technically a bit dangerous considering that Cloud9 have 2 rifles, but obviously they don't consider that they're going to lose those 2. And this Crew are setting themselves up mostly for that side of B. Nothing is going to happen over there. Cloud9 realized that is free real estate. Thank you very much. We're going to take that. Spike is hitting the ground. And with a high likelihood, we're heading into double digits for North America.
Be really curious to like compare, like this is up against a Thrifty for Crew, but like how Cloud9 took that space very quickly going onto the site. Areas where Crew on their attack got stuck a lot, right?
Exactly.
Where are they going to be throwing snake bites? Where are they going to be throwing mollies on this attack? We saw it in that little corner as you come through short by the boxes, just to clear some of these angles that people could be holding a shorty on. But every player on Crew is still alive. These guns wanted to at least do a little bit of damage. Vanity does have a rifle here. Oh, he actually swapped it away because he wants to be a bit more aggressive.
Very dangerous, but at least finds one. Backs off in time as he's down to 21 HP. The spike is ticking way too fast, and as the rhythm gets faster, you better leave the site. They keep the 2 Vandals, they keep 1 Spectre. More than decent for the side of Cloud9. As they keep what's needed, and then it's double digits already.
Yeah, this could be a bit of a speed run. And I think that's what Cloud9 are going to be expected because they played the groups already, and it was a swift 2-0 for them. It was the same maps in a different order. This is the one map that we didn't see because it was the decider. And considering how Crew looked yesterday, there was a sliver of hope, really. But it's been pretty much shut down from Cloud9. It's also just like the communication there. At the start of that round, they had 2 Vandals. One was in Ye's hands, one was in Vanity's. He went to Zephyr, like, here's the Vandal, give me the Spectre. I'm going to go push and get a bit more.
Very reasonable indeed.
They've actually upgraded a couple more times as well. 3 rifles now for Leaf.
And they seem to just take the fastest route possible, but with 2 snake bites, you'd rather not do that. As they're waiting in front of the gates of B, not much happening for the moment. The question is for how much longer with the ult coming as well as the boombot. It's chasing Claws, and he's going to an absolute death trap. No chance at all for him, and Sodas makes it only 4. High ground taken also here by Celsius, but they're still not fully on site. They still need to change the back off the sand positions, but they might just make it work. They very much do. It's only Vanity, never mind. 10 HP and a Spectre left. As he's upgrading,
He's going for the TP.
He's gonna run.
Only 1 smoke left and 10 HP. Going over towards that side. The Chamber's still alive. There's a trademark right there on this entrance to Showers. And he's in his smoke, so he might not even clear it. Runs right into Nags' crossfire. Great rotation from them. And it was a bonus for Cloud9, so they still have money to work with. But I also like the tempo that they tried to set. They got slowed down by the Viper utility, Snakebite, then they threw out the Boombot, they threw out the Trailblazer. You won't be able to do that on the new patch, right? Because Molotovs now break utility, so closing that distance, orbital strike used. And Davies did really well holding onto the backside for dear life. Did so much damage. Ye was super low health by the time that he got there. This is what you kind of need, but it might be a little bit too little too late for Crew.
Could be. I mean, also considering that I don't expect Cloud9 to do the same thing again, right? It was maybe a bit of a test of waters. How is it? How much are they actually going to use utility that early on? So much more slowed Cloud9 approaching this round, gathering a bit of information in front of B. And Nax is debating his decision.
Yeah. He was so good at this against Liquid, being able to push up short and get that aggression, but that's because Team Liquid weren't playing a Viper. This wall is going to make it more awkward. He's trying to check between 2 angles, and Leaf catches him by surprise. They expect it. He's got a gun upgrade, and his execute coming in thick and fast.
And perfect to break the timing. Leaf is just hunting him down. And this brings us to a number 11. In a matter of seconds after they found the entry, they realized, let's put that stim beacon down and just run it, because the Brimstone smoke's not going to be fast enough anyway.
It's night and day with how these 2 teams were attacking, right? Wow. Crew's super slow, then going for an execute once their utility had, like, recharged. Here it's Leaf, I've got a kill, I'm going in. Like, you follow me, I'm the entry Viper in this case. The rest of the team is in form. Look at him now, he's having a grand old time. I've never had that much fun playing Viper on this map.
Did you ever have that much fun playing Valorant?
Sometimes.
All right.
When I'm not playing Viper on this map, or Breeze Viper. That could be either I'm getting absolutely dumpstered, or nothing's happening, guys. I'm over here on B on my own.
Yeah, while you're waiting, you can surely do your taxes. Either way. 11-5. This is going to be from Cloud9, 2 rounds away. And it's not looking good economically as well for the crew side of things, right? Sure, 2 players are going to have somewhat of an economic buffer. There's 1 rifle broad into the next round, but still, it's not going to be an ideal situation to hold up Cloud9.
These kind of moments, 11-5, kind of the semi-final that you want. I do feel sad, I guess, to an extent that, you know, we're here in Europe for home ground and we've got 3 America's franchise teams. Could have 2 NA teams in the final with how this is looking.
I mean, they're Anglo-Saxon, it must be enough.
Yeah, we can take credit for them if we want.
Sure, Fig, if that feels like it. Either way, timeout at probably one of the later stages, but still mandatory to use that at the point in time. Crew is not finding any answers. And you know, there's not this big sample size where we could have been like, you know what, they could have done this and that. There was not too many Byrons we could have even discussed.
Exactly, yeah. It's just the amount of ecos, really. And the few rounds that they were able to get were off the back of sort of theatrics, right? Sans 4K, Nags getting the early kill, and then the thrifty round to just go over. On the defense, it's a little bit harder to do. Like, if you get that first kill on the defense, it's great, so long as there's no trade from the attackers. If you put yourself in a position where you can get a kill aggressively on the defense, but you get traded, that's more benefiting to the enemy team than it is for you, right? Like, defenders need to fill so much of our ground, get information. If you die in those cases, the attackers go, let's go to the other side, because they think that we're going to be hitting B. That's where we got a kill, we can go A.
And at the same time, it's a kind of composition where you need to do that to a certain extent because you don't have any utility that precisely tells you where opponents are, right?
Yeah.
So doing that move of a chamber makes sense. It's not like that, but at the same time, insanely risky. So they take a different route.
Speaking of risk. 4 players all pushing down B long.
He has no TP.
It's good amount of information. Yay, if he's the IGL, he's calling now. He's seen a lot of players, and that means that the rest of Cloud9 are going to go in. That's pretty much what Optic used to do a lot. Canary in the coal mine was Yay just sort of holding in areas, and as soon as he got wind that something was going on, like a typical Sentinel that Chamber is, the rest of the team go to the other side with a Viper's Pit. I mean, with the low buy, with the Viper's Pit dedicated, this is looking likely for Cloud9 to get to 12, but everybody is still alive on the side of Crew, and they do have a Seekers.
They also have the rifle, 1 rifle on Xand. That could just make the difference. Celsius holds a bit of lambs. Xepa knows that he got to really extend in that ult as much as possible as they're coming in. Finds 2, actually 1 for one of the opponents, and the triple is secured. What looked possible for Crew is absolutely undoable for Xand, as he ends up like Swiss cheese with all those bullets flying in his direction. It is number 12, and once more to highlight one thing, Ryan. This is the map pick of Crew.
Yeah. This is their best chance, really. The other maps in this, they'd already played against Cloud9, and it didn't go well, especially the next one, Haven, a map that they were picking initially in this tournament, but they lost every single time, so they moved to Bind. Things were looking a little bit better. I mean, the finger fist bumps make a lot of sense when you look at players like Twiston yesterday, who almost broke Bone Cold's wrist with the fist bump because he was so...
excited?
Yeah, it was intense. But here for Crew, they do have a full buy and some ultimates to work with, but it doesn't matter if Celsius is going to jump in. No respect. Closes at distance. 5v3 already.
They're treating them with contempt, and it seems like that could be pretty much done, but the lurk from Maxetti, could he make the difference? They're all swapping sides. It might not be too relevant as Leaf gets him in the end. 2 players remain from Crew. And you gotta perform the impossible. Defender standing in Bath as if they would be attacking. Xepa tries to farm a few more. Celsius is gonna steal it, but Cloud9 take Bind and go 1-0 in that semi-final.
One step closer to the grand finals later today, and they want this to be as straightforward as possible. It was not a good start for this team in this tournament, losing to Focus, but ever since they've built up their first time on stage, it's like they never left.
No, it pretty much didn't feel like it. You know, some wonky games on the group stage, right? Some seem more scary, some seem more dominant, but that one right here was more than good enough. Bind looked wonderful after the pistol round and the second also. It looked like it could be a problem, but it wasn't at all.
We've already seen Crew, like in the sort of winter period, heat things up last year at Champions. They were giant killers, they went on miracle runs, but right now it's looking more like a nightmare. Going on to Haven, C9's map pick, it's going to be pretty comfortable for them, but weirder things have happened, certainly when it involves Crew.
And that one aspect we talked about that could be a problem for Cloud9 was comfort. But they didn't look uncomfortable at all. It looked like it would be their home ground, most literally.
It's comfortable. And just these maps, not quite the Holy Trinity for you, but all these maps in the game, the fundamentals are strong. And people can get excited about Cloud9 again. There's still a long way to go. We still got the grand finals potentially later. But this is a good start for today.
It was a magnificent start. But we're one step closer to that North American Grand Final that we might get. But we're not done yet, right? We've seen surprises, we've seen upsets so far in this tournament, and it leaves us with the questions if Crew got something prepared for that, because it felt like this would be the perfect map to come up with a surprise, specifically considering the performance previously from Cloud9.
Yeah. We got the desk, we got the second map. So Yinsu, the desk, what do you think of that one?
Thank you very much, guys. We saw Ye walking off there with MCE as they were going off the stage, probably discussing a lot of tactics. What have you guys made of Ye's debut as IGL here on LAN?
Yeah, I think you struggled a little bit. I think it shows, people out there flaming the IGLs for their fragging ability. Put the best player in the world on the roll, and obviously he's not the best player in the world anymore. So I think you need to cut some IGLs some slack out there.
I'm going to go in and say I didn't see too much change. Obviously, Ye, I felt he was very aggressive, and in terms of firepower, like not his normal self. But I do think, again, it was whitewashed in terms of the game. Vanity was doing a lot of talking and still filling the role of just like having a judge and just like this. So I don't know. It doesn't look like too much has changed. Very vocal, and I honestly didn't see Ye talk that much. So
yeah, but the thing is that he was smart enough to have his monitor so close up that we could not see if he was speaking at all.
We need the comms. We need
the comms.
Exactly.
So I'm gonna need the camera guy to just go on the side to actually show us if he is given the calls. But no, I think that this was an incredible showing coming off from them, knowing that it's Crew's map pick and the performance that they were having, also shutting down Davis time and time again. You guys say that Ye was maybe not performing to his best, but he was almost always getting the first kill upon Davis and shutting down the entirety of the aggressiveness that could come on the execute from the side of Crew.
Yeah, honestly, and he didn't really need to. The only run that kind of stuck out for me that I didn't like, is why I'm being critical, was just pushing against an eco. I'm not a fan of pushing against an eco. It's kind of the reason why they lost against the eco. But other than that, everyone looked great. I definitely want to shout out Leaf. Looked incredible. I earlier was kind of questioning him on Viper. I just felt he looked really good. And Zeppa's having a great game, like just a great event in general. He's the person that has always been on the initiator, hasn't changed the role, and is still fragging very highly, and just the util is just incredible. It's like dogs at the right time, it's sky flashes at the right time, and yes, Zeppa, for me, has been a bit of a standout in this team.
Yeah, for me, it's all about Leaf. I think he's been playing absolutely fantastic this game. But doing what he does best, taking space, taking the aim duels, knowing his timings like that. And when someone like that has like a free role, where Ye, the IGL, now obviously saying, Leaf, go do what you want, go walk up here. And you saw it numerous times getting 3Ks, 4Ks, winning his team the round on his own.
Yeah, we got some stats from Leaf as well here, of course. With Zelsis coming in as well, I think a lot of people weren't quite sure how they were going to sort out the roles, what they were going to do. Are you guys happy to see what Leaf is doing now?
I am super
especially
impressed.
with Zelsis.
I am very impressed. The fact that we were debated, like there is no real Sentinel player. He comes in, fulfills the role, and he still feels like he's comfortable in every single decision that he makes. It doesn't matter who's IGL, and he really feels like his teammates can trust him to go on these cheeky plays, but also, perform at the beginning of the round just as he's supposed to.
Yeah, I think at the end of the day, a good player can play most roles. And when you're a fantastic player like Leaf, I mean, you can play literally anything in the game. He's just well-rounded at everything, and then obviously, can play anything. So it's a great asset to have in the team. Something similar to Crew, changing the Rays, where you have Zelsis on Rays, Leaf on Rays, where they have Davies on that duos and Zand on duos. So kind of some styles in the team, but obviously Cloud9 was on top today.
Maybe he should IGL next,
Yeah,
Why not?
I think so.
Yeah.
Just do a liquid.
Yeah.
Everyone has a go. Yeah.
Brazil is this turn.
Yeah, but there's been a lot of fans here who are supporting Cloud9. You guys have been hearing them on stream as well. And Ginny is standing by right now to have a little chat with some of them.
We are here besides the stage. We can see some of the crew working quite hard behind us. We have some of the crowd. Guys, you excited to be here? To be fair, that didn't really sound very excited. I feel like you guys are still half asleep. So I said, are you excited to be here? That's much better. We're joined by Ali, who's actually also excited to be here, as far as I'm aware. You agreed to do this interview. Sorry for picking on you from the crowd. What's that? Is that your favorite flavor?
Actually, it is, yeah. It's tropical, and that's my favorite flavor. And then coconut. So for those who want to try, that's my go-to go.
Okay, we just saw Cloud9 beat Crew on Crew's map pick. How are you feeling about that one? Are you a C9 fan?
Actually, no, I was supporting Crew, so it's, yeah. But honestly, I think Cloud9 is really giving a great performance. They've really woken up today and had some good breakfast, I feel like it. So, yeah.
What did you have for breakfast?
eggs. That's it.
That's really boring. Okay, for the fans here in the crowd, we heard a little bit of cheers for Crew. Is there anything you want to say to them?
Yeah, I think it's amazing that another region is competing versus 100 Thieves and Cloud9. So hopefully we'll see a lot more Crew shouts. Yeah.
He said he wants to see some Crew shouts, not some grandmas. Come on. What was that, guys? Thanks. Thank you. Feel free to take a seat as we have some other people here. So, Kai, hello, welcome. You look very excited to be here yourself.
Yeah, for sure. It's been amazing, like meeting players and getting to spend time with friends. We've got some friends from Durham Uni and Mouse Place to shout out. So, yeah.
What team are you supporting here today?
I'm rooting for 100 Thieves. I was hoping for Liquid to do well, but unfortunately they went out. So I'm now a big 100 Thieves fan.
Okay, you know, we can support them all, but the fact that there is no Liquid, there's also no other EMEA representation here. So the fact that, you know, we're in the UK, how does it feel, you know, no home representation?
I mean, it's a bit sad, but at the end of the day, there's some like amazing Valorant players here that we get to see live, so I can't really complain. Like, it's awesome to see such great Valorant being played, so I'll take it.
We'll take it indeed. We're going to be heading back to the analyst desk. Thank you guys for tuning in.
All right, thank you very much. Now, let's move on to map 2. Obviously, we saw a Crew fan in there. We want Crew to put on a good performance as well, not just for him, but obviously for the people that are supporting him, for themselves too. But map 2, I think map 1 was the one that you guys said that Crew, they had to come out swinging, they had to win that one. So that didn't really go to plan. So does anything change now? Do you feel like this is going to be a 2-0 for Cloud9? There's no coming back?
Yeah, I think so. I think they have a slight chance on Haven. As in the group stage, it was 13-7. They had a good start again. Like this game, you know, they won the pistol, they won the Antico, but then Cloud9 got a hold of the game. So I think, again, they just need the momentum, and I think they need to believe. The Crew fan then said he was supporting Crew, not is supporting Crew. Like, they're not out yet, guys, so like, come on, give them some support still.
I'm going to completely disagree with you, just because I feel like it, and I think that if you get those 4 or 5 rounds, yeah, I like this.
Okay, oh, Adam's catching strays out here. Yeah.
It's okay. You know, we love different opinions, but especially if you get those 4 rounds in a row, for example, at the beginning of a map, and you're not able to build onto that, is the gun rounds that you need. Because if the other team is so good at shutting down your momentum, what you need to do is to be able to adapt to someone stepping on your plan and being like, I honestly do not care that you got the pistol and that you got the bonus and you're wrecking my economy in every single way. I do not care.
Yeah, I think you kind of nailed it in terms of the gun rounds haven't been convincing, right? The actual rounds that Crew looked like they're going to win, obviously pistols, and there's a lot of ecos. They ecoed them once, and there was another round where it looked like they were going to eco them, but Leaf actually got 3 kills in the Viper ult. So yeah, I need to see something different with just their buy rounds. But I will say something that I noticed. So when they're doing their anti-eco after they lose the pistol, say they lose a pistol, I'm noticing on CT, on the defense side, they always stack a site like right at the beginning, and I've noticed this through all of their games recently, and that's just me just watching a few games. So if C9 are putting in time, they're going to see this stuff. And if I'm being fully honest, when I used to play Crew and when I was back on Liquid, I had a good time anti-stratting them. They like that. They had a
good time.
I thought you were just going to stop like, I had a good time.
I had a good time. Like I had a lot of reads against them. So I think if I had to give them any advice moving forward, like I think that they should try and anti themselves and just see their kind of tendencies, because I do see, even just by watching them, not even looking that in depth, I am seeing stuff.
Yeah, sure. I think they have quite a simplistic game plan, you know, game style, and I think that is quite easy for Cloud9 to read into. But I think at the end of the day, they've got to do what works best for them. I don't think now is the time to like, oh, okay, they have a read on us, let's change everything. I think they're a team where they've practiced these things, they know what suits their players, because you can have different game styles depending on the teammates. Maybe they prefer the simplistic style, maybe they want to, you know, in the future try something more different, but I think for now, just stick to their guns and, you know, what else can you do? You're prepared, you're here, let's see how the preparation works out.
I also really want to quickly talk about the cons, because obviously with the role changes, we're speaking about it here. Leaf on Haven, he's probably going to be moving on to the Rays, and you got Zelsus playing Breach as well. It's quite good that he's on form right now, right? That's what you want from your duelist.
Yeah, for sure. I like, so in an ideal world, you want both both of them to be on Raze, for sure. I do want to definitely point out Zephyr again as just looking really strong on Haven. So definitely a big stand-up for me. But yeah, I still have a few questions around Zelsus on Breach, but it's just the role that he has to fill. And again, on this map, he's having no problem. All of his utils are correct. It's just maybe, I don't know, in an ideal world, I would love double duelists, but it just doesn't work.
I will say the last time they played Haven here, in 16 rounds, Zelsus had 16 assists.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. The util is great. The util is great. It's just that it just fits his. It feels weird for me. It's just, I like him on Duelist. I love them seeing on
it's
Neon.
It's the new normal. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's a new normal. But I very much get and understand the roles. So he's filling up the role. He's doing his part. Yeah, it's just a shame.
16's not enough for you.
It's just a shame. I want to go back to 2 years ago where you have double duelists. Basically, is what I'm saying for this team.
You can whip out the Phoenix.
Yeah. If I'm Crew, though, I'm really worried about Leaf being in form today. And last time they played him, when Leaf really shut them down, broke their momentum early on, back-to-back 3Ks, having like high impact as he did today. So if I'm Crew, I'm thinking, what can we do different where we don't let Leaf get a hold of us like this? What are we going to change up?
Yeah, also, on the side of Crew, I'm looking at Klaus, because you were talking about the breach. He's most likely going to go on the breach here. We know that Davey is not having the best of the performance, was not really online for Bind, so we need that to change. And the best way to enable your Raze is making him feel comfortable, making him feel like everything is going according to plan, and that things are going to be working, and the ground is going to be set for him.
And also, I'm going to bring this back to the IGL thing, because Bind, you guys sort of spoke about the challenges that Ye was going to face. Haven, Echoes, there's 3 sites there.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's a bit different calling style. I think he can be a lot more fluid and a lot more dynamic on Haven than he can be to Bind. Obviously, Bind having no middle, and Haven literally middle being a bomb site. Very different play styles. Like, you can be more direct, you can manipulate the rotations better. So I think it might be a different challenge for Ye.
This is actually something that I found when I was coaching Liquid as well. It's not just normal. It doesn't feel like a lot of players come from CS. It doesn't feel the same as CS because there's 3 sites. So actually a lot of the rotations on defense take a little bit of time. So it's a lot of the time you just kind of want to make sure that you can, on the defense, you have one person just holding down A, and so that other people are more free to move around. But sometimes if obviously you create pressure and actually push that person off, the rotates can get a little bit weird. So we'll keep an eye on it, but I don't have too much worries. I'm kind of just picking out anything, any little thing for some Crew hope.
I love that you mentioned Haven, as in having the 3 sites and being so different for CS, because obviously having no middle and having TPs wasn't enough.
Yeah,
right?
no, that's true. Yeah.
No, but there are so many things that ended up being different. Also, the other maps, the newer ones, I think that is what it gets us so excited about next year, and having another map. You, Adam, were able to get that bit of information that is going to have a new mechanic, so I'm very excited for that, because I feel like definitely not Fracture, but more Breeze and Icebox are falling into like the same category. So I want to see some innovation with maps. I especially feel like the IGL, and again, going back onto Haven is very important, especially on the mid round, because the decisions have to be super quick.
I mean, how do you exploit that for Crew, right? Because Crew, they obviously know as well, Cloud9 were pretty public with their decision, MCE coming out to talk about it. So how do you exploit that kind of situation, especially, I guess, Siggy, for you had a lot of experience to try and hone your players into more of the IGLing style. So if you were playing into a team who has just put their star player as an in-game leader, like, what do you do?
Okay, so if I'm playing, and again, it's EA probably on Chamber, majority of the time they're going to be trying to setting up over towards A. You just have to create a lot of pressure over towards A and then hit the rest of the map. So basically, when there is 2 people over towards A, or maybe even 3 trying to set them up, then you're trying to create pressure, fake pressure, and like you were saying, fast hits after you've done fake pressure.
For me and my teams, we have a saying, when you play in a team that you think you're better on, you're outclassing them, make them think. Don't let them have, say if Crew's game plan here on Havens, like most teams, you take that A control and then you want to play off that. Don't let them have that A control. Make them go off their game plan. Make them have to adapt on the server and really put the IGL under the pressure.
Yeah, I think also going back to what we just saw on Bind, we were talking about this round where Crew gets a little bit of information at the beginning of the round. We see some early rotation coming in for Cloud9, but then Crew second guesses every single next step, and they lose all the time that they had created. Then Leaf just went on a push, and everything that they had worked on successfully for the beginning of the round was just scrapped to nothing, because C9 are always one step ahead.
And what you're talking about is why I've been highlighting Zephyr all the time, just on the initiator, so good at getting information at the right moment. It's the util on just this team in general, like everyone understands
but
when.
Also knowing when it ends.
No, yeah, exactly that, yeah. So and it's just finding out all the information when you need to, and just help the rotates, help the calls, give the information back to the IGL, and then just relay it and just make the adaptions.
Yeah, you can see perfect examples of Zephyr getting getting info on good intervals, knowing when, okay, they put pressure, I'm not just going to instantly flash and just waste the flash. You know they're there, they're shooting, they're making sound, don't need to waste it, holding on for the right moments, and then that enables Leaf even more. Say, for example, on Bayern, there's a round where they flash B long, and then Leaf realize nothing there, takes the time on short, then they can instantly go into a stack and completely outplay Crew.
Well, it's time for us to head to Agent Select now and see what we're going to be getting here. We spoke a little bit already about potentially, you know, some of the swaps on the side of Cloud9, and I guess that is one of the advantages of having players who are able to flex.
Oh yeah, exactly. I mean, and on the side of Cloud9, you have a bunch of them. So you're definitely feeling comfortable on that side. You also give everyone the chance to shine on different maps. And funny enough, we expect another mirror comp coming into this Haven, but you know, especially looking at the controllers, I think there's a big difference between Exedi and, you know, him playing in on Brazil. I know that he's always within that top 10 controllers in Brazil. He's going to need to step up his game to match up to Vanity.
Yeah, and I'm definitely going to be keeping an eye on, especially on the defense half, both of the chambers, just trying to see aggression over towards short and just see how, basically just the A main aggression in terms of, are they going to try and fight for it early, or are they going to leave it, or are they going to just decide to both fight for it early and then we have some kind of chaos. So I'm kind of interested in that. I think this is one of the maps where when Chamber gets nerfed, I think this is like the only map, maybe Fracture, where we might see it in the future. Because it definitely works on this map still.
Yeah, I'm interested to see the Leaf and Davies now on the Raze matchup. Obviously before Leaf on the Viper, Davies on the off-roll as well. So it's like, it's going to be different. Different people taking the highlights, you know, taking the main full throat of the duelist role. So it's going to be interesting to see how they match up.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see this map. Of course, Crew, their lifeline, their tournament life even is on the line here. They have to win here. Ryan and Desh, do you think they can?
Well, I don't really know, to be very honest. But I most definitely know, Ryan, is that I'm super excited to see if Crew themselves are capable of once more coming back on a map that they haven't won against Cloud9, where Cloud9 looked absolutely dominant so far.
But they haven't won at all this tournament. That's
True.
the other one. So, like, I mean, I do want to look at the Vitality one a little bit more. You were sort of part of the initial games on the Friday, right? It did feel that was a lot closer. It went to overtime. Zand, 32 kills. But it was Davies and Nags that got a lot of those like openings, those first kills. And Zand, we sort of saw it on Bind. I really want to look at him in particular because he's so good at playing off the rest of his team. He was good at it in Furia, he was good at it with Nip. Seems to really fit nicely for Crew overall. But then he's going up in a head-to-head with Fade against Zephyr.
Yeah.
Writes the book on initiator play sometimes. When KO came out, he was one of the leading ones in North America in the world. His Sky was really good on Bind. Now he's moving to Fade that is still looking to be very popular and very meta on this map.
And most importantly, right, you just mentioned Vitality. Cloud9 versus Vitality was a 13-3 for Cloud9. And that was an absolute dominant game without players like Ye even performing. But let's figure out if Cloud9 give us a North American Grand Final or if Crew has something to say in it. As Nax directly starts with an entry, Vanity falls, but there's more to come as Leaf has an answer on the other side of the map. They already went all the way around, and it's a 2 versus 2, the C site. That most definitely is going to be the goal. Celsius is coming in from behind. They don't expect the player that close.
Last player,
but 18 points of health.
Davies was nowhere nearby as well, so the spike's been left on the ground. And Celsius in this clutch, he's just playing in on C Cubby, not giving up any noise. He's so low health as well, so he just needs to get the right kind of timing. It's all on Davies to find an opening here, and he's not quite sure. Has some information to work with that there were 2 players sort of trapping him around in C long. But both of them just holding their metal and hoping that the other player makes a play.
The thing is, Celsius instantly got to find the frag, because Davies still has a grenade, still has the opportunity.
There's a flash and a stun though still.
It's true, but then it needs to be a perfect peek.
Davies needs to be the one to make a move though, because the spike hasn't been planted. It's all on him, and he's actually going to clear down C long.
He's looking in the other direction though. I'm not quite sure if Celsius has his own point of view,
30
but
seconds left.
For the moment, he's going to pick up the spike. Could technically still run to B if he would want to. But he's playing it safe, not playing it for long. Rather going to the other side of the big box, and with the satchel now hurt, Celsius realizes what's up, and he's sneaking up, tries to see if there's any overswing from the side of Davies, but he's playing it smart, stays back in spawn, knows how many points of health are left on Celsius, and as Davies needs a single bullet in the chest of Celsius, it's pretty much done and dusted, except he finds that one bullet. But here he has the tap heard. Celsius swings wide, knows what's up. 1 point of health. Stun might be at the right time, but the nade should deny it. He needs to move so far back, and there's a single bullet that makes the difference, but he's still not dead. There it goes. Crew starts successful with a pistol.
It's just that information from his team that they knew the Celsius was low already. The patience and the composure as that clutch was going on and on. the mind games that were coming in, the second guessing. But Nags, he was punished by this on Bind. Just that aggression, does well to sort of back out. And Leaf probably wasn't expecting not only players to be behind him on ceiling, but the spike to also be traversing through there of all places. It's a good pistol from Crew. It's what helped them build up against Liquid. But they even won the pistol first in the last map, and that was one of the few rounds that they were able to get in the end.
Went into that one, got a 2-0 start, and we're like, okay, could be quite a competitive match.
Rotation's already coming in. Vanity's the only one that has a gun that isn't a pistol, that being the Bucky. Just a bit of utility thrown in with the Omen smoke, the boom bot. And we heard the desk talking about the mind games on A. Granted, it is C9 not really working with too much, but a C site completely open. The only one nearby is Ye on that chamber. And even then, he's just checking mid to see if he can catch any late flanks. Right now, it's just try not to give Crew any ult obs, because all of the ultimates on the side of like Crew's team, maybe not Omen, all could be great on an execute. And they need them, I think, to win this map and this series.
Absolutely. At the same time, Celsius could be hunting, getting closer to his own ult, but that is a different story.
It's bits and pieces like that. Zephyr just sort of realizing where they put trademarks, where you can break them, how they can exploit that going on.
But they're all on long, and that smoke might not make it too easy. Sure, they can spray through it. It's not like that. But that nade is not going to be easy. Xedi just moves back. They halved it, and they keep on defusing. It's going on, but finally Davies has an answer. It's still halved, but no chance. The spray through comes in, and it's going to be Ye who tries his best. It looked damn close. But Crew in a flawless fashion bring it home, and that was not the same as on Bind.
I mean, it certainly got us to sort of lean forward a little bit as a potential, and that might just sort of get into the heads of Crew a little bit. Like, there was no right or reason. Like, C9, if they won that round, it would have been unbelievable. But it's the fact that Cloud9 could do those kind of things with nothing that Crew are going to maybe be a bit more scared. A bit more scared to play on C-Long if they get the plant, trying to play on site a bit more. It's that conditioning and that pressure that Cloud9 are just might as well go for it. We can really put the pressure in. We don't lose anything. And even though Crew, everybody survives, it's a flawless. Not really that much damage is done to the attackers. Could plant a seed in their head.
How close it was, but good start by Crew. Getting a double dose, Ye! Finding two who are trying to push onto the B side, and so Crew backing off, getting the spike on the back of Claws. And as Davies is also on 30 points of health, he cannot be hunted down. Do they keep on pushing down mid? They do! And it might be Vanity who finds a double. Players left and right as suddenly one is elevated. It's not looking too good for Cloud9 to deny that plant.
Springboard in through, but Zeppa's taken mid. He also has Zelsis to support, so this is going to be a really awkward plant for Crew. They're pretty much surrounded.
And with Nax falling down, it's pretty unlikely. 79 points of health, a Bulldog in hand, and that's not much more happening, or is there? Finds Celsius, didn't lose a single point of health, and as he walks and sneaks around the boxes, might just find another, does so, and close by. He's actually gonna be close up, and so he should hear from behind. It is Xeppa finding the kill.
He doesn't hear from behind, no. He's completely muted, so Zeppa's able to actually get in. The step's not gonna be heard. Great clutch won by him, but a decent bonus, all things considered, by Crew. They do the damage, and separating these kind of fights is what's going to allow Crew back into this series, because if they can get that initial kill, when they get a first kill, they typically win the round following. They just got so little against Cloud9, who were in control throughout on Bind.
What an amazing isolation here from Klaus, really. It was looking so close, and then he moves a slight bit to the right that he actually gets caught by the Seas. Unfortunate for him, but still the success that Cloud9 needed to not find any spiral from now on. But still, as you said, quite expensive one, right? There's not going to be great weapons right now on the North American side as we're taking a look. A Judge, of course, what else? Vanity trademark, as is his name could not be linked.
And there's a bit more like pace and tempo set from Crew taking all of this spot. Paola's going to actually connect onto Nag, so the rotation going to be coming in, but lots of mid control already from Cloud9. He's pushed all the way up.
But this is something we've been looking for from Crew, right? A little bit more swift, a little more fast-paced, a little bit more early map control. Something they didn't necessarily deliver on Bind when they were attacking.
But they haven't really got that much of A, to be fair. They're trying to be in sewers, trying to be in A long, but Ye's going to hear rotations come through. And it's certainly got into the heads, like Klaus using the flash to see if he can clear anything, but it's still C9 of all of the information. Everybody else is rotating to beat them on the A side. But there is a rolling thunder, to be fair, for Klaus.
That could be very beneficial indeed. As he's about to use it, that sight could be all theirs. Vanity needs to decide what he does, and he stays back in the corner.
He missed Vanity.
Anyway. It missed Vanity, but he was spotted anyway. Can still find a kill onto Nax, and keeps on moving. Crew, second thoughts, but there's nothing to really debate, as they're still getting onto the site. It's not really working at all. It is going to be Cloud9 finding a second round, and that looked like the Rolling Thunder is going to get them all.
That was a hell of a read, though, because there is a gap between the breach and the Rolling Thunder starting, and so Vanity was in a position that he's just in that gap. He does get caught by the haunt that's thrown in, but he holds his ground, fully nearsighted. The judge still does work. He picks up a rifle, gets another kill. And it's all just from Ye pushing him mid. Okay, we have this control. They're going to be in A. He's still, like, he doesn't get hit by that at all. That's where the horn catches onto him. Nags has that information.
Oh.
But it's those kind of moments, and it is just like the brains of these players. Okay, they're on A. They have a Rolling Thunder. This is what they're going to do. This is what I'm going to do. And that kind of adjustment, you don't need a coach to like call for that, because it's these players have got so much experience and so much like intelligence when it comes to their play. It's going to be those kind of issues. But there is a tech pause coming in too, because of course, but it's one of those ones where Cloud9 are really showing that bright side of them in such early days.
And there's one small thing that I just want to highlight when we're talking about Haven and Cloud9. Earlier mentioned it, right? That was the 13 free against Vitality. And it was a game that Xepa stepped up with 27 kills over the course of 16 rounds. So definitely not an easy opponent. But looking at things, Crew slowed things down.
The thing is that Crew will look at that and go, it's hard to really get a gauge of what went wrong, because they don't know that Ye pushed all the way in and sort of got information that rotations were going through. But here now, I see Execute looking to come in, and Vanity's on the top box. There's a couple of rounds like this on Bind where different altitude catches off Crew as they're coming in.
Actually not on top of the box, can TP away in time, and that is the entry. Par in the fall was Ye. Either way, gonna find another and moves back. That is brilliant positioning and brilliant movement as they still need to defend it. And Nax finds the kill. That is going to be the controller gone. Retake maybe a bit more complicated from now on, but Crew actually never mind. They're gonna find Leaf. Is there much more to do though? The weapon's still not looking too ideal, making it only 2, and they're retaking back on the side. Celsius is actually gonna be stunned by his mate. That's not gonna make it much easier. Not the best weapon. Nax only with that one, but not gonna happen. Expenses though, at least. That is going to be one good thing for Crew, but it's the third for Cloud9.
Just getting in onto the site, doing a lot of damage. Well played from Xepa, just a horn connects onto 3 players, gets information, gets a kill, and then not afraid to use the Nightfall off the back of it to really scare them away. But unlike Bind, a lot of these rounds are looking a lot closer. There's a bit more to and fro between the sides. It isn't just Crew sort of being locked in a position and just struggling to get out of the gates. Now it's coming down to just individual moments, which is what you kind of want to see from both sides. On a stage, getting used to this is so important. And thankfully, it's the last candidate that we'll see, like Ye being able to just TP out like that, right?
I mean, technically could do it with the new one if I'm not totally wrong. The range should be good enough, but not the same safety.
Yeah.
Either way, Crew getting the weapons they want. Nax on an operator.
Still waiting.
And he's just waiting for the flank. The rest of the team trying to find a bit more in front of A for the moment. In Cloud9 this time around, no mid control they're seeking.
And now it's just holding on to the extremities. They do have that trademark on B. Rolling Thunder too, so they could always just play for a retake on whatever site. In fact, they've used, C9 have used so little utility at this point. Crew, we saw it on Bind a little bit too, just lots of util used in the first like intervals to try and clear this. Some of it's not gonna recharge. And Xedi in a nice spot on sewers if you can catch like a flank or a rotate. But there's still 2 players on C9 playing from sewers watching it.
And it seems for a little bit like they're trying to bait that go over garage. Well, a total different indication's happening. Celsius is already moving, but it's a matter of time maybe until they change sites.
Well, it's like for Crew, they want to see if there's a trademark in Garage, break that, really put C9 on the back foot, but nothing's been broken. There's still a lot of control for Cloud9, and all of this is going to be heard. Ye's been here throughout, and he's on another angle that might not be cleared properly by Crew.
And so it's 30 seconds to make that execute work. A lot of utility that still could be used by Cloud9. The flash coming in, as well as the Haunt seeking a little bit more. Gets out of it. But it might be just the control they're looking for. But look at that. They're going to be all thrown back. The Rolling Thunder working brilliantly. And goodness, that is Celsius even finding the kill. And so it comes there from above as Nax still seeks for more. 10 seconds, and the spike is unretrievable. No chance at all. High cost rounds. This is a thing that's different to Bind, but at the end of the day, the result is the same. Cloud9 are winning those.
It's just so little, like, much of a gap for Crew to actually push in. But C9, they're all in the right place at the right time. Crew in a good position. The Haunts are actually coming through from Xander, connecting onto great people. It puts Ye in a bad spot. He's able to, like, TP out. And there's some kills that the attackers are able to get. But just look at the rotation sort of coming through. This smoke just drops at the worst possible time, and he's able to get 2 kills a second after Axedi's smoke drops. He's too busy with the paranoia throwing it on shot. It's just those kind of moments that you give an inch, they take a mile. C9 4-2 up.
And this is a usual side, right? Yay, top fragging is, throughout this tournament, not necessarily the most usual side, but most of the time when you think about it, that would be something you would definitely consider.
Not many IGLs can say that, though. Top fragging.
Was that necessary?
I mean, it's the dynamic level of the game, and Yay is just able to sort of keep that much motion, and the rest of Cloud9 now going to start going to search for information. Mid-control, it's not being punished. It's not even being spotted by crew. They're all going down right into the trap of C9.
Oh, and if he's contacting like that, free frag for Yay, finds one, Xand is down, and as they're trying to attack the C site, it seems like they're going to be stopped once more. Man disadvantage for the crew side is not going to make it any easier to finalize this, but they're still getting the spike down. That is for certain.
They're flanking all the way through. There's a showstopper.
Oh, that's ugly. Spike's not even going down. This is even worse. And as they're trying to retrieve it again, in which direction is safety? Crew doesn't even know. The explosives are landing on the site. And as they try to punish Xand, no, it's going to be more than enough. Cloud9 with the 5th, and that teleport looked like it could have been a difference. But there it goes.
Should be still a full buy available now for crew. They had like 1.2k left. Just holding on to the operator from the last round to try and get something going. And it is just one of these cases where crew kind of go, all right, we'll all just stack up and just hit a site. How can they have so much information to be able to sort of work off it at this point? And yeah, he's just able to do what he does best. And it's so important for moments like that to just stop letting Nags get comfortable, because he can turn 1 kill into 4 very easily, especially when the operator's in hand. So Zephyr just running in with a classic is a good thing to put the pressure on him, scare him off.
There comes the timeout from crew. Taking their time to really change things. And this is something we can technically criticize from them, considering how they played in Bind. In Bind, mostly a very passive playstyle in various situations, right? This time around, this is not necessarily the thing. Sure, they're still not that swift as we might have expected in some situations, but either way, Cloud9 feels very comfortable when they have so much time to prepare how their opponent is going to approach the round.
Even just moments like this, right, crew? Saw the timeouts on Bind. I don't think they won a round after them. Like a couple of the tournaments, things are like instantly fixed, right? Just, we need to do more of this. We need to keep an eye on mid a little bit more because we're giving it away to Cloud9. They fix it, they get around, but crew have just not been able to get away with that so far. Obviously, MCE, C9's coach, he can have a word with the guys as well, just to be like, sort of, this is what they're probably going to do. Take it easy. But crew do have a lot of decent ultimates to work with, a full buy because the tour de force is going to come out from Nags.
You want to play? Let's
and this time they're more focusing on that mid control. And so C9 start to push and maybe be a bit more aggressive on A.
Different approach. I think this is also the first time we're seeing that smoke, which is making it very different indeed.
Yeah, different trademark as well. It's on C long.
But so they're starting to push. C sites once more is their objective, and Klaus starting that one. Nobody is remaining directly on C, and so Cloud9 can build this up to be a successful retake if they want to. Leaf gotta leave. He will most definitely do so. And when we take a look over there from Cloud9, there's no real ult, maybe outside the one from Vanity, that would allow them an easier retake.
And these retakes have been incredibly clean for Cloud9 so far. They've been happy to give up sites. Now with all this utility, they're ready to sort of go in, and they've pushed them all the way down C long again. This time they have guns.
Oh, and they're going to start to defuse. Are they going to get it half yet? Yes, they do. All players are standing on site. Vanity keeps on defusing. He's going to be the knight for the moment. Never mind, he actually made it in time. And crew didn't have a response once more. Standing there and not even sure what happens. You talked about the clean retakes, and we're 5 players on site even making it work.
Crew probably thought it was really easy and straightforward. They weren't running into A on the site. They just go in, plant, play C long. But we saw it the round after the pistol, how close it was for Cloud9 to actually get that defuse in with a low buy. Here, they're able to do so.
Look at him, because he didn't even move anymore. He has his hands up. Cloud9 are comfortable over here on the stage. Cloud9 are comfortable over here in Manchester. And what could have been like that one factor that maybe made it easier for crew absolutely does not exist.
Seen a bit more consistency from crew trying to take Garage, fight for it a little bit more. Those A hits were not working out. To be fair, none of the hits on any of the sides were really working out for crew at this point. But they showed themselves a little bit in Garage. Rotation's been pulled away. right now maybe looking to go A little bit more. The stun's going to come in from Klaus, but look at where Zellsis is. He's on a nice little angle in sewers to check if anybody's going to come through. Even with all this utility, he could just jiggle, he could check that nobody's crossed.
And with that bit known, trying to force the players away from the double doors of Garage. But you see right here, Crew already set up the goal for themselves to once more end up and see a side that didn't necessarily work for them in the past. Leaf actually goes for it, aggressively standing to see if anyone in the smoke can be punished. And 2 he gets. An absolute beast he is. And as the ult from Fate comes in as well, the side doesn't make it any easier. Vanity swings, but gotta be careful about it, because not every single reinforcement is there, as there's going to be Xappa punished.
So
Vanity still has a reply to it.
30 seconds
Trying to
left.
move around on the backside. The stun in that corner where Vanity was last seen. Doesn't catch on to much. And everything the Crew is trying, nothing's coming together even after a timeout. 7-2 up. Cloud9 in the form of their lives that you'd want to be seeing at this kind of thing. Just getting better and better. And that kind of confidence, if they can get to that grand final later today, I put a bit more pressure on 100 Thieves.
Just to tell you one worrying fact. Cloud9, when they played against Vitality, they didn't lose a single round on attack. They were starting with a 9-free half on defense. So it might not even be the most comfortable start, to say it that way.
It's not going to get any easier once we get to halftime, yeah?
Most definitely not.
Charges there.
But now, a lot more pressure coming in, and even then, just Crew trying to get into those openings on A. Shut down by utility. Leaf is feeling confident. Crew awkward bites it, at very least on round 10, forcing up whatever they can, and it's just already down to 3.
Like I said, he has a bit of a lurk, potentially could make the difference if he finds 1 or 2 players off guard, particularly the ones on B. But as all his friends are dying left, right, and center, most definitely, his lurk might be the most influential, or will it be the case? Comes down and needs to hit the timing on the players that are waiting in middle, but all the time he was sneaking was not even worth it.
Even if he got 1, Cloud9 have played so close together, it's so hard to trade them. Like Zan could get 1, but there's always somebody from C9 ready to support. It's airtight on this defense from Cloud9.
Very much is.
And that's up to 8. Crew having to really save in the next round, buy up for round 12. It could be a 10-2 half.
It feels very much like desperation at this point. You know, obviously you're trying your best in this, but the game plan and the answer seem to be non-existent for Crew at that point in time.
Yeah, they're starting to thread apart a little bit. Like you've got Axity, like I'm going to go on a lurk. We need to find an opening. We need to find a gamble. And there was maybe a chance there for Crew. They get 2 players killed on A. There's an open C site. But then you saw players like, I'm going to stay here and catch the rotate, or I'm going to go for a lurk. And everybody in Crew, apart from the start of the round, died totally on their own.
And Crew slowly and steady running on E, while Cloud9 is setting basically track records at that point. So pushing for the smoke, trying to really have that A control under any circumstance. Did Leaf go too far is the question. No, he still keeps on moving.
Yeah, he's got the support from Zeppa. The Prowler comes in even to just sort of check that nobody's crossed.
Oh, and he knows. Here's all those stabs. The flash comes out. Is he in safety? No, the ult's going to be used and gets 1. That is, by the way, the spike down. And now try your best to get out of this alive. No chance. Cloud9 secure the perimeter, and nobody's trespassing.
And Nugs just hoping that somebody overpeaks a little bit, but Cloud9 is still prepared enough. And the ultimate from Vanity is actually stuck all the way in behind. Axity might be able to get a flank on in this spot.
1 enemy remaining.
It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable. Axity can save today as he goes a little deeper. 1 is whiffing, but there's no chance. This is prime Cloud9. Not a single flaw so far, really.
It's also just the way that Cloud9 are supporting each other with utility, that they're playing well off each other, but also the confidence of not only Leaf even pushing down A long to be that close, but Vanity Omen ulting into their spawn, whilst everybody is still pretty much there. It's just getting information and just going for those confident plays, because really at this point, this series looks like it's only gone in one direction.
And to be honest, you know, this is obviously a team full of star players, a team full of strong players, but it doesn't feel like they just rely on the fact on how good they are. The team play is exceptional. A double kill, 2 entries within 5 seconds. And Cloud9 just have a field day, as there's not much to do. Axety tries to lurk around, finds a kill, and forces to get that onto Ye. And that's a very early ult use, actually gets one of his teammates. But they're backing off. They're leaving the side of B, whilst A seems to be pretty much cleared, Ryan.
With the Rolling Thunder used, you don't have those retake ultimates from Cloud9, but look at the guns that are still available. It's a Spectre, it's a Bulldog from Axedi, and A-site is completely open, and man advantage might not be the difference here. Nags, I don't want to see him push up. This is what I mean. Like, Crew are starting to try and go for these gamble plays and being broken apart every single time. The team play is starting to really disperse from Crew, whereas Cloud9 are looking more and more cohesive as a unit. But the spike has gone down 3v4 on the A-site.
They're just going to wallbang, and this is absolutely incredible. Nex is dead, 2 more on side. Axedi tries his best to survive. And back there, Klaus tries his best, but it is double digits without even going into the second half.
With utility to spare, right? 2 smokes for Vanity. It's also like, I like the play that they tried, having Nags in that corner as soon as he gets under some pressure. That paranoia comes in from Axedi, but it's just clearly C9 were prepared from the first time that they played against these guys, where similar plays were happening. It's a nice thing, but it's just those kind of moments, whether it's unluckiness or just the preparation from Cloud9, they have not been working.
It feels like there's not one factor that I could name to you right now, Ryan, where Crew is overwhelmingly better. And that's a sad factor, right? This is where we're in a 10-2 half, because every single aspect, every single puzzle piece is in the right position right now for Cloud9. And it starts in every single thing, right? There's no player that's really in a slump. There's no player who's not hitting his shots. There's no player who's not doing his role in form of support.
There's no weak link, yeah. And just the way that utility's been used, it's every aspect. The game sense, the mechanics, the utility, it's all looking great for Cloud9. Crew, they won the pistol. That was the only round that they were able to pick up. That and the following, that were the only 2 rounds that Crew were able to get. It's fair to say that they need to win this pistol. I think that's a given.
Good statement, yeah, I agree. I would sign that. But for now, Ye already wounded. But as they're contacting up the B side, they clear left, right, and center. Leaf is trying to get a little closer, see what he can find.
Klaus?
Was he just walking into the grenade or walking into the smoke, expecting that he would survive? This is a great start for Cloud9. Spike is now down on B. But Crew is initiating the retake. Yeah, Leaf shouldn't have too much of a chance, but he still gets one. So still a +1 here on Cloud9. The Spike most definitely known the position very much out in the open, and as they're finding to get the flank, Xepa even gets another one. It looks possible, as though it is now a 2 versus 2. Axedi and Nax seeking what they can find. It is only Celsius. And is it once more going to the pistol to be the glimpse of hope for Crew? He's just waiting for it. Could use where the stun, knows they cannot make it in time, and here it comes. Might just even get 2 in the meantime, but it's enough, and Crew get the pistol. So far, a great statistic in that regard, but everything else they have been lacking in.
It's so touch and go too, because Crew are losing their players first, near enough every single time. And in previous maps, what we've seen Crew win, they get that first kill. They're very good at closing out those rounds. It's just not been happening. Certainly when we got onto like Cloud9's defensive side, they were so good at finding the openings, like you sort of showed me. But here, when Cloud9 are the ones being aggressive, you got Vanity sort of teleporting into sight as the Omen, playing around the smokes. Xepa just sprinting all the way through Garage to get in. It's still a confident feeling. And a bit more of a buy actually coming in from Cloud9, seeing as they got the spike planted. They're forcing up a little.
They're forcing up, and they're definitely forcing their way over there onto the A site, as only Nax is standing there ready and waiting to find a little more. The trap could be a little bit of a nuisance, but he does not find the kill that he was expected to find. And Xand holds left, right, and center, but also gets punished in the end. It's not looking good for Crew. And Cloud9, whatever they do, it seems to work.
Boomball from Dave is instantly broken. His attention might be taken towards the back site of where Celsius is playing from, but look at where Leaf is, just on this corner again. So much support from him, being in these aggressive positions, and the rest of Crew just can't see where anybody's playing at this point.
And they pretty much should know where the opponents are coming from. As now the paranoia comes in, it will probably only get Celsius there on backside, and they definitely try to make it work, but Leaf is looking in the wrong direction. It could still be successful here for the side of Crew, but never mind. Cloud9 with the 11th, winning the anti-eco, not even making it a follow-up for Crew, which they have gotten in the past so far. But with that one, it could be the final nail in the coffin.
It's also just those kind of rounds where you forced up. By the time the Crew have realized that you have guns in that capacity, you're already on the site. There wasn't anything to give away. It was just that explosiveness from Leaf to lead the line. Crew maybe thinking this was going to be a lot more straightforward. But C9, when you're in this kind of form and you're this far up, why not kind of go for a force buy to see if it works? Everything's set up for you to do it. You just sort of look at Crew and think that really should have been yours.
It's such a sad disaster for Crew. sure, you have to once more highlight. This is a team that freshly formed in that direction, right? That freshly got together with the majority of the players, to say it that way. So it's an important lesson for them. Either way, Cloud9 trying to contact over there up on C to the left-hand side. There might be just one player awaiting them. Vexetti not getting the kill is a little sad. Davies could make the difference, but he's blind. Every single piece of utility is hitting the dedicated spots. But never mind, it's still possible.
I mean, Vanity was going to teleport right into an aftershock there, to be fair. But it doesn't matter too much. The C's is going to stall a little bit, allow Davies to he's been in this spot, and it's just, it seems the crew cannot even get a clean fight against Cloud9. It's all up to Nags. He just got the headhunters in hand. He's over on the A site, and in a 1 versus 4.
That is a magnificent utility usage. And if Nax, if there was ever a moment to make it work and show your strength, it would be now. It's near impossible. He knows it himself, but he has made impossible things possible. Loses already 2 bullets out of his headhunter, still has 6 left, and they all need to run in one by one. It's not the case. Double swing and a 12-3 from Cloud9. It seems like North America is definitely taking home Manchester. That is something we can say.
It's been absolutely clinical today. Of all of the days for Cloud9 to show up, today is a perfect one, really. A chance to be in the grand finals against 100 Thieves, to win that last Ignition tournament, realistically, with international teams before Sao Paulo next year. A hell of a thing. Shut up some of the haters, perhaps, as well, just to show that this is a team to be absolutely reckoned with. Leaf is 18-12. And we've had 16 rounds.
Yeah, the team doesn't seem to have a weak link. At least we couldn't figure it out really so far. As for now, taking a bit of control towards Garage. Crew are taking the early fights, but when they're pushing you like this, you pretty much stand no chance. The C-side is the new objective of Cloud9, and the GPS is getting him right in that direction. As Celsius even gets the flank, it might be done and dusted right.
The mental is broken. Everybody's sort of splintering off from Crew. Xander sort of pushed up, but Celsius really good at watching these flanks. There's 2 other players that could potentially come in on mid, but he's giving up that spot. And the spike's been planted. There's not much time for Davies and Klaus to get stuff done here.
That would be probably the most wonderful comeback of this year, but can't be really realistic about it.
They're so scared of Celsius because he was playing in that mid spot, watching for rotations.
Exactly. And there's still so much utility left for Cloud9 to work with, but the end of the side, blind they are for a moment. There's also a Cease following up, and obviously Celsius has his ult. It's not getting any easier. And as suddenly it's Klaus who's airborne, tries to find a little more, gets himself a double, but with 5 points of health and hardly any time left. This cannot be done, it cannot be finished, and it is done because Cloud9 take out Crew with a 13-3 domination.
2 years in a row on the exact same day, Crew knocked out of a semi-final. Maybe not as exciting as it was with Gambit last year, but this one, Cloud9 out for blood, and they're going for it against 100 Thieves in the grand finals. A straightforward start, having to play a semi-final and grand final in the same day, it doesn't matter if you've absolutely dissolved your opponents in this capacity.
And North America gets a grand final here in Manchester.
I don't know how I feel about that, but I mean, if there's anything to say about Americas, including Crew, that is a league to be excited about. Like, the way that Crew grew as a team, the way that they played against Liquid, they got, like Crew, they were initially going home on the Saturday. Now that they're going to be here and playing in the semi-final, it's a great step towards what they're building. They don't have Meltzer 2, a great showing throughout the tournament, but this, it really only looked like Cloud9 were on the server today.
And it's the right experience you need before 2023, right? Especially at such a young roster with players who are not even that experienced, but Cloud9 with a more than deserved victory. And so often 100 Thieves and Cloud9, Matt, this is going to be one game you should never miss.
I mean, 100 Thieves, they've had that time to prep, they've had the time to watch the game, but when it comes to being warmed up on the server, I think you could realistically say that Cloud9 have warmed up pretty well.
Oh, this is not a game where they had, a lot of energy spent in it. It didn't feel like it at all. It's a right kind of warm-up. Exactly. Yeah. It feels like exactly that. It's particularly considering it might be a very long series that we're about to get.
Also, just those flexible positions. Leaf, you got to say MVP in this series, just the way that he was playing on the Viper, then to the Raze. Seamless in how he's playing those roles. Utility, the mechanics, everything feels there for Cloud9 to not only win this tournament, but go on and do some great stuff for next year.
They most definitely will. And I'm just excited for that one because so far every single part of Cloud9 worked. Not a single weakness has been shown. Not one player, not one piece of utility where you were debating if that was a good idea or not.
Leave 43 and 18 when it came to his KD for this series. Like, the man was absolutely in form. Nags, he was very good this tournament with the Liquid game. He was very much shut down. And it's the last time he's going to be playing this new iteration of Chamber, so really at this point it's just a clean slate going into next year overall, I'd say. But Cloud9, 100 Thieves, Manchester Grand Final for home ground.
But the fun part, you're saying it, right? Chamber was not, for me, the deciding factor in that game at all. That was not necessarily the thing that made the super big difference in sense like, this is why Cloud9 won.
Yeah, it's just also the map pool could be much more different. They really didn't show too much strategies. They didn't have to change too much, but going into a best of 5-2, a great way to get a bit more experience on maps that we might not have even really seen from Cloud9 at this event.
Exactly, there were a few that we haven't seen. If I remember correctly, in Icebox, for example, we have not really witnessed throughout this tournament so far. So maybe they need to unpack something that we have not seen before, or that might be even an old version, so to say.
So we're going to be at least seeing Cryer versus Ye, the final chance of seeing the old version of Chamber at a tournament like this. It's no holds barred. There's no reason to hold on any strategies. The meta's changed so much. Every cheeky strategy that these guys have formed on both sides for 100 Thieves and C9, we've got to be seeing here, I have to imagine.
And we've already seen what 100 Thieves can do, right? The dominance they have proven previously over there in the semifinal we just had yesterday. It has been phenomenal what they have delivered and what they have done. So I'm just more than curious and more excited to see. I think Crew don't have to hide anything. They don't need to be ashamed of their result in that sense. Still, that was the right experience before you head over there in Brazil in 2023.
There's stuff to work with. You beat Team Liquid, 2 standings, doesn't matter. Like, there's still players on that roster that you want to get that confidence for. But yeah, this has been like a great tournament from them to sort of see like that kind of thing. But 2 NA teams, gonna be a good look in. But we're gonna throw it to Ginny. She is on the studio, she's on the stage, just talking to our winners of C9.
We have Zelstas here for the interview. First of all, congratulations. You guys are now in the finals against the 100 Thieves, so that's something you're going to have to fight for. But it's a mixed bag of experience in terms of being on stage. So how does it feel being here today? I know I saw a sign there for you as well.
I mean, I love the crowd. I love the fans. I love all you guys. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. But yeah, you know, being able to play in front of a VALORANT crowd is my first time, so I'm very grateful to be here, and thank you guys for all the support, everyone coming up to me and stuff. You know, I'm a little nervous with it, but you guys are great, so thank you.
You're doing absolutely great. Can even tell that you're nervous. But in terms of being here on LAN, is there anything that has been highlighted in terms of points of improvement or just something you want to do going forward?
I think for us online and LAN, we just want to get used to each other as a team. There's not really like a much difference. More so is just like playing on stage, playing in front of everyone, and stuff like that. Yeah.
Were you actually expecting the same maps today in terms of the last time you guys played against Crew?
I'm not gonna lie, I don't know nothing that goes on in our vetoes. That's all our coach and IGL and stuff. So I just come here to shoot my gun and throw utility.
You did great at that. Good job. How has it actually been in terms of having Ye as an IGL this time?
He's doing a great job. We had a little practice with Ye as our IGL, but he's doing great. Obviously, Vanity is trying to help him with secondary calling, and we're trying to get ready for the future tournaments, but he's doing good.
We love a supportive teammate. But 100 Thieves is next. So far, the record is 3 wins, 2 losses in terms of, you know, the history of these two teams. Are you looking to make it 4-2? You want to equalize it?
I mean, we have to make a statement at the end of the year that we're the best NA team, so what better to do it against 100 Thieves, right?
Absolutely. Thank you so much for the interview. We're going to be heading back over to the desk. Yinsu, take it away.
Honestly, I love Zelsas.
I need to make a sign.
Yeah, I absolutely love Zelsas. I would have loved to know how he's feeling about the role change as well. Obviously, when they brought him in, I wondered what the pitch was and how he was going to be on this team. But also, they're going to face 100 Thieves. And while Zelsas wasn't there, but this is a grudge match. 100 Thieves knocked them out at LCQ. They're the reason why the likes of Vanity and Zeppelin and Leaf couldn't make it to Champions.
And as well, I feel like when I especially ask a lot of people, and like kind of just the general consensus is that C9 are the favorites in terms of what people are expected. When I talk about a lot of these teams, a lot of people are rating C9 above 100 Thieves. So 100 Thieves definitely coming in with a point to prove. Same with C9, really.
I think especially after hearing those words, being like, this has to be it, this is the last test before jumping into 2023, I think it should be enough for 100 Thieves to give 100% on the stage.
Yeah, exactly. You want the bragging rights, right? No one wants to lose. They're all competitors here. And it's not going to play until Sao Paulo, right? So it's a long time saying we're the best team and no one else can prove anything. So I think it really means a lot.
Yeah,
have no chance.
and also I think the fashion in which C9 just dominated this semi-final, I think speaks volumes. Well, 100 Thieves, they also played really well, but they were challenged. You know, they had to fight. But this felt like a warm-up for C9.
The problem, the problem is that in some way, this for C9 is no news because they have already played against Crew. They knew kind of what to expect in terms of the maps and how they play around them. 100 Thieves got a different experience because they had to go against Vitality. So that also brings another question to the table too. Especially with how dominant the performance has been, is this enough of a warm-up knowing that you're going up against 100 Thieves later?
You asked the question earlier as well, like what was the best decision? Was it the best decision playing today? After watching that and just having a stomp warm-up, like yeah, the confidence is flowing, the aim is warmed up, they're going to feel crazy confident, and definitely the right call from the coaches.
Yeah, no, I can agree. Like I said, went perfect to plan. 13-3 in the final map. They're full of confidence. They're running around. Even at the end there, 4v1 just disrespecting him. 2 of the players running at him, just sprinting the guy down. They're just like ready to focus on 100 Thieves and get into that grand final.
I honestly can't believe we're going to get an all-NA final here in Manchester. But we had to say goodbye to Crew as well, who I think a lot of people maybe didn't expect to even make it this far. In the true Crew fashion, they love to give us a Cinderella story every tournament.
Yeah, but still, I think that there are many things that they still need to work on from 2023. We know that, they maybe didn't have the entire time. Melsa's not here. Yada, yada. For 2023, they cannot have this kind of performance because then we're going to lose the love, in some way that we have for Crew, especially from the people looking at it from the outside.
Yeah, I very much agree with that. Definitely while watching, especially Haven, there was a lot of things that needed cleaning up for sure. But going back to like the Liquid game and some of their other games and groups, they should be pretty happy. Their focus, the game against Focus is like a good result as well. So the Liquid Focus game, there's a lot to look back from that. Even this, especially their Haven, there's so much to learn from this. It was a little bit sloppy.
Yeah, exactly. Just bringing in the LAN experience for next year. And as Sliggy said, lots of VODs here, lots of games, a lot of experience on LAN. Go back and watch where the mistakes were the pivotal points in round where if this person's here, this person's there. And just like building that into their game plans for next year. I think they're in a really good position.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to these two teams, we're gonna have some highlights here to show you guys of what just happened. But it does feel a bit cruel to Crew that this is just gonna be kind of highlights of C9, to be honest.
Oh yeah, but completely. I think that also C9 were so smart, especially when they go into the second half and Crew gets the pistol, which is like the only 2 rounds that they got in the first one. They were like, honestly, we planted. Let's force. They do not know what to do against us on the gun rounds. The moment that we bring them as soon as possible, we can close this, and that ended up in the fashion that we just saw.
So I saw it could be 7, but I'm pretty sure I saw 6 after plants. They won the one against an eco, and even that was like. It was really close. The spike got halved in, and they decided to go to long C and just spam through the smoke. So definitely the after plants were the one that let them down here. They were getting onto site fine, but it looked like C9 had done their homework and just realized like we can just leave sites so confident that their after plants just aren't there yet, and they exploited it, and it was great.
Yeah, C9 looked very comfortable. We weren't really tested much by Crew in this map. As you said, the after plans, Cloud9 saying, here, you can have the bomb site. We're just going to outplay you anyway, and like I said, favoring the numbers in situations, playing it methodically, making sure they're going together at the right timings, waiting for their utilities to come back up, their rechargeables, and getting into the good position.
They definitely had the read as well. I was talking earlier about like I enjoyed playing against Crew when I used to be in Liquid. Like they're a little bit they have a lot of tells, and I felt the same when I was watching C9. I'm seeing like around 50 seconds. I'm seeing like just one breach stun. I'm seeing everyone rotate off of that breach stun. So C9 had a lot of reads on this.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that comes off after it's not the first time that they played them during this tournament. Again, we need to keep highlighting Leaf. I think he ended up with a +25 over the 2 maps. First playing on the Viper, now on the Raze. A little bit of Mr. Do It All. Very happy with Cloud9 so far. There is nothing that we can debate to them.
Yeah, I mean, I think the way that the match even started on this map, it kind of set the tone. I know there was one round that you want to talk about with some of the missed utilities on the side of Crew.
Oh yeah, there's a big round coming here at the start with Crew, obviously an ult round, not hitting Vanity. But Cloud9, again, bringing what Sliggy said before, around the 50-second mark, having this read. As you see, Cloud9 here, obviously, Vanity's on site, on his own. They know of a breach ult, they're expecting it to come in. Doesn't matter, he's got a judge. Even if he gets hit by this, it doesn't matter. He's getting his 1-for-1. And look at Cloud9, the 3 players instantly ready to flood into the site, making the breach ult effectively useless.
And this speaks was, so what actually happened a lot in both of these games is on the bonus round for Crew, they actually did so much good damage that C9 didn't have a good buy. the next round, but every time Vanity's just buying a judge.
Yeah.
Both times he gets a kill. He's just an expert with the gun. He's really good on smoke because you just smoke it through and they kind of have to flash. You can turn. You're normally good for one. You're normally good for a lot more than that sometimes. But
yeah, I mean, we've got another round we want to look back through as well. And this was like a bit of a painful moment, especially if you're a crew fan, I feel like.
yeah, I just wanted to kind of just highlight some of the afterplan stuff. I was gonna highlight the anti-eco round, but they ended up winning it, so I decided to let them off for this. But for me, they just don't have enough map control. They're all going down 5 long after the afterplan against a smoker. You're just completely putting this in C9's hands, and it's just up to fate. C9 do great. They smoke it. They instantly touch the spike. This is what you need to do with this game. You can get the spike half, so if you get spammed, there's just more chance of you defusing. But it's just a little bit wild to kind of just leave it up to just pure luck of just spamming through the smoke.
Yeah, the problem with that is also that if you go to a 5v5 where the other team still has so many utility to go up against you, as you said, they put the smoke down, then Celsius still has a lot of utility to push them through. They also have the aftershock. Leaf is going to go on the hunt following those prowlers, so it's yours to lose.
And yeah, building upon that, even in the first game, in the group stage, exact same situation happened. 5v5 retake on the C-bomb site, but you can tell the condition is different. In the previous game, Zeddy was go flanking round late towards Garage, and Cloud9 predicted it and got a free kill on him. This time you can see him here hesitant to go towards Garage, and just took 5 towards C-long and said, if you don't have the map control, you're just praying at that point. You're just hoping, spamming for the smoke and hoping for the best, and Cloud9 came out on top.
I mean, of course, with that result, that means we have our grind finalists, 100 Thieves from yesterday and C9 from today. You guys have spoken a lot about kind of the reactions and the tells, obviously coming from the preparations on the side of Cloud9 as well. But moving on, as we look at the bracket, to see the game against 100 Thieves, do you expect the same level of reactions and same level of reads that C9 have displayed already?
I don't think it will be as easy, for sure. Like again, I was looking at 100 Thieves. They look very good. Ascent is probably what we see bans here. That's the only map where there's like a little bit of a question mark. Other than that, everything looks really good. They're not as readable as crew. Like just straight up, if I'm just putting it blunt as that, they're not as readable as crew. So C9 gonna have a rough time. And it also is a little bit harder anting for other teams, but I reckon with Cupid and MC kind of doing the homework that they did on crew yesterday, probably would have felt pretty confident and would have spent a good amount of time anteing and looking at the 100 Thieves demos.
I would like to anticipate a kind of a beginning of map 1 being a little bit shaky, because I think it's, you know, some people might say that there's not on the line, but for these two teams, there's a lot, you know, to prove on NA. But I expect the shakiness because they know that they're both coming for it, and they're going to be very on top. And we know how NA is into the, okay, I'm just gonna one up you every single time. If you think that you have the balls to pick that angle, I'm going to pick it twice as much as you. So I also expect the early timeouts being like, okay, guys, this is how they're doing it. Let's focus on fixing that.
Yeah, exactly, the pride and the bragging rights, and of course the big thing, if they win this event, they get to go home and stream within the title that they've won Red Bull Homegrounds, and I think that's a big pull and a big incentive for all the NA player streamers out there, so they're definitely going to want it just for that.
It's going to be good content for them, isn't it? Yeah, that's going to be great for them. But that is coming up a little bit later. It's going to be a best of 5. We are going to take a bit of a break here, but we're going to have 2 very, very special guests from G2 Goes, and of course, recent world champions here with me. Yes, I heard a cheer. I need louder cheers for when the G2 Goes and girls are here. Yes, let's go. They're going to be joining me here on the sofa. We're going to chat a little bit, and of course, we're going to be bringing you that grand final between C9 and 100 Thieves right after this.
competition comes round every year. This year, next year, I'm in the next gear. Gonna hit man up whenever I get there. No, I ain't really sincere. Winner or loser, shut that down and it's not a computer. Didn't get him then, we'll get him in the future. Could have been much sooner, you know why? I'm a stormtrooper, run back the highlights. I'm a champion, easy when I fight, get in my way, yeah, that's night-night. Teamwork, that makes the dream work. That means we only move when the time's right. Check my eyesight, you know I love the action. We'll get away, listen by a fraction, make transaction. The game needs me, see from my absence why I'm the champion. Go hard or go home. Go hard or go home. Go hard or go home. Tell them, go hard or go home. Go hard or go home. Look, I ain't tryna make peace this war, you ain't tryna win, fam, then we come for. And I don't abide by law, I'm here to press play, so fam, what's pause? Go hard or go home. Go hard or go. Go hard or go home. This is my stomping ground, I ain't got no rival. We share a common goal, that's get to the final. This ain't the easy route like a spinal. You best rise to it like it's tidy. Tryna do it minor or major, competing, that's in my nature. Every round's a new round, so you best stay sharp. You lost points that round, get braver. Cause when it's tough, I'm a game changer. Go hard or go home, do us all a favor. Are you on a mission to win? So every move that you make is a brilliant thing. You can't take no breaks when you're really the king. I'm destined and it's written within. You only got one chance like Billy the Kid. I work hard, now I ain't given a thing. So who are you when them tables turn? No matter what, I'ma make it work. And if I lie, best change this verse. I ain't playing no games, I ain't taking mates to the hearse. It only gets worse. On the battleground with nowhere to turn, nowhere to hide, nowhere to run. Best play smart, not dumb. Cause when they come, go hard or go home. Go hard or go home. Go hard or go home. Tell them, go hard or go home. Go hard or go home. Look, I ain't tryna make peace this war, you ain't tryna win, fam, when we come for. And I don't abide by law, I'm here to press play, so fam, what's pause? Go hard or go home. Go hard or go. Go hard or go home. It's return to the top, but I'm armed and I'm dangerous. I know that you're not, boy. This year I'm taking it personal, and I'm coming for all that you got, boy. I ain't taking second or third, nah. Top spot, that's all that I want, boy. But not a lot, nah, that's a loss, boy. I'll stop the clocks, nah, that's a lot, boy. I'm here to make peace, this war. You ain't trying to win, fam, then who you come for? And I don't abide by law, I'm here to press play, so fam, what's pause? Yeah, it's return to the top, but I'm armed and I'm dangerous. I know that you're not, boy. This year I'm taking it personal, and I'm coming for all that you got. competition comes round every year. This year, next year, I'm in the next gear. Gonna hit man up whenever I get there. No, I ain't really sincere. Win or loser, shut that down and it's not a computer. Didn't get him then, we'll get him in the future. Could have been much sooner, you know why? I'm a song trooper, run back the highlights. I'm a champion, easy when I fight. Get in my way, yeah, that's night-night. Teamwork, that makes the dream work. That means we only move when the time's right. Check my eyesight, you know I love the action. We'll get we ain't missing by a fraction. Make transaction, the game needs me, see from my absence where I'm the champion. Go hard or go home. Go hard or go home. Go hard or go home. Tell them, go hard or go home. Go hard or go home. Look, I ain't tryna make peace this war. You ain't tryna win, fam, then we come for. And I don't abide by law, I'm here to press play, so fam, what's pause? Go hard or go home. Go hard or go. Go hard or go home. This is my stomping ground, I ain't got no rival. We share a common goal, let's get to the final. This ain't the easy route like a spinal. You best rise to it like it's timely. Tryna do it minor or major, competing, that's in my nature. Every round's a new round, so you best stay sharp. You lost points that round, get braver. Cause when it's tough, I'm a game changer. Go hard or go home, do us all a favor. Are you on a mission to win? So every move that you make is a brilliant thing. You can't take no breaks when you're really the king. I'm destined and it's written within. You only got one chance like Billy the Kid. I work hard, now I weren't given a thing. So who are you when them tables turn? No matter what, I'ma make it work. And if I like this change this verse, I ain't playing no games. I ain't taking mates to the hearse, it only gets worse. On the battleground with nowhere to turn, nowhere to hide, nowhere to run. Let's play smart, not dumb, cause when they come, go hard or go home. Go hard or go home. Go hard or go home. Tell them, go hard or go home. Go hard or go home. Look, I ain't tryna make peace this war, you ain't tryna win, fam, when we come for. And I don't abide by law, I'm here to press play, so fam, what's pause? Go hard or go home. Go hard or go. Go hard or go home. It's return to the top, where I'm armed and I'm dangerous. I know that you're not, boy. This year I'm taking it personal, and I'm coming for all that you got, boy. I ain't taking second or third, nah. Top spot, that's all that I want, boy. But not a lot, nah, that's a loss, boy. I'll stop the clocks, nah, that's a lot, boy. I'm here to make peace, this war. You ain't trying to win, fam, then will you come for? And I don't abide by law, I'm here to press play, so fam, what's pause? Yeah, it's return to the top, where I'm armed and I'm dangerous. I know that you're not, boy. This year I'm taking it personal, and I'm coming for all that you got.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Red Bull Homeground. I am your host, Ying Su. I hope you had a nice little break. We have two very special guests with me on the sofa today. World champions. That's right, they are world champions. It is Mary and Mimi from G2 Gozen. Welcome, you guys. You can hear it from the cheer. They all love you. They all love you.
Hi, guys. Hey, everyone.
First of all, it's so nice to have you girls here. Honestly, the last time I was with you guys in Berlin, you were competing, you know, you were in the zone. So how does it feel to come to an event, you know, and being able to enjoy it as well?
It actually gives me like flashbacks.
Yeah?
You know, just sitting in the crowd, I'm like, oh my God, wait, I was playing there and there was a crowd. That's crazy.
Is it giving you like, making you want to compete? Do you want to go on that stage?
Yeah, like when you see someone else play, there's just no shot you don't want to play yourself. Like, I want to throw someone out from that stage and just go and play.
We can make that happen. Which team do you want to join? Go on, let me know, let me know.
The winning one?
To be fair, you guys, all you know is winning, actually. We actually have some trophy shots of you guys from the last time you were in Berlin lifting this trophy. I always make these jokes about how, like, oh, G2, you know, G2 fans, they are, there we go, you guys. I'm always like, G2 fans, you know, their teams make it to international tournaments, but they never win. But here, what a moment that was. Talk me through this.
Oh my God, that was amazing. Like, we were quite far ahead in the game, but it was also like 2-2 in map, so it was crazy, you know, when you just know that last round and you just see it happening. It's beautiful. It's beautiful.
Yeah, for sure.
I also want to say that I watch a lot of your streams, and I think after that tournament, your social media blew up. Your streams they are so good.
Yeah.
So how have you guys, you know, found kind of being the center of everyone's attention in Valorant right now?
Great.
Like, it's surreal. See, I used this word in the press conference, and I couldn't find the right English word, but it's surreal. Like, it's so hard to, like, when someone goes up and asks for a picture, I'm like, are you sure? Like,
has that been happening a lot here?
Yeah, actually, quite recently. Yeah, went down
really
and she was supposed to go to the bathroom, and then we got bombarded with people.
Yeah, but I made it.
Guys, let them pee. Let them pee, all right? They'll take
It's
a
okay,
picture
guys.
with
We
you
can take a lot of
afterwards.
pictures later.
What's been the fan interactions like? Because obviously, I mean, Mimi, you've been doing this for a long time, but Mary, I think for you, you're only 16. I know we keep drumming at home, but what's that experience been like?
Great. I love it. I love the attention, so.
Yeah.
She does.
You have the perfect streamer personality, I feel like,
Thank
right?
you, Yinsu.
I mean it. I will say that I'm going to call you out now because I watch you stream, and
oh no,
we got to talk about this. We got to talk about this. Okay, there was some comms that happened back at Game Changers. You know, you were singing a lot of Backstreet Boys. I was like, oh my goodness, like how cultured you are that you know who the Backstreet Boys are. That's like my childhood, you know. And I remember when I went on your stream, we were talking about like Harry Potter in her stream, and I was like, oh, I love Draco Malfoy, and she literally said, wait, is that the lead singer of the Backstreet Boys?
You're calling me out
Yeah,
again.
you're catching strays here. You're catching strays. I'm sorry.
Guys, I do know who's the lead singer.
Wait,
I don't.
I don't even know who that is.
Yeah, I don't know. I just love the Backstreet Boys.
Do you ever get surprised of people kind of coming up to you and being like, I can't believe you're 16, like you seem
for
super
sure.
mature for your age?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I would say so, for sure.
How do you think you've managed to kind of reach that?
Like mental age-wise, I would say I always like surrounded myself with people that were like always bigger than me. So I think that helped me get mature pretty fast. Yeah.
And for you as well, Mimi, having to integrate Mary into the team, what was that process like? Because it feels flawless. It feels like you've been playing with each other for years.
I mean, she don't seem 16. Like, she's very mature. She's very outgoing. She loves to speak with people. So, like, getting her on the team, it was super easy. Like, it was very smooth. She was just like, hi, it's me. What's up, guys? Like, she's been there for the whole year already.
Yeah. I don't like awkwardness. I just break the ice, I would say. Yeah.
That's a Britney Spears song, by the way. Don't know if you know that.
Which one?
Break the ice. Yeah.
No, I don't.
Oh, it's okay. We'll
I'm so
get there.
sorry.
We'll get there. No,
We'll
no,
get
no.
there.
We'll get there. We'll get there.
Yeah, for sure.
I also, you guys are world champions. I also wanted to put your competitiveness to the test. We have a quiz. I know Zesh is in the building. We had to bring him in today. So in honor of him, I'm going to do a quiz with you guys and see. I mean, some of the questions are pretty. I think you're going to do quite well. Some of them I was a little bit harsh with because I just wanted to see where your minds are going. So what we're going to do is I'm going to ask you the question. If you know the answer, or you think you know the answer, either like buzz or hands up. I'll see who's going to be the fastest.
Okay.
And then I will let you answer. And if you get it wrong, then the other person can steal it from you. Okay. Are you guys ready for this?
Yes.
Our producer is going to...
so
our
ready.
producer is taking counts, so there is going to be a winner and a loser. And I know you guys don't like to lose. So we're going to start with a nice and easy question, right? This is the third iteration of Red Bull Homeground. There's been 2 other Homegrounds before this. Who won the last one?
Egypt. No, wait.
Which team won the last one?
What's this team?
I'm not buzzing. I'm not buzzing.
Bravado Gaming? No?
I think you want to say Anubis, right?
Oh, Anubis. Yes.
Honestly,
Anubis.
like hats off to you because that was Campus Clutch and that's the other Red Bull tournament,
God.
which by the way, guys, is happening on December 15th in Sao Paulo, the second time we're doing this. But you were close. You actually did name a winner of Red Bull. I will help you by saying that it was an EMEA team. It was a European team.
I don't know.
I'm trying to remember.
I don't know.
I should know this.
You have like one in, I guess like a
What's the
one in
first letter?
10
First
chance.
letter.
No, that's too obvious. That's way too obvious.
please.
That's way too obvious. Just take a punt of any European team. You might get it.
Any European team. Fnatic.
No.
No.
Fnatic didn't win.
Fnatic don't win trophies. We know this. We know this.
Bro,
Sorry,
like...
Booster. It's okay.
The crowd did not like that one. Okay, I will tell you. The answer is Team Liquid. They are the defending champions.
What? Dude, that was my next guess.
You would have been very, very close.
When was that?
That was last year. Yeah, last year they won. Sliggy was on the team. Echoes wasn't on that one, but he was on the one before. Which leads me to my second question.
Okay.
So you should have a good idea of this one, okay? So the team that won the first Red Bull Homeground was G2.
I knew that.
Now,
I didn't know that.
can you name the roster at the time?
Wait.
I will give you a point for each player.
Okay.
There's 5 players and a coach. Wait, did you buzz first?
Yes.
Okay.
No, but I heard no buzzing.
It was, what's his name? He's in FPX. He was in FPX.
I might have to move this on to Mimi. I mean, we got 5 players and a coach.
Mixwell.
5 players. Okay, 1.
Mixwell, Meadow? No.
That's your second one? I'll let you give me 5 and then I'll tell you.
Who else?
Got 2 more and a coach.
The coach is...
2 more and a coach.
I literally forgot the coach's name. Oh my god.
You're going to be so annoyed with yourselves when I tell you who it is, but I might have to pass this over to me.
Okay, go ahead.
I mean, Mixwell, Nuke. Loading screen.
No one else existed on that team.
I'm literally trying to remember.
Ardis. Ardis was in G2. I remember. Ardis and who else?
And also, if you guys at home want to play along, type in chat.
When was this? Can you give me?
This was 2020. Yeah.
2020?
Yes.
I didn't even play Valorant back then.
I would love to know if people in the crowd or maybe everyone at home know this, but I will give you Mixwell. You both got that. You get a point. I'll give you a point. I think Mimi, you didn't get this next one, but I think Mary should get a point also for saying Ardis. Ardis was also on that roster. Neozinio was the coach. He is currently here as well, coaching a different team, but he was coaching. And the other players you were missing were Patatek, Pith, who went to APAC, of course, and Zeke, who's also here with a different team.
Bro, but, I would have never got... No,
I remember seeing that. That was...
It rings a bell now when I tell you.
There's no bells ringing.
You have an excuse, I guess. Like, you weren't in Valorant just then.
I was a CS player back then.
I feel like this is going to get... The questions might get even harder here, but how many pistols have 100 Thieves won in this tournament? I'll give you, like... in the ballpark, if you can get close, I'll give it to you.
Out of how many pistol rounds? Like, how many pistol rounds have they played?
Have they won? Whoever is the closest will get a point.
Okay.
20.
Bro.
Mimi?
Did you say 20?
No, I think that's too much. No.
7.
8.
Wait, you can't change your answer.
8.
You can't change your answer.
There's no way they.
You're going to be grateful that you can't change your answer because it is 17. They've won 17 pistols and lost 3. Yeah. So. Yeah, 17 to 3.
Leash on this girl.
Extremely good pistol win rate. I know. They've barely lost any pistols in this tournament. Yeah.
Please don't jinx it then.
Yeah, I'm going to jinx it now, aren't I? I'm going to jinx it.
Lost pistol.
Now, our lovely analysts on the desk here earlier also submitted their own questions about themselves because, you know, just like Mary, they love the attention. They want to make it all about themselves. I'm going to start with Kakuka. You guys know her well. And I feel like she also, this is pretty well known about her. Who is her favorite player in the world?
Twistin. Xiao.
What, you can't give me 2 answers. You got to do 1 answer.
Xiao.
Mimi?
Mary.
I mean, it's actually ridiculous she didn't say Mary, but it is Xiao. Yeah. You got it. She's very vocal about her love of Xiao. So I feel like Mary's really much in the lead in this quiz right now. Our next question, it is Sliggy, and obviously in Sliggy's true fashion, he wants to talk about the game. What is Sliggy's favorite G2 Gozen match that for him, do you guys think? A match that you guys have played that he, in his mind, he thinks about and is his favorite?
Can we get is there any tournament he's talking about?
Champions. We'll go with champions. So you can just tell me who your opponent was. There we go.
Okay, I would think Cloud9.
It is correct. Mimi's got that. I'm sorry, but she got it. It was the Cloud9 game, of course. I think he's a really big fan of Giuliano's Yoru. You know, yeah. I think he even said it was the best Yoru game he's ever watched.
That was beautiful.
Yeah, very well choreographed. How much input did you guys have in that, by the way, of the whole Yoru mastermind? Was that all Giuliano?
Sorry, I did not hear what you said.
That's okay, that's okay.
I heard it. I would say that, I mean, we do know how to play against Euros, that's for sure. Euros. Just because we had a Euro on our team. But you meant like input in general?
Yeah.
I don't know, I would say decent.
That's good to know, because I think Sliggy's yoinked a lot of your stuff now, so if you happen to see it pop out...
Give the credits, no?
It's
okay. Definitely, it's definitely him. And my last question, this is technically somewhat of a mathy one, but I think you're going to be able to handle this. No. It's not a crazy math one, people might not know this, but Mimi, you've known Eccles for a while, right? You and Eccles, you've played together before, you've known each other for...
My old duo.
Your old duo, yep.
No, he's too important.
I think it's the other way around, baby.
I swear.
But this is what Eccles wanted to ask. So how old do you reckon, well, not do you reckon, how old do you think Mary was when you and Eccles first played together?
When did we first play together?
Yeah. So
in Valorant?
No, in life.
Yes.
Just in general.
Life?
Yeah. How old was Mary when you and Eccles first
I'm going to help you in this.
Played
probably
together?
like around 10 or 11.
Dude, chill.
Yeah, maybe.
Did I play with Adam in CS?
Wow. Elfriend, where's Adam?
His heart is breaking right now. His heart is
now,
breaking.
I would just guess then 12.
Mary?
12.
It was 11, actually. What? So, yeah, you guys were close, but I don't think either
I started
of you...
playing CS when I was 11.
You're making all of us feel really old. But, yeah, I think that is the end of our quiz. We do have... our producers have tallied up the scores. I think I might already have a good idea who won that one, but we're going to officially announce it in a second.
If it's not me, it's me.
It is going to come up in a second. Here we go. Oh!
Let's go!
Mary!
No.
Thank you, guys. Thank
you. Absolutely not.
W crowd.
I mean, we'll do a post-match interview. Winner's interview, Mary. How did you feel about that? Beating Mimi in the quiz?
Great. It's okay. She's still my teammate at the end of the day. It's okay, Mimi. It's okay. It's just a dumb quiz. That Yinsu made.
Yeah, and with the input of Sliggy, Kakuka, and Adam, so I won't take for the full credit. And Mimi, anything you want to say about losing here?
You know, it's not about who's winning or losing. It's about participating. And
Extremely inspirational,
Yeah.
very inspirational. Thank you very much. But before I let you go, obviously we have a grand final coming up. It is 100 Thieves versus Cloud9. Who do you think is taking this one and why?
100 Thieves, because I asked them very nicely to win. So.
Okay.
C9.
Ooh, why?
Because they look
another competition.
No, but C9, they look so solid. Like honestly, like yes, let's cheer for C9, guys. Let's go. But yeah, C9
I
for
mean,
sure.
that guy had a sign saying Nate Shot is my dad. So we got Nate Shot's son in the crowd. Yeah.
Hi, Nate Shot.
There we go.
But
Okay,
yeah,
so
C9.
we got. So one of you, again, you're going to be right or wrong in this
Yeah,
prediction. So
El Diablo.
we're going to find out. We're going to find out in a few. Oh, actually, real quickly before I let you guys go. Yay, IGL. Are you a yay or nay for this?
He's
'Cause
IGL?
He's been IGLing today.
Damn.
Yay or nay?
She's a fangirl.
No.
You're shy now.
All right. Okay. Well, we'll get you in a picture with Yay. But what do you make of that?
Of course, yay.
Yay.
Yay, you're up for the IGLing, the Yay IGL?
Yeah.
Okay, I like that answer. I'm going to see how he gets on in due course. But thank you so much for joining me.
Of
It's been a
course,
pleasure to have both of you, and I'm sure we'll see you again very, very
Thank you,
soon.
guys. Thank you.
I love the Mimi Mary crowd. I love it, guys. Give them more cheers, and also make sure you say hi when you see them in the venue. And for now, we're going to throw to a quick break. 100 Thieves and Cloud9 will be taking the stage right after this.
So when you're looking to design a new map, how do you start it? Do you design it with start it with an idea or like an aesthetic that you're going for?
So on Valorant, being a very tight competitive shooter, we start gameplay first. So we set out with a goal for a map, build all of the gameplay around it, and then once we found like a design that we're happy with, then we go in and start putting kind of that creative layer on top.
I like that, because I was going to ask as well, especially in the Pearl B site and Icebox B site, are there any plans in the future to visit these sites again? Because they play quite similar, and I know especially in the pro scene, a lot of people have their complaints on Icebox B site about how hard it is to plant, and I think similar on Pearl.
Yeah, with Pearl, often the best plant position is back down B long. I plant for that, and then I play super far off site. With Icebox, the most recent updates that we did, we tried to change that a little bit, so make it a little less reliant on the Sage Wall, for example, make yellow a little bit easier to work around and play in. It probably didn't move the needle quite enough in that case, and so we are still kind of keeping an eye on that area. Like maybe there'll be updates in the future, we'll see.
So how would you determine that? Would it be like watching pro games, or is it like purely data driven through like matchmaking, ranked, all this kind of stuff? Can you like see where, oh, this is the most common plant spot, this is the most common diffuse spot, something like that?
Yep, it is all of the above. So we look at pro games, our own personal playing, both on live and internally, looking at data that our insights team gathers. So yeah, it's a bunch of different puzzle pieces that we all kind of put together to build a picture.
Okay, yeah, that's interesting. So with the 7 map pool idea, are you now going to, again, continuously bring maps in and take maps out?
Current plan is to stick with our 7 map pool. 7 maps we kind of came to after talking with pro players and regular player base and internal kind of intuition on like what is a good number of maps to feel like we have a diverse pool that provides a bunch of different unique gameplay and isn't so big that teams need to I need to know like 22 maps and have strategies for each one of them and that kind of thing. And so keeping it a little bit limited just kind of captures the best of both worlds.
So you can give us any insight into what the next map might bring in, a next map offer.
The next map, what can I say? It's going to have a new mechanic. Yeah, it's not too crazy. It's not teleporters, but there will be a new mechanic. It's going to be similar to another map in the pool. That's all I'm going to say.
Oh, okay, so now I've got to go back and think, is it a door? Is it some kind of bridge? Is it... Everyone's going to be thinking, okay, that's a good teaser. I like that.
Yeah.
Thank you for your time. Appreciate it as well.
Hi guys, I'm Zeke from Heretics, and today I'm gonna guess the abilities of agents.
I'm Bone Cold from Team Vitality.
It's your boy Lewis from Focus.
Hi, I'm Safe and I'm a player for Team Liquid. This one's easy.
It's Jet Updraft.
Jet Updraft.
Jet with the Updraft. Jet Updraft.
Let's go.
Phoenix.
There's a specific name for it.
Curveball. It's Phoenix Curveball.
And it's called Curveball.
You think I'm stupid?
Phoenix Wall.
I'm gonna say a Neon Wall.
That's Neon's Wall. What's Neon's Wall called? Like a wall demon? Speed demon? Neon Fast Lane.
Fast Lane.
Yes. I should know this as an Omen player.
It's an Omen smoke, but I just don't know the name of it.
Orb, Dark Hood? Hoodie Dark. Dark Cover? Dark Cover. No way, no way. Yes. Oh my god. You know, just it's a day in the office for me.
It's just not my day, I guess.
Unlucky.
That sucks. That sucks. I really thought I had it.
But guys, we found the note for us, 100 Thieves. All right, it says, 100 Thieves, your mission is for all 5 of you to hide from Cloud9. One of you must hide with the spike. Derek.
Bro.
He must be found last in order for us to win. All right, Derek, you take this. Let's go look around for some spots.
Let's go I already know my spot.
Cloud9, 100 Thieves are hiding around the venue. Find the gamer with the spike before you find the other 4 to win. Good luck.
How about we all just jump in?
It's not bait. He doesn't have the spike.
Funny
hell. He's in a box. Nah. He's got to be in a box. You found him?
Well, this is not Derek or Bank.
Can there be 2 in here?
Yes, we found another one.
Hey guys.
Wait, we have one guest
What am I looking at here? Saw shoes? The question is, where's the 5th? We didn't check the bar, guys. There's only one more place. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Hey, guys.
Hey, man.
Am I the last one? You are the last one.
Good game. Good game. 1v5 again.
Welcome back to Red Bull Homeground 2022. Manchester makes some noise. Love to hear it. The grand final is just moments away. 100 Thieves, Cloud9. Make some noise for your teams. All right. Before we meet the teams, though, we must talk a little bit about this competition because today one of those teams will be walking away with $50,000. Look at that. Not to mention, of course, the bragging rights as well of being Red Bull Homeground 2022 champions. But let's meet a few familiar faces first. Let's meet the broadcast team. Please give a huge round of applause to Yinsu! There she is. Yinsu, welcome to the stage. It's good to have you here. How great, first and foremost, is it to be here in Manchester with this amazing community and audience?
Yeah, I'm really, really proud that we've been able to do an event in the UK. Obviously, UK Valorant on top. Am I right, guys? Yeah! Also, really nice to be here with you, Adam One, as well.
It's a pleasure. It's a pleasure. I mean, one of the great things as well about this competition is, of course, the community you mentioned, the players here. But as you mentioned, we've got 2 NA teams in this final. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, NA Valorant's so good, you know. They got amazing players, big respect to all of them. It's been a bit of a trophy drought for them as well. They didn't do super well internationally last year, so I guess we'll give them something, right? We'll give them something. But all jokes aside, I absolutely love both of these teams, Cloud9 and 100 Thieves, and the fact that we get to see them kind of on their debut with their new rosters and new additions here in Manchester is a historical moment, so very, very proud to see them here.
Yeah, we cannot wait to see what happens in the final. One more time, your amazing studio host, it's Yinsu, everyone! Thank you so much, Yinsu. Let's keep the train going here. Let's meet one of our special guests. Would you please give it up for G2 Mary? 16, a total rock star. Mary, it's great to see you here. How are you feeling being out here? You said you love the crowds. What is it like seeing all these amazing people out here?
It's great, honestly. It's insane seeing a lot of people comparing to champions. But yeah.
Now, you're going to be up there in the studio for the analytical side of things here. What are you expecting to see? How do you think this one's going to play out?
We're going to see who sends each other home. That's what I want to see. 2 NA teams, you know. Who's going to go to the nearest airport? 100 Thieves or C9?
Well, you've got to make a choice now, Mary. Who do you think is going to go all the way? Is it going to be Cloud9 or is it going to be 100 Thieves? Audience, if you want Cloud9 to go all the way, make some noise for Cloud9! And for 100 Thieves, let's hear ya! Mary, who do you think is going all the way to winning that trophy and that money in this final?
C9. All the way. All the way, C9.
Mary wants it that away. I'm feeling you with the Backstreet Boys. Give it up for G2 Mary! There you go, Mary. Thank you so much for being here. Next up, would you please welcome Kakuka! They are welcome to the main stage coming out of the portal there. I've asked everybody else, I'll ask you too. What an experience it is being here at home ground. What has it been like for you the last few days?
It's very cold, but I'm actually enjoying it a lot. I love the crowd. I love how everybody's living through this experience. You know, I actually like that the NA teams are feeling like there's a bond between us now, so I'm really happy.
Well, we've got a massive final coming our way here. From the last few days, any particular matchups, big highlights for you? What's really stood out from the rest?
Definitely the Vitality run, I feel like. I also feel like 100 Thieves have made such a statement with the matches that they played that I just want to get the final started.
And I'll ask you the same question. Who is going to win this? Who is going home as champions of Rebel Homeground 2022?
So the thing is, I really want this to go to a 5th map, but something tells me that it's going to be Cloud9.
Okay. You heard it right there, guys. A Cloud9 support. Let's give it up again for Bayer! We're not stopping there. Next up is my man, Sliggy! Now, if I'm completely honest, Sliggy, you are my crush at this event. It's great to have you up here, buddy. You're so used to streaming these events at home. Now you're here in person. What has it been like for you these last few days?
Yeah, it's been great. I've missed LANs for sure. It feels so nice to be back at the LAN. It's been a while, so yeah, it's great.
And you seem to have so many supporters out here. So much of the community is here. In great spirits for this. Does it feel great to be back here and just enjoying all things Valorant?
Yeah, it feels great, and just big shout out to everyone who watched my stream. I met a lot of you earlier, so I appreciate you all. Thanks so much.
What was that? 10 months linked up? I love that. I love that. Subscribers there. Big up. Love the signs. Same question goes to you. I'm asking everybody else. Who is going all the way? Who is winning this final? 100 Thieves. 100 Thieves. 100 Thieves. Okay, mix back in one more time. It's Sliggy! Next up on our talent team, give it up for GD! We've loved every single interview the last few days, catching up with the players. Again, experience for yourself, being here in amongst these amazing people. How much have you loved this?
I love it a lot. I feel like everyone's been very open to doing interviews. You're now taking my job, so I'm going to take your job a little bit. Manchester, are you excited for the finals?
They truly are wonderful. They really are fantastic. Going forward as well, obviously, we got a big final coming our way. I asked earlier on about big highlights this last weekend. Any particular matchups that have stood out for you that are one for the memory banks?
I think yesterday, Vitality going home, just seeing here at the backstage, the emotions going, not just Vitality actually, but every single one of the teams that was sent home. You know, the group cuddles, the hugs, I think they were very wholesome.
Yeah, the camaraderie has been next level. Lastly, Cloud9, 100 Thieves. You're going completely neutral.
I plead the 5th.
Pleading the 5th. She pleads the 5th, everybody. Give it up, please, for Ginny, everybody! Now, of course, before we meet the team shortly, we have two last individuals we have to meet here. They are bringing us all the commentary. They are casting the final for us as well. Give it up for Mitch and Tom! The men behind the magic here. Tom, what an amazing experience this has been. You guys are going to get to cast the grand final here. How are you guys feeling going into this?
Well, I wasn't nervous, but looking at all these guys now, I'm terrified. Got to try and put on a show, you know?
We're always putting on the show. Mitch, you've worn something absolutely spectacular here. I love this get up here. Again, final. This is huge. We've seen it the last few days. Big action. Highlights for yourself as well. What games have you really, really enjoyed watching?
I think getting to see absolutely any of these NA teams has just been a pleasure. C9, 100 Thieves, they've been dominating all the way. I think this is going to be the best game of the tournament, best way to finish it off.
Are there any particular things you think are going to happen in this? Is it going to go all the way? You guys were talking backstage about what happened in the last match that we saw there. Cloud9 and Crew could influence what could happen in this final here. Tom, the way things worked out with Cloud9, does that give them an advantage having just played a game of 100 Thieves waiting in the wings?
I don't know. I think 100 Thieves are always going to do well at watching over their opponents, but I do think the fact it was quick means that I think we're going to get a long one for the grand final.
And I'll ask just Mitch here, as we are rapidly running out of time before this grand final. Who is going to be our winner of Red Bull Homeground 2022, my friend?
Look, I think we got to go with the best.
It's 100 Thieves.
I don't think so, Tom. Best esports athlete, best IGL. Ye's going to take it on C9.
Oh, I love it. We are absolutely loving every second of this. Would you please give it up for Tom and Mitch, everyone? You can hear the voice is starting to go. I've been doing a lot of shouting, but you guys have to Manchester one last time. Are you ready for this grand final? Then let's get this show on the road.
Thank you very much. Adam won. I think our favorite Adam at this point, right? We're back here on the desk. I've got Kakuka and Sleegy back with me. You guys just saw them. And also Mary's going to be joining us to do some analysis for map 1 of the grand finals.
Yes.
Are you excited?
Of course.
I'm looking forward to it. Sleegy's been really harsh. He's been quite hard hitting. So are we going to expect some hard hitting from you, or?
We'll see.
Oh, we'll see.
They
Okay.
got to impress,
Yeah. It's going to be like, what is this? This is rubbish. But I'm looking forward to that. But let's talk about the grand finals. Is that a really British thing to say?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is it trash?
Rubbish? Do you say trash?
Trash.
Those two teams on the stage will say trash. I don't
Trash.
picture them saying rubbish.
Rubbish. Oh, that's
We can ask them.
we make rubbish in your vocabulary, I feel like. We're going to make that happen. But let's talk about the grand finals, of course. It's going to be 100 Thieves versus Cloud9. I think we should start with 100 Thieves first. We haven't seen them play today. Yeah, we saw them. No, we're not. We're going to start with Cloud9 first. We saw them play already today. And what did you guys make of the fashion that they were managing to get into this grand final?
I mean, completely dominant, definitely. They have warmed up for what they have against the 100 Thieves. Maybe too easy, you know? And in that sense, of course, they're going to go against a completely different opponent.
Yeah, pretty much back everything you just said. They're looking dominant after that performance. This is probably going to be their first real test kind of after Focus, because ever since that Focus game, these have just had the easiest route, honestly. They've stomped all of their games, pretty much stomped all of their maps. So I'm hoping they get tested for sure. I am back in 100 Thieves for this one, so I reckon 5 maps going all the way. But Cloud9 are looking great.
Yeah, and I mean, after that map against Crew, when C9 won against them, they just seemed like so into the game. The energy is just way up. So we'll see how the momentum goes.
Yeah, I think the momentum's going to be really good here. I mean, we heard a little bit about the IGLing, everything today. But anyway, we're going to move on to 100 Thieves now. And of course, like I said, we haven't seen them play at all today. And they're going to be in this grand final. But yesterday, they also looked pretty comfortable despite being challenged a little bit.
Yeah, and you actually want to talk about IGLing. I want to talk about IGLing as well. Stella, this is looking like the best I've ever seen him. So many clutches, so many multi-kills, and just big impact around it. And it's the best individual performance I've seen from him. So that's something in terms of this roster where I'm looking at him, it's still a question for me. Like, is this guy good enough? I've seen a lot from the others. That's like where I'm kind of thinking this might be the weakness. After what I've seen here, I'm so fine just thinking that this roster looks so solid.
I also think that, especially yesterday, we talked a lot about Cryo, and I think that everybody wants to see that head-to-head between Ye and Cryo, because it's what most people were expecting to have at the final. We didn't get it until now, so I think it's, I think it's time.
Oh, what do you think, Mary? What do you make of it?
I really want to see it, actually. I want to see the Cryo versus Ye, for sure.
Yeah, I think that's going to be a really nice head-to-head. And of course, Ye on the IGL duties today as well. Yeah. He's got so much to do.
Do you think they're going to use that as an excuse? Be like, oh yeah, he couldn't be 100%. He couldn't beat Cryo just
because. It's a great excuse, I feel like. That is the excuse you could use.
It's the perfect excuse. We've heard it multiple times. Yeah, everyone falls back on it. So yeah, we'll see. But I'm very much, the matchup of Cryo and Ye is something we've wanted for a long time, and big pressure at final. So
I mean, also aside that, like Zeppa, if you've seen him play against Crew, he was popping off.
He's feeling it today,
and just this whole event as well. He's averaging, like, just before the game today, he was averaging like a 1.4 KD. Like, he is really popping this event. Util's great, lots of kills, and yeah, he's really turned up this event.
I also got to say that Vanity, of course, he's not IGLing today, and we wanted, Zeppa wanted him to be more of like a Marved level of controller. We do actually have a little bit of a frag movie from him to see, has he been ramping up the firepower? Mary, is it easy to just turn it on? Like, if you've been IGLing for so long, just be like, okay, now you can go kill.
I don't think it's an easy thing, no. I mean, it could be easy, but I feel like if you're so like used to calling for a very long time, it's hard to, just stop calling, I would say.
I've seen a lot of
shoot people.
Yeah, and I've seen a lot of players kind of talk about what you were saying. There is Safe is a good example. When he used to play on Guild, he IGL'd for a bit, and I saw him on his stream. He was just saying like it's so much harder than I thought. So once you kind of step into it and you realize just how much responsibility and the mid rounding, especially with like the pressure of the crowd, and actually just it's a little bit easier in scrims and practice, but when it's actually the real thing, it's a lot harder.
Shout out to Safe, by the way. I know he's watching in the crowd as well. But I also want to say, in terms of this best of 5, it is a best of 5, and I think the one thing that we've been crediting 100 Thieves this entire tournament is their map pool, because Sliggy, it feels like they have their map pool is far better than everyone else's here.
You talk about 100 Thieves, sorry.
Yes.
Yes, they're looking great. The only thing at the moment is just Ascent. That's the only thing that's looked a little bit questionable. And even then, I don't think it looked that bad. They got beaten by Heretics. Gimmick in terms of the Viper, always pretty much good for one. And then the Liquid game as well, where Yampy just dropped multiple kills. I mean, like 26. So yeah, their map pool's looking great. And this is the thing with 100 Thieves. 4 of the main roster, they're just changing one. It's just a chamber for chamber swap. It's very easy, so they have all the maps. And as well, we saw yesterday when they mixed up with the Fracture, right? They decided instead of the Neon comp, they fell back onto a Raze comp. So they have multiple comps and every single map ready. But I am expecting an Ascent ban just with how it's been going this event.
Definitely, the priorities for these two teams have been different, because in C9 we've seen more of a role swap. We have Leave going on to that Sentinel role that I think fits him very well. And obviously for 100 Thieves is let's find out the composition that works best for us. We know exactly what we're going to be playing. Let's actually test the maps. Let's see if the month or 2 months that we've invested into making something new for calling it like that is actually giving us what we expected.
Mary's like, I mean, your map pool is insane. Like,
yeah,
you guys have the best map pool. So how much of an advantage is that? Because you guys just play any map that you want, really.
I mean, it's a good thing, like having playing all 5 maps. So when you play against a team that could use that against you, they'd be like, oh, they usually ban out Fracture. Fracture is their worst map. But in the back, you don't know, right? We've been practicing Fracture over and over, and I think it's a good thing just having that.
How much does mind game coming into this, you think? You kind of want to make them think that you don't want to pick them up, and then you go there.
Yeah, I mean, it's all mind games at the end of the day. Whoever wins the mind game.
Yeah, it's a lot of that. Coming from the coaching side as well, just knowing the extra work when you think like there might be an extra map that you have to prepare for. It's brutal. It takes a lot of time. In this game as well, with there being no demos, and it's hard to just scrape through all the VODs, so it takes a lot of time. It's time consuming. So throwing an extra map and just having that question mark just means you could waste an extra few hours just looking at something that's not relevant.
And again, we get in 2 days for Cloud9 that are going to be filled with that action. We were talking about how yesterday they had that break. They could just sit and watch. But today, it's in for the long run. You just ended up a best of 3. But honestly, you had a little bit of a break, but it was very short for you. So I still think that they have full energy, and they're going to come giving 100% to this.
For sure.
And also, I asked you in the quiz earlier about 100 Thieves pistol. I think Mimi was expecting, what, 7, 8 pistols? I think you originally said 20, but you guys were
20,
like,
yeah.
you were like, no way it's 20. That's way too high. But it's not that far off. They've won 17 already.
Yeah, exactly. I think that it's an insane record, especially I understand that if you're talking about any other team and maybe any other situation, Mimi's response would not be too far from reality. But the performance that 100 Thieves have been having here, with every single one of them being so important. We talked about both the economies being so healthy for them at the beginning of the half that of course it gives you the push to, come on top of your opponent, especially when you're in a LAN.
The question is, can they keep it up? Because it's 17 wins and 3 losses in terms of pistols. That's pretty hard to just carry on going. C9's pistols have looked okay. Nothing to write home about, but they've looked okay. So I'm very interested. We'll keep an eye on it, and it'll be a good talking point for sure.
I think it's also interesting, I was talking to Mike about it last night, that a lot of their pistols are ideas from the players themselves. They're bringing stuff into the meetings, into the practice, being like, we should do this, and they're implementing it, which is it's not something that you would expect.
I also know a lot of teams at the moment are doing the whole, when they're practicing, they're doing the whole best of 3 pistols. So you do a best of 3, and then whoever wins, if you win 2-0, then you just restart and just go. And so I think that helps a lot to just have multiple pistol strats. And yeah, it's kind of showing, I think, honestly, they might be doing it for sure, because their pistol strats are very drilled.
Well, we've spoken a lot about these 2 grand finalists. It's time to bring them onto stage. Over to you, Adam.
Thank you so much, Manchester. It is that time! The grand final, the winner of which will walk away with $50,000 and become the 2022 Red Bull Home Ground Champions. Shall we meet the teams? Shall we meet the teams? Then let's do it. The first of our 2 North American Goliaths. Give it up for 100 Thieves!
Best of 5 determines who will walk away as our Red Bull Homeground 2022 champions. 100 Thieves on Cloud9. Let's get it on!
I'm really hoping that we've seen the Reina walk on with Cloud9 means we're going to get a yay IGL Reina today. I'm all for it.
Oh, Mary should answer about that. How does it feel to have your IGL, playing on the duelist, going on the Reina, going on the Euro, and all these things? How does it feel, from the receiving it in the sense that you're in the team and your IGL goes in first?
It's like an insane thing. Like the fact that she can IGL and entry and get insane entries with 2, it's just surreal,
I think the fact that she can make those picks look not troll when it was like pre-buff stuff, when she was using it as well, is very, very impressive. But yay, maybe she's going to go down the route with Juliana today, who knows? But I do think it will be somewhat map dependent. So let's talk about that. It's going to be a best of 5. Both teams are only just getting 1 ban. And throughout this tournament, those bans have been pretty predictable.
Yeah, and especially we were talking about 100 Thieves map pool. I think that the only one that they have lost so far in this competition has been Ascent. So, if they didn't manage to figure it out for groups, it's not going to be ready for Cloud9.
Yeah, that's very much what I'm expecting. It's C9 just vetoed Breeze this whole event, so this isn't a shock at all. 100 Thieves, this could be anything, but I'm pretty sure it's Ascent. Yeah, this makes a lot of sense. Again, they have been struggling on this one. And then this is just going to be just what we see in terms of orders. So we're going to get all the maps and then... But I think this is smart from 100 Thieves. I think this makes a lot of sense. C9 picking Bind. Okay, with how the bind went earlier, it looked very comfortable. Very, very comfortable. I think this makes a lot of sense. I don't actually think they need to change too much. In terms of 100 Thieves being able to watch that game, I'm not sure you could have got too much from that game, to be honest. It was a complete stomp.
Yeah, and Fracture as well, a great pick for 100 Thieves as well. They've been super confident here and have had every reason to be as well, Mary. This is looking pretty even for both teams so far.
For sure, yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so...
100% Icebox, that's good.
I've heard, I talked to Cupid a bit, the sick for C9. I've heard that they've got something like a little bit spicy. He said not too spicy, but just like he said like a little bit.
That's Reina.
I mean,
that's Reina.
No, I think that might be too spicy.
I think this is the thing about Yay though, because back
it's
on...
I'm talking mild.
Okay, so
I feel like this is the thing about Yay, because back on Optic, one of the reasons that Optic really struggled on Icebox is because Yay never quite got it the way that players like Cryo and Durka got this map. So I wonder if this is where they do go, and it's very surprising to me to see a team with Yay on it to kind of go there, like you said, have it so prepped, but I'm very much looking forward to it, but we have Haven and Pearl to finish it up as well.
Yeah, I think overall I think we might be going to 5th map here. The big question mark for me for sure is Icebox. I'm not sure how it's going to look. I've always felt that Yay on Chamber hasn't looked too bad. I remember multiple games where I'm watching when he's back in Optic, just him on 20 kills and the other maybe just add up to the same amount as him.
The comps they used to play on that map was ridiculous.
True, yeah. So it'll be interesting to see what they go for. But yeah, Bind first. I'm not expecting anything crazy here. The mana screen right now, though, Zeppa, just insane tournament like we're saying, util on this map, on the sky, every single time, especially on defense. The dog is just it's at the perfect point. Every single time there's a bit of pressure applied, he does the dog, he does the flashback, and then he can make sure that there's a rotate that's really good. And so on the defense side, they can have 3 people in the right side.
Yeah, and when it comes to Best of 5, Mary, you played one very, very recently, it was a bit of a grueling one for you as well. How do you think they should be pacing themselves here as we head into Asian Select?
I don't know, I feel like C9 is way more confident, especially because they just recently played Bind. And I would say, also at the same time, 100 Thieves kind of has a heads up. They're expecting things from C9 for sure, because they just played recently. So it's going to be a head-to-head game for sure.
I just want to go back to seeing Leaf on that Viper. I think that he's been doing a great job. As we see, no surprises on this side. We kind of expected, this head-to-head is, it has some resemblance with the crew that we saw earlier. If it's the same ride, C9 is going to be on top.
Sorry, did any of you see if 100 Thieves are starting on attack or defense at all? Yeah. There's a big thing when I used to be in a team, when you kind of haven't been on the stage for a while, a lot of the times I like to start on attack. Just so
they are 100
Thieves starting on attack. Okay, so I think this makes a lot of sense. So Well, when you're on the defense side, there's so much pressure for you to hit your shots and get those kills, and then normally there's not someone there to trade you. So when you're on attack, there's more people behind you, so if you are not warmed up, you are missing a few shots, you have multiple people behind you. So I think starting on attack is very smart here.
It's more about the creativity, it's more about having the upper hand, making the first decision and kind of making the other team react. So I agree with that. It's definitely, you know, very smart for 100 Thieves to just go for that pick.
I mean, Mary, you've been very much advocating that C9 have you know, they're going to win this grand final. Why do you think that? And is there something on Bind that you feel like they're going to be able to do better than 100 Thieves?
I mean, the way they were playing, it just seemed like they were so confident, you know, and the energy also in the team. I mean, it was great. So I would say that if they keep the same momentum and energy, C9 will win this for sure. Because on LAN, it's all about, you know, spreading good vibes and good energy.
The vibes, yeah.
The vibes, exactly. Yeah.
Obviously, we want to see the pistol. We want to see if 100 Thieves is going to go on the same streak, because the last time that they played this was against Footballists, and right off the bat, they started on the attack. They got 9 rounds in a row. So let's see how they do now.
Well, this is it. It's time to jump into Bind, map 1 in this grand final with your casters, Mitchman and Tombiz.
Well, Tom, it looks like we get to say a final farewell to Bind. Don't know for how long it's going to be, but what a way to kick this off as well. These two teams have had a phenomenal tournament run right now, and anything short of 5 maps and we've been robbed.
Well, this is also just that NA versus NA rivalry. Like, we've seen teams battle it out. Yay gets to look up against that Cry on the other side once again. It has so many storylines getting into this initial matchup, and this is almost the first crown. We go into next year where they're going to have to battle each other week in, week out. This will be the first one to get the dub.
This first map, first couple of rounds will set the tone for the series. I mean, Cloud9 coming in hot after their previous game. It was a quick one as well. It's not like fatigue will be setting in just yet. They've had their break to prep, but 100 Thieves have been sat on the sidelines observing, watching everything that Cloud9 have been doing and figuring out how they're going to take the win here today. Without further ado, it's time to kick off map number 1. Manchester, make some noise!
Already, we're getting that quick start in. In fact, it looks like a full push going through from Asuna. The rest of the team playing that a little bit more patiently in the defense, looking like they have a set play of their own, ready to get in towards that mid position. It's going to be a brawl early, but it goes even.
Keeping it neck and neck to start with. Okay, 100 Thieves, though. They've thinned out that defense, and they've got a reaction, a bit of space out of Asuna. Doesn't expect another player to be this close already. Having already pulled those rotations towards the B site with the early play, they're getting that plant down now with the man advantage.
Spike planted.
Yeah, there's a lurk again. They've left a second player behind. We saw this from Cryo throughout the previous matches, just setting up those late plays to get into position, and the rest of the team, all they really need to do is burn down that clock. For Cloud9, they need to start taking that space back. They don't even know there's another man in the backlines, but Zeppa's already opened up onto one.
I think he might have spotted they weren't defusing at that moment, so a little bit of info to play with, but now the pressure's on. They've got to move forward, and right into Zeppa. He almost got away with it. It could have been the ace, and it was the pressure for them to move so quickly after they tapped that spike. No one got eyes on it. It leads to them flooding into the site and just about grabbing the round.
That's the thing, Zeppa's been having a fantastic tournament thus far. He's been topping most of the stats. The fact he comes away with 4 kills in this round and still doesn't manage to win, it might show that, well, they're at least going to have an ult online fairly soon, but other than that, it's still that pistol going the way of 100 Thieves. And that's the thing. They have been fantastic in these pistol rounds. I think that there was one of the stats was like 17-3 or something absurd in how good they've been in these early rounds, but teams have managed to at least try and fight a lot of them back.
You have to be realistic here. 1 or 2 extra seconds on that rotation from Cryo, a slight hesitation, and that round could have slipped out of their hands. But the early foundation built now. 100 Thieves look to move forward on these building blocks, and they've got to be cautious. You know, in these kind of rounds, obviously the headhunter from Ye is going to be a massive concern, but there's still going to be a couple of upgrades you potentially have to worry about. They're on their way in, burning up a lot of utility to keep these angles limited.
Well, they've got rid of that headhunter. That's at least something. And this is looking very, very clean from 100 Thieves. Again, their anti-ecos were pretty good yesterday, basically making things difficult for their opponents. But it's what they can do in this third round. Like, if this one comes back for C9 nice and clean, they can get those rifles on the board. That's kind of where you expect them to shine. But even still, though, this bonus is going to be one where you can afford a few casualties at least for the 100 Thieves side. If you could lose everyone, if you take a couple of people with you, that's absolutely fine.
But I love that approach there. You run into a stacked up site, and just because of how they're using their utility, the wall that they repositioned a little bit deeper alongside a snakebite, it lets them have all that space. It stops those 5 players who are in position from actually fighting as a full unit. Great way to really dice them up like that and leave the defense in a worse spot. Of course, most of them did have the classics, so we're not really expecting much from C9. A very quick push out of 100 Thieves, making use of the weaker weapons. But yay, RNG's a spray, and Vanity's in with another. This is looking pretty good for C9.
Yeah, Cryo at least makes it a little bit more interesting. The one rifle, but yay, just still lurking around the backlines. Eventually dealt with. He has support, though. Zeppa turning this into a 1v3. Derek so good in these clutches, but with the Spectre, it shouldn't really be possible. Still, though, he takes it down to just a couple remaining, however, not quite able to hit it with the range. Not a bad round for 100 Thieves, but C9, they're on the board.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, this is a round we expected to see them take, but that last ditch of damage that came out of 100 Thieves, it set them up now to punish the economy of their opponents. This next round's going to have a lot of weight to it. And it's this, you know, Ye, he gets caught off by that double swing. The timing was just perfect, and Derek to still get another kill in that 1v3, it pushes it across the line to...
They're not doing fist bumps, yeah?
No.
They're a little bit more intricate than that, you know, a little bit more delicate.
Got to be careful. You know, we saw some wrist injuries on the stage the other day. Someone was a little overzealous with the fist bumps, so...
A twist and fist bump is dangerous.
It absolutely is. He gets fired up. C9, look, they've got those rifles, but just take a look at their economy. Because of those losses in the previous round, 3 players are down to their last credits. A loss here will leave them to an eco, and 100 Thieves can really steam into the lead here on their attacking side.
Have you seen Vanity's gun? Expect anything less? This is genuinely my nightmare, is playing up against Vanity with a judge in towards Hookah. This is something he's done for a ridiculous amount of time through different rosters, and he's so difficult to clear from this position. I can tell you now 100 Thieves are predicting this. They know that this is happening. Can they deal with it?
Yeah, it's going to be in the back of your mind and look for the utility getting through. They have got some opportunities, especially with your Sky, but Sky being towards long. There's a chance that they decide to check this with a body, and that judge will clean them up if that's the case. With 40 seconds left, when it comes to making that push, 100 Thieves are going to have to decide where they're taking it, and look, avoiding Hookah almost completely. 4 players down through long, a flash out of the smoke. Dodged by Zeppa a little bit. He was able to get a few bullets off, and Zelsis finishes the player. They've slowed them down somewhat, and still, Hookah is a concern for them. They've got to keep their eyes on it.
Yeah, the thing is on the other side, there hasn't really been that much of an over-rotation. They've left the A just in case they tried to go back through the TP. The judge from there, though, is not pretty. It doesn't manage to get the kill. The spam from Zelsis, he takes a lot worse on the other side. A little bit of decay, but he just tries to deny them. Only 8 seconds left for them to get this spike down, but nobody has been able to stop them just yet. And it will be the after plant.
And they had the opportunity for the retakes, but they wanted to try and stop that plant. The time was so low, but with all those players throwing themselves at the site and finding practically nothing, sure, they're low across the board, but Ye has 3 players to deal with, and it's too much for El Diablo. The round is found for 100 Thieves, and now C9 are going to be in a pretty tough spot to get a full buy-up.
Yeah, I think this is also a map where you're likely to see Asuna really thrive. Like, his raise throughout this tournament has just been sublime. Like, okay, he's not been bad on any other agent, but we saw it yesterday as well. He gets onto that raise. I think that was when they switched things up on Fracture, and he was just a different beast. Like, blast packing into angles, causing so many issues. I will say that did look a little bit awkward, though, at the beginning. Like, Zeppa, I feel like those are moments where, okay, I expect him to get that kill because he has been so good in this tournament so far. And as you mentioned, weapons for this round kind of suck.
Yeah, there's a whole lot of weaknesses, as you can see now on the defense. You know, sometimes you'll see those stacks, but we saw that in the pistol, or in the second round rather, not the pistol. And 100 Thieves were able to deal with it well. Right here, it's a default out of that attacking side, and they're even going to use Seekers, checking for a stack perhaps, and seeing that there's only 1 player towards B. Good information for them, and they're on their way, but there's a kill for Ye, a potential weapon to be retrieved. And that's the kind of start you want. The Headhunter's pretty much the only weapon they've got to work with here.
Yeah, they do have an Orbital Strike. If they wanted to use it to try and deny this plant, they could, but might be a little bit of an over-investment. Tour de Force not quite online, but an extra kill for Ye could make all the difference at this point. However, very deep post plants. We mentioned this yesterday. 100 Thieves in their post plant scenarios are a nasty team to play against, and well, unfortunately, that gun is now on the deck.
Yeah, that's not a commonly held position. Your Brimstone able to find a kill, drop the ult, the snake bites taking down Leaf, and this is just great pathing from them. Halfway defused indeed, but they've got the bodies to throw and make sure they don't manage the defuse. This is getting a little spooky with Ye still floating about, ult online, and half defused, but in the end, he's deciding to bail out of here and save. Didn't manage to find a rifle, though. That's his main problem. So he'll go down to the spike.
Yeah, just trying to steal something at the end. Maybe try and bait a couple of players in, but it's not going to be happening. Still a pretty decent amount of damage for C9 in that round. Taking a few players away, those ults being built up. I think they might have actually used the orbital strike there to counter, just to try and hold the players from rotating back in. I'll be curious to see if that was actually utilized. Somebody definitely did, but it didn't seem to be on the spike. So I actually wonder if that was more of a rotation position. Yeah, so.
It's outside spike, so it doesn't hit the actual site itself, but it forces these players to go forward a little bit into those smokes. And obviously we saw the snake bite then as well, same time. That's, well, you're trying to get out of the ult and you run into a snake bite, you're going down.
Well, either way, it's been a very good start for 100 Thieves. And C9 are actually going to take themselves a tactical timeout here. Of course, I believe going into this map was their choice, right? Yeah, so it's definitely not what you want to look for. Now, I will say again, 100 Thieves, they've been off to a flying start in pretty much every single series, every single map that they've played. So this is something to be expected if you're on the C9 side. I'm sure they came in prepped, and you know, the IGL Vanity or Yay, we'll see. I'm still a little bit pessimistic as to whether or not it's going to be IGL. Can we get a look at Ye's face, see how much he's talking at this point?
Let's see all the words flying out. You know, man, I love it in a way, because one of the things we say about Ye is, like, the previous team he was on, yes, he's a phenomenal player, but they also set him up so well. You can imagine putting him into other rosters where you wouldn't have that same synergy. What's the best way for Ye to get set up consistently? Well, it's for him to control his teammates. Yeah, he set himself up.
Guys,
now.
You're going to flash for me. I'm going to kill everyone. Like, oh, cool.
It's just, I'm going to do this. How can you help me? I love it. 4-1. 100 Thieves steaming into the lead, and this pause was at a perfect time. As we said, the previous round, we didn't really expect to see too much, but C9 here, they've got an ult to play with. Showstopper out from Asuna. Doesn't find anything, but it does force Celsius back. He's given up the site, playing a retake perhaps. A few spams through the smoke, but finding nothing, and it looks like we could have a plan for 100 Thieves. As we said, their post-plant game has been flawless, or very close to. We're now going to have to see a big resurgence from Cloud9 coming in, but Ye with the tour de force. Keep an eye on that.
But also, orbital strike and a showstopper. So much clearing potential here for the side of C9 to just get rid of some of those players. They've used the Tiger to clear the close spot, and already Leaf is going to open up onto one. There goes the showstopper, but the counter flash actually pretty good, and they've used that orbital strike deep. Nobody can push through mid. Someone's going to have to go for a move, try and make the spam, and actually is successful, buying a little bit more time for the rest of the team. Derek looking to try and swing back out, and they're winning every single fight, and the Molotov closes it out. A fantastic round from 100 Thieves, and those post plants again are just nasty.
Absolutely unbelievable. There was a small window where it looked possible. They had to catch that peek out of bathroom while the molly was still on its way up and over, and they most certainly did not. Stellar, again, being a pivotal player for this team. He only gets the one, and bang, follows up with a phenomenal close to the round. But if Stellar isn't in that position, if he doesn't put his life down for the team in that moment, make that split-second call, it goes the other way. But Cloud9 are now trailing by quite a bit. They came out of a pause, they've lost that round, and now they're right back to a pretty weak buy, but there's an op in the hands of Ye.
I don't think anyone else could do this. Like, this almost feels like a simple strat coming out from Na'Vi. Like, maybe it works. We'll see. He is one of the only players in the world I'd have any level of confidence in making this one work. He's playing very passively. I think the plan is, if they go A, he kills everyone. If they don't, he saves.
Not a bad plan. Look, getting that weapon into Ye's hands can be a game changer at times, and he had the money saved up from the previous round where he played the tour de force. Safety net on safety net for C9, but they need to catch one eventually. For 100 Thieves, it looks like they are going right into Ye's hands, playing into it. They don't know that just yet, and they haven't committed, right? They've used up a little bit of utility, the Trailblazer in particular. I mean, that's your main info finding tool, and it's gone in towards bathroom. Hasn't spotted out all too much to work with, and there's the information. It comes at the cost of Cryo's life. Leaf showing up for huge damage, and Ye's got another. This round was a risky investment, but this is why they took the risk. El Diablo's on the server taking heads, and another is found. Just a ridiculous round for C9 to win.
This is just the thing. This is why we looked at whoever was going to sign Yay and just basically went, yeah, that's a good sign. And it didn't matter who else they had on the squad. And realistically, that solo operator did quite a lot. I was surprised with how much Leaf got done here, though. Just up close with the Stinger. It's a gun that's definitely rising in popularity, but they just managed to almost create distractions for this man to peek out again and again. And while C9 back on the board.
Well, that's it. They were a little less focused on that close corner because you know most of the players are going to be on an eco, and that op possibly caught them by a little bit of a surprise. Even if they knew it was going to be in there, it's then your main point of contact. It's your attention on that op because you need to get him killed before he can get out another bullet. And instead, it's Leaf up close that manages to ruin their day. A decent bit invested. We also had, of course, Vanity keeping them out in the open, made sure they didn't go into Lance with the orbital strike.
Even with a few rounds in a row, 100 Thieves have still had to take a pretty weak buy here. Okay, Cryo's going to have himself a rifle. A single kill will have a tour de force, and this round changes drastically. You can even see, I think Stellar, that's how confident he is in Cryo. He's gone, I'm going to buy nothing. You will get a kill. I will get your gun.
Yeah, I think this is a smart play as well from C9. That, you know, the mid push is a little aggressive, but they're playing the orbs. They're making sure that they can't get that ult online for free with a quick orb. That molly, good timing on it. That's actually going to force them forward. Cryo now right up behind the boxes. Doesn't look like he's going to be punished for it. In the end, it just serves to slow them down. The time's already fairly limited, and it's going to force a pretty aggressive play out. Cryo in the open! That spray control was sublime, and a blast back kills comes on the back of it.
That's not a kill you're going to see too often. The run through the smoke, the risks being taken. And Derek has retrieved himself that rifle, but they are running out of time. They need to get a move on it. You can see the full force here. Nice shot from Derek at least, but he won't get anything more from it. And Stella has a nice position, but as said earlier, he only has a classic.
He's been spotted as well. And that should pretty much be it. Snakebite down on him. Flash goes out. 10 seconds. No chance for 100 Thieves. It was looking like this attack side was going to run away with the game. But all it took was an operator in the hands of Ye, and C9 are back in the game hot on 100 Thieves' heels. But of course, that was a low buy as well. Not one that we can really fault them for.
I always just love the optimism of Vanity with his guns. Like, we've already seen that twice. Yeah. There was the Judge at Rage, and now he's just trying to full sprint with a Stinger at Range as well.
He was hitting shots, man. I saw some headshots come out of that somehow.
Oh. It worked out in the end. Tour de force now online for Cryo in this round, so he'll be able to save them a little bit of extra cash, but Ye has his operator as well. More importantly, you still have that Viper's Pit on either side, so if they can get into an afterplant again, 100 Thieves going to be ever deadly, but at the same time, it can be used to lock down angles for the opposing side.
And it's a big deal when you're looking at Cryo with this weapon in his hands. Having a Viper's Pit could be huge on a retake. You pop that down, all of a sudden, he can't hold line of sight. Over towards the spike, this could be dangerous. Depp has thrown the flash, and he's at least spotted as a player here. You don't know how dangerous that player is, though, until it's too late. A lot of the time, Tour de Force fires off. Now they've got the information to play with. They'll be much more cautious about swinging into those angles.
Yeah, I love the way they're just using their utility as well to force him off. Like, they knew exactly where he was, so just take him out of the game just by using that Tiger. Sure, he won't have it later on, but in the meantime, you have Ye pushing up. The flash has gone past him. He's going to get this kill almost for free. Such a deep position, Derek not expecting it, but Asuna has managed to find one on the trade.
Again, 100 Thieves just doing a fantastic job when they're taking these duels. They're looking towards the B side as they were. I think they've dragged the rotations. But in fact, there's still a decent bit of presence. You know, the rotation coming back around from Vanity. I think he was trying to get up and above the map right there. Asuna spotting some info on the way through. Knows there's a player up top to deal with, but it's Zelsis spraying into this smoke. It's blind. He has no idea where they could be. Just wants to land a stray bullet, and nothing is to be found. That plant now secured, and they've got to fight back into the Viper's Pit with Stellar landing shots on the return.
Yeah, the second this pit has been down, he's been nasty. We saw his ace yesterday. Just knows his position so well and just dodging those bullets within that smoke. Unfortunately, the opposing one has already gone down, so they can't exactly pop another in the mix. And I feel like this is already looking like a save for the remaining players of C9. There is no way back into this site. It will be a sick for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, Ye could decide to pull out the Headhunter here, give him a bit more versatility in that pit, but you're not going to run in there with an op. It just makes far more sense to save it over to the next round and keep your economy healthy. But this, little bit of damage and a risk. Only the risk of losing the Phantom, and they've got a little bit of money to work with.
Has he got 4 bullets?
He does. He was spraying. He sprayed like 3 mags into the Viper's pit and landed nothing.
If they had pushed him there, he would have had to like double tap both of them just to get out of the round, but not going to happen this time. 100 Thieves continuing to grow their lead, and that's the thing. I feel like they have thus far on this attacking side looked like the stronger side. There've been a few moments for C9, but it's the second they get into those afterplants, and Asuna has just done a fantastic job of actually just taking space. Like every single time you've seen him get in towards lamps, basically open things up, even there just being on such an elevated angle, but it just clears so many positions that everybody else can comfortably get into a spot. They really need to start shutting him down, and while there's a few members on the other side who can probably do that.
It definitely feels like C9 have the right pieces to the puzzle here. It's just a matter of putting them together in a way that 100 Thieves can't punish quite as much. Little unfortunate for Stellar there. Eats the boom bot, takes the TP, puts up his wall on the B side. This is going to be an aggressive one. They want to try to take some control over Hookah, but with Leaf going out in the pit, again, assuming that this was going to be, I guess, a full commitment towards B, that's the pit down. They're going to stagger push, though. And of course, Ye has the confidence to back up that push that was held just moments ago. He's waiting to swing on the angle as the fight's coming down on B. A game of patience on the A site that could tell us the whole story. Yay! He's caught! Doesn't quite make it into the TP. The A site's open, but so is B by the looks of it. Just Celsius to work with, and they cannot hold on to the site. 7 rounds now for 100 Thieves with just 2 left to play for. They've guaranteed that they've won the half. And again, that question is by how much?
Yeah, the luck from Cryo in that round was just sublime. Like, catches Leaf pushing out of the Viper's pit. A lot of the time, you're just going to expect that player to sit back and wait for you to almost try and take that control. But then he sticks around in case anybody else goes walks about and just has confidence in the rest of the team. It almost is looking like they've sort of brought in this 5th man and gone, you guys go over there. We're going to play as a squad and just work together. And 7 and 3 up already on that attacking side. This is looking very bleak for C9.
Yeah, everything they've tried so far, it's been caught and calculated. Trailblazer to start. Going to be speeding their way towards B, meeting a lot of utility on the way, and with the pace that 100 Thieves have had towards particularly this long push before, it's no surprise that C9 are so quick to dump utility to keep them back. Here comes a big ultimate out of Asuna potentially. He got caught by the flash, but the showstopper's still going, still gaining space, looking for someone to take down, but it finds nothing. The space is what it's all about, but Zepp has slipped back out, and a jump out of Hookah from Vanity. It's all coming together for C9 at long last as Cryo's left alone. I mean, they decide to use the showstopper here. I'm not sure if, you know, you sit back and take a breather in the 4v1 you needed to, but, you know, in the moment of panic, sometimes it's worth just throwing out. And up against a man like Cryo, if anyone's going to clutch it, it would be this guy.
Let's see what he can do. 4 players, a filthy crossfire. None of them going to peek either because the second he jumps out, the contact will be there from Celsius. This crossfire should make things a nigh-on impossibility. And any sound being made would give the game away. He's just trying to bait them into a swing, and while every single member peeks at once, C9 garner themselves a 4th round, and that's probably one of the cleaner ones we've seen from them.
Oh, definitely. Yeah, I mean, this one right here certainly starts to put a bit more faith into this side, and they just need to chip away at those rounds. They have been as we go. 7-5 still a possible scoreline to finish out on. This re-aggression out of Zeppa, you know, it got 1 kill.
I love seeing him see Vanity. Like, it's like Vanity jumps out and you go, that guy's on his team, so where's everyone else looking?
So that's the thing, like Zeppa finding that first kill, it's the same thing we saw when Ye was able to just take all of their focus on the other side. He had that operator, they wanted to take him down. This time Zeppa's the danger man, he's in that position. Everybody just becomes laser focused on taking him out. And at that exact time, Vanity jumping through the smoke with a Bulldog, but he's able to get the numbers way into their favor. A timeout for 100 Thieves as the last round of the half is still to be fought for. They could be walking out with an 8-4 lead, but the way things have gone, it certainly feels like they deserve it. We'll see if Cloud9 can steal it away, though.
Yeah, they've been impressive. I think probably realizing that, okay, if this goes 7-5, we lose the pistol, we've given them a way back into the game.
Absolutely.
So let's just try and stomp them out of this one as soon as possible. And that's the thing, I do feel like a lot of those rounds have sort of been blips. Like, you've had those moments of, like, a player jumping out of Hookah getting a double kill. You've had Ye getting a triple kill with the operator, but as said, the second that spike goes down, I just have full faith in 100 Thieves to convert. The retakes haven't quite been there for C9, but I do think I more so want to give credit to 100 Thieves rather than take it away from C9.
Well, exactly. It's 100 Thieves have just been too clinical when it comes to a lot of these pushes. I am looking at mid right now. This is an aggressive play from C9. They're almost going all in on it. A triple push down the wall there to segment them. Stellar, he's going to catch them as they come back through. He dropped his wall to try and catch them off guard, but they were all too ready once they heard it start to fall. They'll try to make up for some space lost by taking control of bathroom, and at least they get rid of the trap. But right now, C9 certainly hold all the cards, and you're always going to be worried about Ye turning up with that operator.
Orbital strike on either side, so I think you're going to see the defense not play towards lamps. Easily the most common position to try and clear, but you need to make sure that this danger man is off the angle and already just waiting above as they try and spam him out. Bang's actually got him. I think he's found him through the edge of it. A huge opener into this site. Zelsis with a spam back. It seems like either side are almost just having those little moments of luck to get them the openers. And timing here is going to be everything. The peek into the orbital strike will drop the spike on the ground. And now 2 remain for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, even getting that spike back is going to be tough. It's on the other side of the wall. They'll manage to pick it up. You imagine the sprays would be on the way, but a little bit more passive from C9.
Look at where he is.
They've got great control indeed. Zeppa's cutting them off again, but not managing to find a kill. They're onto the site. That's a rarity to see Zeppa miss that, and it's given them a way back in.
I think he just didn't want to give things away. A shot from Derek isn't bad, but now it's on to Asuna. He's been fantastic in this game so far, but this is going to be a tough one. A double lineup ready and waiting for him, just trying to get out of dodge. He'll find the first, but a quick trade from Leaf will give C9 their 5th round, bringing it at least a little bit closer towards the end of the half, but ultimately, that's still a strong attacking side for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, it definitely is. They're not going to be disappointed with that scoreline coming into this map, but I feel like they're going to come out of this half thinking that they should have had that little bit more. They certainly could have. With that said, though, the pistol round, well, it's now carrying a little bit more weight. Like you said, 7-5 scoreline. C9 starting to pick up the pace, and if they find this pistol, they are right back into the game. Also, the comfort levels as you swap over sides. I mean, they're not going to be diced up in quite the same way that they were when 100 Thieves came to making a lot of those pushes.
Well, that's the thing. I want to now put that focus on Zelsis. I think when it goes into this attack, he has been fierce playing the race, similarly to Asuna. So I think that realistically, he's going to be someone that will be the focal point of this attack, give that little bit of extra space to players like Ye to almost have the same lurk as Cryo. And that's almost the interesting thing about this first map is it is mirror. Like pretty much everything they are doing is going to be similar in the essence of it. It's going to come down to the individuals on the server.
Well, the pistol round strategy here, 100 Thieves have a bit of presence to deal with on this A site already. A full blitz out, the orb up, but it's only causing decay as they make their way on through. This is now scary because Leaf has caught Stellar. The flash was on point, and they have caught Asuna. He's stuck inside the bathroom with his teammate Bang. They have got to allow this plant or run through some utility.
Spike planted. His positioning over the last couple of rounds has been fantastic, just waiting to make sure that they literally can't escape. And the second they start making a move, he's going to try and move on to them. Now, Asuna is definitely reading this one, watching to try and clear this man from behind, but they can't move forward until they do. That kill's huge. Just removing him from position. Zelsis up close, wins the first battle. Might get caught reloading it, but no, he gets a double. A couple of kills coming through, but Bang's still going strong. It's the second pistol with 4 kills on 1 player, and they don't win the round.
I mean, again, coming down to just the last second. Even that nade thrown through, it was a panic. Just, I've got it extra. I've got the 2 kills. Why not fire through to the site? That gave Bang an extra player unaware. This guy is unbelievable.
So clean.
I mean, the nade was dead on as well, though.
Yeah, it might have even
down from the grave.
Yeah, exactly. It might have even got him afterwards, but honestly, that Zeppa did exactly the same thing in the last pistol round, 4 kills and a loss, so it seems like just don't get any multi-frags and you might win the round. This is a force, though. A risk taken on the other side. A couple of rifles on at least one, and then the Stingers up for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, Cryo even going in for the Stinger, not playing with the Headhunter bullets. It's an interesting choice. We've seen the prevalence of this weapon, but the Spectre on the other side, the weapon that most players are abandoning for the Stinger, is the one to open up this round. The Phantom on Zelsis winning a duel. Ye holding for that, well, no longer a push. He's just heard the TP back, and that is going to cause them to completely change direction. The hookah lurk and the TP back leaves them diving out of this site, but through the wall, it's going to make it easier for Cryo, but just not the weapon for the job.
Yeah, I almost feel like maybe the Headhunter would have been the better choice, but unfortunately. You got to sit with the decisions, and that's the thing. Normally you talk about a couple of kills being a fairly decent round for the side who lost the pistol, but they forced. They fully invested. They put everything they had into this round, and well, now it's likely to be an eco, and more importantly, a good opportunity for C9 to actually take the lead.
Yeah, I mean, they put it down to a dice roll. When you play a game like that, when you take that second round force buy, it's really a statement of, well, this was a close game, first of all, but it's a statement of, we're a better team than you. We think we can win this. It didn't work out this time around. It was a good attempt. But now they're going to pay the price. C9 are up to 7. And that 8th round should be handed to them. Big eco to take place. That said, in a similar situation, we saw that op come out from Yay, right, and back them up. 100 Thieves won't have that, though. It's way too early in the half. So C9, almost certain to take the lead here.
Yeah, it's actually really interesting as well that Arsenal actually decides to save. Because a lot of the time, obviously, you're going to get the reduced credits. It means that he's going to be attempting to try and do as much damage as he can. And of course, they will have that sort of extra loss bonus going into the future round. So it's not going to be the end of the world. But I want to see what they're going to actually try and do with the small amount of weaponry they have. Because we know that they can do damage with the pistols. It's just how much.
Yeah, seeing exactly what they've got to work with as well. I mean, Cryo is going to be playing those... no, not playing the headhunter bullets, actually. It's just down to the classic. Obviously saving the credits up so that operator can come through when it needs to. Right here and now, C9 pumping the brakes in the early stage. They've got a flank watch on both sides of A, both lane ways that they could come from. And then the rest of the team are looking towards B, just taking a bit of space, moving up through long. And the main thing here being that you don't want to see any player, unless you're watching the flank and you're on range, sure. But for the most part, you do not want to see a solo fight. There has to be someone able to trade when you're up against these weaker weapons.
Oh, a little bit of counter utility, orb being taken. And again, C9 just trying to avoid any sort of gamble. They are going to make that push through. Actually, the orbital strike thrown in. Arsenal almost manages to get a couple, but he's definitely dragged one of them desperately low. Again, this is a much weaker purchase than we even saw in the last round, but look how tagged some of these players on the C9 side are getting. A real opportunity. Stella finding another. Even hits the shot up to Bang, and it just leaves one man standing. What a round from 100 Thieves.
They didn't have the operator to work with this time around, but they made it work. My God. 100 Thieves, the force buy was brave. It was ambitious, and it didn't work out. They just sprinkle in a couple of credits here. And as we said, Cryo didn't even buy headhunter bullets. They're looking for that operator next. They're not looking to make any investment that they don't need to. And wow. They still walk out with a victory. I mean, that's karma for Cloud9 with the operator buy, but I think that one comes with a little bit of extra sting.
Yeah, I'm such a huge fan of Bang at this point. Like, the guy is ridiculous, and it always seems to be in such high impact rounds as well. 8 to 7. The purchase coming out from C9 is not the best, that's for sure. Showstopper does kind of at least thin the lines a little bit. There's no ults remaining on the other side. Arsenal, though, he seems to have the right idea. Getting rid of Leaf would be huge. Instead, though, it's going to be that execution.
Good shot, Asuna down, up close here, Bang. He's been phenomenal. He's going into the smoke, catching A off guard, but here come the spams in return. He's down to 50 HP, and Zelsis pops him in the head to close that duel out. 100 Thieves on the back foot. Derek's super low, and he can't heal himself up. They got to rely on Cryo, the operator. It was the turning point over on the Cloud9 side, but for 100 Thieves, it's only now arriving to the A site. This was a solo B from Cryo once that pressure comes through. And with them only getting here now, and there not really being any opportunities presented, and you know Cloud9 are playing post-plant with probably their Molly, their Snake Bites, it's just not worth going for. And indeed, those Molly and Snake Bites have already been deployed, just showing how much they can run that clock down before they even need to take a duel.
Yeah, no, a good resurgence. I think that's the sort of round C9 needed. If you lose this one, especially after you invest back in, I think 100 Thieves could have run away with the map. Like, after winning a force buy like that, or not even force buy, a low investment. Now, though, this is where things get a little bit more interesting, because you have some weapons saved up. You've still got that operator, which was avoided in the last round. And a lot of that, again, came down to just some fantastic entries from Zelsis, which, as I said, is something we expect in this second half, but it is something that will eventually get shut down on the other side. Say he runs into Cryo with that operator, it's definitely going to be a little bit more difficult. So definitely going to need some slight adaptations there. But it is fun, because we've got this close match, back and forth with these force buys working out, and it's whether or not, well, it seems like 100 Thieves actually want to slow it down down a little bit and not let that get out of control.
Again, this is one of the turning points of the game. A swing round of 100 Thieves can manage to get back into the lead, steam away with it. But Cloud9, they'll be coming in with a strong response. It's worth gathering yourself at this point. You don't want to let it slip just yet. You said coming into this is Cloud9's map pick. They're already being challenged on map number 1. The pool, in theory, only gets closer as we go throughout this BO5. Now's the time for them to show up coming out of this pause.
Well, yeah, and that's the thing. It's like, this is going to be a marathon, not a sprint. We're already seeing such a close game in the first, but I do think that getting that first on the board, especially as we go deeper into this map pool, there's going to be maps that we haven't even really seen either of these teams play. Like, I think we've got Icebox coming up a little bit later on. I don't know if they've got anything special there, but thus far in the tournament, I don't think either of the teams have really put much stock into Icebox. So that's going to be an interesting one if we get to that stage. Winning that first map, though, this is where I think both teams are going to have those sort of like, okay, this is where we are both at least comfortable to play. And for, well, C9, that's where they actually took it.
Well, this round certainly has a slow approach from C9, spreading the blanket across the map, looking for control and looking for duels. There's duos on the B site on each angle. Utility from Sky gets Celsius up close, control of the orb now theirs. Hookah push being watched for the entire time, and of course with this wall from the defensive side, it's a big factor to consider that at any point they can just shift walk out of Hookah, take that extra angle, be behind the box. It causes a lot of problems. But then they had just one player in the form of Ye sitting outside a bathroom this whole time, watching for a peek, a push, absolutely anything. But 100 Thieves are being so passive. Both of these teams giving an enormous amount of respect to each other, but eventually that fight has to come down. And with 45 seconds on the clock, C9 move forward. They look for some control, and it looks like we could see it indeed. Oh, bang! A double kill and Asuna's answer on the other side. That is a conclusion to the round, with the up of Ye being the last man standing and the last hope for C9.
Oh, he's actually going to go through the TP. They hadn't even rotated that far away, so players are just going to be waiting. He's about to jump into the loving arms of some of the members of 100 Thieves, and Asuna's going to get him straight through the wall. Again, though, you'd look at Bang's position, you go, okay, maybe he gets one. But getting a double like that, just starting off the round so strong, and the rest of the team being able to shut it back. It's back and forth all the way through here. C9 100 Thieves, C9 100 Thieves. Let's see if there's another response.
It's unbelievable from Bang. We had a showstopper used up on the other side of the map, right? Trying to force that fight in an awkward duel between Asuna and his counterpart. But in the end, it's 100 Thieves rolling out with, I mean, a hell of a lot of brawn in that round, putting a 9th one on the board, and Cryo feeling confident on the back of it. Some aggressive posting to begin, but that wall, that's going to cause some problems for what he was looking for.
He's still sticking around, though. Hoping that he can be given the shot. They are expecting somebody to be here, and actually, Celsius swings through the screen. Gets that opener for free. Still a couple of players here, but they managed to bypass the orbital strike. Or maybe not. One of them goes down. A nice shot from Celsius again. Just being the opener, and they're trying to respond. Force Derek out of that corner and give them a little bit of extra space.
Well, Derek's certainly forced out of the corner, but Asuna's come in to respond, swinging his way in through the lamps, and now a shining light for this team. A beacon of hope in the round, and it looks like he'll close it himself. Down to 10 HP, though. And Zeppa's gone through the TP, faked the flash onto B as he wraps his way back around, looking for the plant, and hoping to have sold that fake completely. But 100 Thieves, they're being cautious. And without the plant coming down already, they're thinking, is he pushing spawn? Is he getting close? Is he trying to force these duels? And now I think the pieces of that puzzle are going to start to come together.
Yeah, I like that they're sticking together as well. Not going to over-rotate, not going to stick one per site. Just basically look to play this one together. They still have snake bites, blast pack, a little bit of utility to play with. And actually, by the looks of it, Zeppa was just hoping for a fight. He's low on HP. He doesn't really have the opportunity to take both of these players on at the same time. So he was hoping that somebody would make a mistake. The flash, however, will delay them at least for a second. Now, bear in mind that Asuna is so low on HP that if he can hit a bullet, that will isolate into that 1v1, but it'll be a different story with Stella. And the snake bite, he can't push through it. He just doesn't have the HP to. He almost had. Oh no, he's going to risk it. Try and catch them off guard, but Asuna again is there. 3 kills for him in the round. Double digits now for 100 Thieves.
I think he had to make that push there realistically. In the position it's planted, it's open. It can cause a lot of confusion for your opponent on where you are, but at the same time, that snake bite down, the player tucks the box, sticks to the defuse while he's being covered for the short push. It's a guaranteed win, and he realized the time wasn't on his side if they were sticking it. Unfortunately, they weren't, so they were able to just take him down very easily. But a very good attempt in what should have been, I think, a much quicker conclusion to the round. He managed to get through the TP, sell the fake, get the plant. But ultimately, the round result stays the same, and 100 Thieves put another round on the board.
Yeah, finally managing to get a couple in a row since the pistol, and again, this puts some weaker purchases. Now, I'm looking at that Viper's Pit. That's the main threat in this round. You go in there with Spectres, Stingers, and they basically act like your normal rifles once players start getting decayed. So that's the main goal here for C9. Get into an afterplant, and then have that set up.
Well, the Trailblazer destroyed right away, still a trap. Oh, Cryo! He wasn't expecting Leaf there, but the quick scope came in.
There goes the Viper's Pit.
Seekers on their way, and a good kill there. Okay, Zels is down. This is going to make it much harder to do anything.
Yeah. They don't have the one ult that really would have done something other than this now for Ye. He's basically just going to have to try and obliterate everybody. Plant will at least get them into a position where they can try and buy as much time as possible. But ultimately, he's hoping someone gives them a draw. And actually, that orb is perfect. It just allows them to get that little bit closer. Arsena just hitting everything, and eventually, Ye will fall as well. It's left all onto Vanity. A Spectre versus 4. In fact, I don't think the Molotovs hit him. He's just defusing. Has to swing eventually. And 100 Thieves a couple away now from taking their opponent's map.
Hey, that was a good attempt. I saw the blast pack up and over the operator from Asuna. He actually avoided the scope completely and managed to take a fight then afterwards. I think his teammates, not fully expecting over on that C9 side that the player would be able to cross the op without being spotted, but some nice movement, and it got him there to catch Zeppa off guard. For 100 Thieves now, I mean, this is the home stretch. Still got to worry about that Viper's Pit being online, and sure, that round had a lot of weaknesses to it, and once the pit goes down, you expect that it will just crumble. But if 100 Thieves win this, it's all but over on map number 1. And again, this is Cloud9's map choice, their first map choice in this series. Logically, as it goes on, the maps should get closer. Right now, it's certainly not looking favored to C9.
Well, yeah, up next we've got Fracture, which is, again, a great map for both sides, but I do think 100 Thieves have looked incredible on that map. And Asuna, again, showing that another map where he plays Raze, I wouldn't like to go in that direction, let's put it that way. Now, an operator on either side. Ults starting to stack up a little bit, and it's looking like we're going straight into B.
Yes, it is. A Molly and Nade, and they've got it fully cleared. Asuna, though, pops the showstopper, and this is supposed to be a threat that stops them from planting. When they decide to stick it, well, he has a good idea where they're going to be. Taking down Vanity, robbing them of any smokes, robbing them of that Molotov that's been so annoying, although they used it early to get in there. Showstopper fired out on the other side, blind fire, and it landed nothing.
Yeah, he needs to hold this angle. Oh, the quick switch! And he comes out with 2! The best headhunter player in the world for a reason. And well, the second that happens, 100 Thieves are out. Not even going to bother trying to give this one a go. Wanting to make sure their economy stays strong. Wanting to try and save some of the weapons. Zels is hoping to close them down, but why does he even buy an operator? That's the question. It's so grotesque.
The funny thing about that is that the pit secures them the spawn. They have snake bites down in it as well to make sure that these defenders can make their way back out through, but it was just Ye. That was the only other angle they could approach from in that scenario, and he locks every single duel down. Phenomenal work. And that's going to propel you right back up there. Certainly feeling like they're still in with a chance. I mean, they're on their heels, but we need to see that consistency now. They can't slip up.
That's the thing. There's so much individual talent on this C9 roster. I think there's obviously going to be work to be done to get everything ready over the next couple of months, but when you have stuff like this, sometimes it just doesn't even matter. Crosshair placement, unbelievable. And, well, it still feels like a little bit of a blip on the other side of things. Like, 100 Thieves is still in the driver's seat. They've still got plenty of finances to be able to buy back into this one. I don't think there's going to be any problems there. But if players like Ye start to come online, if we start to see a little bit more from Zeppa, if we have done throughout this tournament, Leaf as well, being caught off a few times, there's so much potential for the C9 roster that they could easily turn this back around.
Yeah, that's the timeout called here again. One of their last chances to keep themselves in this map and take it back out of 100 Thieves' hands. And this is their home ground in this series. It's where they want to take that victory. You can see Cyber Focus, some conversations going around. This is where Ye's IGLing gets put to the test.
Of course, this is where he earns his money.
That's what he's best at. And right now, though, hell of a game from Zelsis. 21 kills and 15 deaths. And for the man that's often going to be your point guy going in, taking space, he's just been finding those.
Well, you say that. Bang has 24.
He almost had that angle. I think he just barely missed the jump onto the brick. It allowed Cryo to cross, but he has a good idea that's a possibility here.
Yeah, this might be one of the last times we see these two face off against each other on Chamber. It has got a hard nerf coming. We'll see how flexible they're going to be on that agent from now on, but there's definitely a show to be had. The winner here could define the round, but the fact is he's heard the push coming in onto the side of the peak, and he's going to win it.
Out of charges.
Catching that timing, but more importantly, Bang has allowed them to rotate back through. Zelsis a little bit low as well. That molly could actually cause him some serious issues. Gonna have to get back into the corner, has a bit of support from his teammate, a Molotov to slow them down.
They just won't let him escape. The spams were keeping him in that corner. Their utility going through. They know that Zelsis is still there. You let him get away, he gets to his teammates, they set up. Who knows if you're going to be able to carve that control back out of their hands. But now, in a 3v3, there's a possibility. Again, though, you've got to deal with Ye. That wall, well, it's not going to save them for long. They try to emerge, see the up, and that's it. They are out of here.
Yeah, with that much control deep within the site, it didn't really leave much of an opportunity for 100 Thieves to get back in. And again, they want to make sure they're coming in with purchases. And that round, you lose the first couple of entries, you make it a bit more costly, but you don't really want to risk it here. 10 rounds now on the board for C9. The comeback looking like it could be on here. And well, a few rounds for either side and Bang could go their way.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, we said it started out neck and neck, and it was a close game all the way through. And we are going to go down to the final rounds just to decide it. Like I said, in this series, I feel like anything short of 5 maps is just daylight robbery. These two teams have been just schooling everyone going throughout this tournament, looking like they're in a different tier.
Except Focus.
Well, except Focus, yeah.
Focus. They didn't school Focus.
They didn't. Focus knew what was going on. Oh, a little snake bite down, but he's already in. Zelsis runs into heavy traffic. With Stellar's double, that has put a quick halt to C9's plans.
Yeah, definitely not the start that they were looking for. They're also going to spot the corner's position, but actually Leaf manages to get out of there, and Ye's found another. Back into a 3v3 scenario. Again, the advantage is diminishing so quickly, but there's still Arsena to deal with. I don't know if they'll expect him to be here. They've tried to bait him out with a peek. Vanity's going to go down for it. And a swing out again! Asuna with a double, he goes for everything. But Ye will put him in his place. A 1 versus 2, spike in hand, a chance to rotate. This time, there actually isn't anybody on the other side of the map, but he's going to go facing in instead. And with spotting that operator, you might think he'd want to go back, but no. He's going to go for the plant.
The orbital strike came through. He knows Brim's got to be somewhat close, but he's managed to get that spike down. If he could reposition with this operator, it could be everything. Oh, he's not going to make it. He got caught on the boxes on the way back through. And Bang, with the whole bang, puts 100 Thieves up to 12. What a disaster. It was so close to another signature Ye play.
No, I fully believed. The second he hit that first shot, I was like, well, Bang has got a job on his hands, but it's this from Arsena as well. Like, this double kill basically just put the round to bed, other than just Ye having to hit a couple of crazy reaction shots. Man. It's just that clip, that slight pixel on the box that catches him, and otherwise I think he takes it.
He was scoped in, you know, you don't even know how far back you are at that point. He thought he'd taken one more step at full speed, but not quite. And you can see they're thinking, he wins that most of the time. Of course, it's the wall bang to finish it. Okay, 12-10. This means 2 chances for Cloud9 on their map pick to push it to overtime. Victory in regulation, no longer possible. Victory no longer probable. 100 Thieves have the reins. See if they can hold on to them. Stellar with a very aggressive push. And of all the rounds to do it, that has put a spanner in the works. Cryo won't win the duel, though.
Yeah, it's happened a couple of rounds now where we've seen the peak come in for Ye, and he's still winning those battles. An integral one to put this back into a 4v4 scenario. And Leaf, now looking to almost lead the charge. Bang is within the smoke. just meters away from each other. Both sat within the corner, both looking for that hookah control, and almost both waiting for somebody on the other side to make a mistake. As the rest of the team look to try and push through that long position. This fight for hookah could be absolutely everything, but Bang is not moving at all. Yay is going to take down Arsena, but this position from Bang, he needs to get something here. Finds a double, there's another within, and he comes out with 3. He's going to put the game to bed. Bang with the 4K, 13-10, 100 Thieves take map 1.
As if he didn't have enough. This game serves as a highlight reel for this man. Kill after kill going his way. We saw it even in pistol rounds, but closing it out in that fashion. That's Cloud9's map pick in the pockets of 100 Thieves. And now we look at the rest of this BO5, a leg up to the team that has looked unstoppable. Ye's being dealt with. How much more can they do?
That's the thing. I think it's easy to forget with 100 Thieves. Like, you talk about these additions. You talk about, like, Crow's come in, upgrade from Will, yada, yada. You forget what they already had. And Bang, what an incredible way to start the series on the controller. I think he top-fragged the entire game by quite a significant margin. And they were all high-impact frags. But you know what, Mitch? We need a bit of a break. And I've heard we've got some fantastic analysts sat by alongside Yinsu to break this one down.
Thank you very much, Mitch and Tom. 100 Thieves, they're starting this off with a bang, and pun intended, 100% there. I'm back here with Mary, Kukuk, and Sliggy. Look at these stats right now. This is from Ban just now on Bind. This guy, Sliggy, is absolutely on fire.
This is unheard of as well. So you kind of see these stats a lot of the time in just stomps, right? Maybe like 13 threes. This was like a crazy close game. Like, how is this possible? That is madness. So much damage per round there as well. What a performance, just so many times. So like the impact is just so crazy. So many multi-kills, what a performance. And I talked about him in terms of his role. He just does so much on his role. Even his first kills are just crazy high for just playing the roles that he's on in terms of smoker. So yeah, what a performance.
If you decide to go for the double controller here on this map and you have Bang given this performance, having Stellar on the calls, we just see in the kills here, they literally have control over the entire map, and I think that's something that we saw time and time again. Don't get me wrong, I think that C9 put it extremely close. It's plays like this that, you know, make me think, especially at the end, they really needed Ye to step up and close some of the rounds, and otherwise would have gone probably a 13-8.
Yeah, I know Zeshpa was saying how they wanted Vanity to play more like Mars, but Bang, I feel like this is looking really peak Mars-esque.
For sure, yeah. I mean, like, even the last round, like, his positioning was just great.
It's night and day.
Did you think that he was going to get 4 when
Honestly,
you were watching that?
I loved his patience, that's for sure. Just holding that angle and waiting for the long
I want to know what he had for breakfast. You know, we were seeing the Turkish team
sense,
footballers at the beginning of the day being like, we have breakfast all together, and then there was a table full of food. I want to know what Bang had, and I definitely want to have it. Don't get me wrong, we saw many amazing plays from the side of 100 Thieves. The impact of the Brimstone ult for the executes of both these teams, the instant responses coming in from one another, it's insane. I mean, we're in for a treat.
Yeah, this is the kind of high-level stuff I wanted to see from this final. This was just mad.
Was that?
I really didn't think he was going to get the third one there. I had no idea he managed to get the third one and managed to clean it up. Yeah, just what a solo performance, but also I don't want to neglect the other 4. They did great. Everyone doing their roles. Stella did a lot for the team, and just Asuna as well, just getting just good damage off and just perfect info as well from Derek and Asuna all the time. So they just kind of knew where they were going. Yeah, I just thought this was a great game. This was the kind of level that I expect going into this, and I'm so glad we're seeing it.
Yeah, and talking about Celsius and Ye again, they were again, you know, fulfilling the roles into getting the first kills, getting the openers. The problem is that 100 Thieves had a way back into everything, especially when we were seeing them on the defense. We saw that the moment that C9 wanted to start on the execute, 100 Thieves had an instant response every single time. It was impossible to go on the attack for them.
And also, Mary, I heard you after pistol round, you were like, I think maybe I need to change my prediction. But yeah, what did you make of that game?
Honestly, I felt like 100 Thieves going on attack was the right thing to do, because they set out the, what's it called? The momentum of the game. And I would say they made Cloud9 play the way 100 Thieves wanted them to play fine, I would say.
Yeah, we talk about the pace setting, right,
pace,
as well.
yeah,
And
exactly.
I mentioned pistols there because we actually saw 100 Thieves lose a pistol, which is the 4th one they've lost this entire tournament, Sliggy.
Yeah, so yeah, that itself is just a good sign for 100 Thieves. It's like even if they lose the pistols, they can still win out these. The buy rounds look good. Their after plants were crazy. 7 out of 8 they won in terms of after plants. That's very strong. Brimstone Molly always coming down. Everyone knew their set rolls. The flashes that came in. There was a round that I want to talk about in a bit. Just some of the util is just, it's just impeccable. There was an interesting thing as well in terms of the defense side where I saw a buy, but this is the round that I want to talk about. So they get the plant down on the site and we're going to have a 5v5 retake. I just thought all the util was great. What I really wanted to talk about here was just Stella and just how these IGLs on both of these teams will just go above and beyond for their team. They know what they have to do and they'll just either take low buys in terms of judges, in terms of vanity, or Stella can just make big plays. Look at this flash that comes in. That's so perfect. The util in this round is great. Brim ult comes in as well. Look at this from Stella. He knows. They've been studying C9. I talked about it a little bit in terms of the crew game. All the time, Vanity likes to just smoke the spike, instantly stick on it. So they know from the tendencies of C9 that they like to do this. So he knows they're going to stick this. I have to be the person to make the play. Ye missed the shot, and he completely capitalized on it. 7 out of 8 after plants is mad.
It's insane. I mean, if they keep pulling out this performance throughout the entire grand finals, I think that is going to be a very short day today.
Yeah, I also want to hear a little bit about, I think, Sliggy, you want to talk about the anti-eco, right? Where
Yes.
Yes.
So defense side, 100 Thieves lost their pistol. We haven't really seen that too much because their pistol record is
But
crazy.
why? You need to mention why. Why did they lose? There was one key factor.
No, it's fine. We won't go into that. But there's a lot of frenzies, basically. Yeah. For sure, was what it was. But basically, they decided to buy on the defense half, which kind of doesn't happen too much. I wanted to experiment it with a bit because obviously the FPX buy that goes around, there's 3 guns and sometimes there's 2 people with pistols. You can kind of capitalize that, and even damage done if you get over 3 kills and they can't pick up all the guns is really, really strong. So I don't know if that's something coming into this tournament that they've been trying to do and we just haven't seen it because they haven't lost many pistols. So I want to keep an eye on that. It didn't work, but they won the next round, like I said. So they kind of have like an even buy. They saved some of the guns into the 3rd round. So yeah, I'm going to keep an eye on that. Really interesting. It's something that I wanted to try. 100 Thieves are doing all the things that I wanted to try.
They're taking all of your stuff.
Fade Sova. I'm looking at it. I'm jealous.
If
like
they
I'm
offer
jealous.
you a job, there you go.
Yeah, it
Sliggy.
looks fun.
But where do you sit on this, on the defense, if you lose the pistol and forcing right after that?
Personally, we never did that, honestly. We'd usually go for like stacks or like 5-man push just somewhere. But I don't know about the force, actually.
Yeah,
It's questionable.
It is questionable. It didn't end up working out.
That's
either.
the thing. It's for me. It's like it's a question mark. I don't know. Is it worth? It might be worth. I would love to just run it, check the stats. I reckon they've been doing it in practice, and to see it come out in LAN, I think maybe it's been working for them.
It's definitely something that you want to test. This is the perfect moment to do it. Maybe it was about to get things to get very, very close. Probably would have taken us to overtime, if not by the fact that after that they actually go on an eco with I think that a Stinger and a Spectre, and they actually managed to win the round. Probably is trying to stick to the plan, also getting those Stingers. You know that still you have the buff, and if you want to go crazy with them, we know how it really work.
Well, 100 Thieves, they are 1-up right now in this best of 5. We've spoken a lot about them, but how well do they know each other? We have a video here to show you guys where the players of 100 Thieves are quizzing, which, Mary, I know you won the quiz earlier, so I want to see how this one's going to turn out.
We're going to see.
It's time for the home ground 100 Thieves quiz.
This is great.
Who has the highest average assists per match?
I'll say I do.
I think Derek.
Derek.
Peter. Yeah, it might be me.
Peter.
The answer is Bang.
Right,
He's not doing anything.
That stim beacons go crazy.
He's not doing anything.
I try to tell my team.
The stim beacons go crazy.
That's interesting.
Who has the highest average headshots per match?
Oh, that's easy.
Bang.
I'm gonna go with Bang Bang.
I'll say Derek also.
I don't want to say myself, so Bang.
Alright.
Don't be shy.
I think it's either me or Derek, so I'll say Derek.
The answer is Bang.
Yes, sir.
Who has the highest average leg shots per match?
I hope they got it's not me. Or I'll say me for this one. I hope I'm wrong.
I'll say me.
Who has the worst crosshair placement? Yeah, I'm gonna go with Peter.
Oh.
I'll go with Peter.
Oh.
I'll go with Peter.
The answer is Stellar.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, guys, come on, wait. All of you guys.
I knew my aim was bad.
Who has the highest average frag per round?
Kills per round? Cryo.
Cryo.
Cryo, yeah.
Cryo.
Me, Cryo.
The answer is
Yeah.
Cryo.
Nice.
The winner of the home crowned 100 Thieves quiz is Stellar.
Yes.
Of course, Stella would win that quiz. Big brains, you know, on the team.
He has to know.
Yeah, he has to know. He has to know. But Mary, you were just telling me how you've actually scrimmed against them before. So talk me through that experience. What were they like?
We actually did back in, I think when they were in for Champions, first tumble, we did. And their performance was insane. Like the way they were playing together, always seeking for info, I would say. And yeah, it went great.
I mean, this is the team, we talk about 100 Thieves, right? They have a great team and also a great coaching staff. We were kind of theorizing a little bit when Cloud9 were playing against Crew because Cloud9 obviously did their homework. You could see that they had the tells. And I did ask you guys this already. Do you feel like they could do that against 100 Thieves? Now we've seen Bind. What do you guys make of it?
It wasn't as obvious for sure. I actually felt like I could see it a lot more in a 100 Thieves game, and maybe that helped in terms of them having today to kind of look over it. They were shutting down showers a lot of the time, or toilets, depending on what you call it. So yeah, it was interesting. I felt like they kind of came in, they kind of knew what was going down. It felt like they had the better reads from what I saw, and maybe that comes into play of just playing a semi-final earlier today and picking to do that.
Yeah, and also knowing that we're going to jump into Fracture now when we talk about, you know, having a very designated plan, a very clear idea of what you want to do. Fracture is definitely a map that you need to have on your back to in that kind of performance. So, you know, I'm kind of starting to cheer for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, I mean, let's talk about Fracture because on the previous map, I think I was a little bit split, but on this one, I'm at least very, very confident about 100 Thieves Fracture. I think they look insane on it.
And I think that's the big worry, right?
Yeah.
That is the big worry because, yeah, you're kind of looking, obviously, and even just from C9's point of view, first map, they're going for what they think. They want to get off to a good start. They pick Bind, they lose that. That's the big worry. So yeah, Fracture, like I agree with you. I think they look great on Fracture. I'm worried for C9.
We saw Asuna going on the race as well, and I think that's something that they picked up from C9 being like, oh, they already played against Vitality, and it was an easy 13-3. What was the key? You know, Asuna was maybe not having the best performance on Neon. He was like, yeah, we're just going to go for the race, and it was swift. It was easy for them. So I think that they're going to go for the same plan.
I will say that, because Mary, you were recently in a best of 5 where you guys were the heavy favorites on the maps that they were picked in the first 3 maps. And obviously, in the end, you guys managed to lose that, but you reverse swept. So C9, they're 1 map down right now. Talk me through, you know, how they might be feeling and how they can kind of bounce back here.
I mean, if I was C9 right now, I'll just forget Bind and just move on, play the next map and see how it goes. Lose the next map, forget the next map. Just keep on having that mentality and we'll see how it goes.
It sounds like easier said than done, right? So how do you actually just be like, no, that didn't happen, we move on?
I mean, it does tear you down when it comes to confidence-wise, but if you really have the mental for it, I would say that it's easy, and I'm pretty sure they do.
I mean, you guys have the best mental in the game because that reverse sweep, I don't know if you guys saw it, but that was something else, I
didn't see it yet.
Yeah, you were there.
Yeah, that's something that we hadn't really seen in Valorant as well in terms of reverse sweep. So yeah, it's impressive. I think teams, as you go on as well, you kind of, you know from practices as well and just how games go that you can always come back. Like even it's the same like thought process, when you're like 10-2 down or something, you're like, in practice, this has gone so well for us. Like on this half, we know, like we're confident in it, and you can just think of all the good moments that you've been good on, like certain maps, and you're fine just to think about that.
Open your chakras.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Oh my God, yeah. We might see a reverse sweep, though.
You think we're going to see a reverse sweep?
You're in for it.
I think I will.
All she knows is reverse sweeps. That's all you know.
I'm going to call you out on this one. The night before the grand final, Mary messaged me at like 2 a.m. being like, "Yo, wait, I can't sleep. I don't know what to do. I'm very nervous." And I'm like, "Just go, calm down. You know, like just walk around your room, take a shower, go to bed. You need to be rested." And we were talking about the map veto. And I was like, you know, I think that you should do against Shopify what Cloud9 did against them, because you know if they know their opponent very well. So just, you know, copy that. And she was like, no, we have a different plan. We have a different plan. I was like, you know, I think it's a mistake, but it's your team. You make the decision. And by the end of that day, after that reverse sweep, I looked at you and I told you, you made this harder than it was supposed to be.
Oh, so basically Kakuka is the reason. You're the brain of this generation.
We're G2, you know. We're in it for the content. We had to, you know, put some
I
spice
mean,
in
that is also very Cloud9. Cloud9 have to do it for the content
we might
as well.
see that. We actually don't know. But I can feel a reverse sweep. I don't know why.
I mean,
okay, already.
Our gut feeling is always right, Kakuka.
So you're feeling that 100 Thieves are going to take this one and then Cloud9 reverse sweep?
Yeah.
Sliggy?
I like that.
I mean, I'm down for it. Like I said, third map is Icebox, right? So C9 have a relatively spicy, the comp they said. So yeah, we'll see how it goes.
Do you know the composition?
I know the comp. I'm not. Yeah, I know it. So I'm not gonna
okay.
link it. It's like it's yeah, it's fine.
Then it fits the narrative perfectly because after losing by jumping to Fracture and then it's Cloud9 being like, let's go to Icebox.
You know, this actually gives me flashbacks because we also lost time.
You did.
And then it was Ascent.
Oh, okay.
So
well,
this
I mean, maybe now we have Mary on the desk. It's a bit of a good luck charm, but we're going to head into Agent Select here on Fracture. We can predict things, but it's not over just yet. We are on map 2, of course, in this best of 5. And Sliggy, what are you expecting here?
Yeah, so I was thinking, so 100 Thieves is the only kind of team that I think might change something up, but again, with their performance the other day, I just don't think it's going to happen. It's nice, again, to see that they have 2 comps on this map that they can rely on, but Asano and Raze, I love to watch it. I just think it's great. Just enable him, just let him loose. He's a bit crazy when it comes to some of the blast packs, but his team set him up. I really am starting to like Derek on the breach as well for this. I think his util is great. So yeah, I'm excited. Again, Omen. So what I actually thought was going to happen when you see the Omen normally on Fractures, at least on the defense side, you normally see the one ways in A main.
Yeah.
They actually didn't go for that too much, which is kind of interesting. So I wonder
saving it.
That's what I'm saying. I wonder if they're going to start off with like using the one way over towards A main, whereas the game before they kind of saved it for a bit later games. So it'll be interesting.
I'm telling you, after the performance that he just had on Bind, if there was a moment to blow out those one ways and have another brilliant performance, Bang is going to do it now.
Also, on the other side, the benefits of a Brim definitely on this map is fast A, right? Because you can smoke Heaven, you can smoke the floor, and then you can smoke drops. So that's one of the benefits of having the Brim stim pack down. You can take A main fast. So we might see that. That's kind of just what I like about the Brim. It just allows you to just fast A split, and it's pretty strong.
Yeah, and before we jump into this game, I'm really sad to say that we've had to say goodbye to Mary. I was hoping to have you for a couple more maps, but unfortunately, we're going to have you here. But if a reverse sweep does come in, we'll get you. We'll get you to go.
Yeah.
We'll get you 100%
From map 5
to have your moment.
For sure.
100%. Thank you so much for joining us, Mary.
Of course.
All right, and it's time for us to jump into map 2 and throw this over to Mitch and Tom.
Thank you so much, Yinsu. Yes, map number 2, Fracture. We can only hope that it's going to deliver like that first one did. The multi-kills and the close game all the way through. Let's keep it going.
That's the thing, the desk is already hyping up a reverse sweep and we're going into map 2. We haven't even got through it yet. They're already looking at C9 making a comeback. So I don't know if the 100 Thieves fans will be too happy with that one, but I do think we've got a game on our hands. I think this map is going to be a much faster paced, exciting look for either side.
Absolutely. The teams have had their little bit of downtime to discuss what went wrong on the previous, but it's such a close game. I mean, it comes down to those split-second decisions. This is anyone's map, but 100 Thieves have chosen it. As we get into Fracture, I'll ask you again, Manchester, make some noise. Let's kick off map number 2.
Already looking a little bit more aggressive from that defensive side. The knife actually does catch one player in the form of Zapper early on, so they know that they're sort of spread out across the map. The B site looks like the point of call, and 2 players up above in the tower might make it a little bit more difficult. It's always tough to get into that side of the map, but Stellar as well, already finding the lurk of Ye.
Yeah, just a slightly different timing than they were expecting if that push was to come through, and it's caught them off guard. Leaf does well to recover, but you never expect a second player up there. This time around, Bang has to be pressured from all angles, and they'll deal with him. No 4K for him in this pistol as 100 Thieves come back into a 3v3.
Yeah, they did very well to clear that out. Get the afterbomb down. It's always going to be difficult on this B side of the map, but they've all been caught by the knife. Bar Zepper, he's trying to watch them on the cross. Vanity, though, hiding within his own smoke, and the pistol round goes the way of C9. Vanity with a triple.
Fantastic stuff. Not quite the 4Ks that we got out of the previous, but I guess we'll accept it this time around. It is.
Now, if you get 4K, you lose the round.
Oh, that's true. That's true.
You don't win the round.
Smart play by Vanity. Yeah, he could have probably got the 4th then, and he decided not to. But in these rounds, right, this gives you that little injection that 100 Thieves were getting last time. Now Cloud9 get off to a good start. First round under their belt. All they have to do is avoid Well, it should be the anti-eco, but just take a look at what 100 Thieves are bringing into this round. That is an unusual buy for round number 2.
Yeah, especially on the defense. Like, that's the thing. Like, going in for the force buys on the attacking side, you can see it because of a plant or a little bit of extra credits, but here they've done it on that defense, really feeling confident in the Stingers at the moment. And it's not even like they're going for some sort of risky stack. That's a perfect flash, though. The main reason bringing in that Omen is to use that paranoia to your advantage, and to find an opening like that onto Vanity, well, that's your controller down.
Yeah, Vanity's blitz smokes can be good, but use that flash correctly in the hands of someone like Bang after last map, it is a scary thought. Now look, he's already found the first, and the weapons aren't at that much of a disadvantage here for 100 Thieves, and in a close range fight, Bang comes ahead. That's 2 kills for him, and he's dealing damage to Yang. Cryo finishes. This could be a disaster. They win the pistol, and they lose the second.
Yeah, it might be destroying their pistol stats, but I don't think 100 Thieves are going to mind too much. Bang again. There's such a sublime performance in map number 1, now already causing havoc when it comes to that defensive side of B, which, as I said, it's already very difficult to take as it is, with him just almost styling on them, being able to isolate these duels. I also want to watch how this is going to go for Leaf, because he is someone that, in his sort of prime on Duelist, was easily one of the best players in North America, like truly unbelievable. Now he's fallen back into a slightly different role on other maps, like we saw him playing a little bit of Viper when it came to the last, but this is where I expect him to thrive on that Raze, so we'll see how he'll do in the entries. It hasn't gone fantastically thus far, but I'm expecting a lot.
Well, Vanity's triple responded by Bang's triple as they get the round up. 100 Thieves now almost let Leaf slip through, but Bang is being cautious. He checked it just in time. A quick blitz right down through A main. We've seen this in just the previous round, but the pace has certainly been picked up, forcing Ye to run away and play down underneath the B site. Stellar up above, here's the steps, gets blinded, and he is under a lot of pressure right now. All they're missing is that A main pincer, but it doesn't come through. Oh, this is a bit of a disaster. If you're a C9 fan, you're left with Ye. Well, he's taken down. He had the Vandal. I thought that would have been the chance, but a quick headshot pretty much closes the round.
Yeah, and another triple. It's going to be Cryo this time around. The slight investment coming through to try and give Ye an opportunity to, again, steal a round away, similarly to what he did with the Operator in the last map, but this time it didn't go anywhere near as well. And in fact, that rifle has now gone into the opponent's hands, and they're going to have it for the next round.
Yeah, so they came into this, they lose the opening, they decide on a force buy, a triple kill, not with a stinger, it was a double kill and a classic for the 3rd kill out of Bang. And then they follow it up by getting a free rifle. The economy is looking pretty healthy for 100 Thieves. And look at this, round number 4, you're already going to see an Operator in play because of it. Cryo pulling this scoped weapon through, and the pace of that will probably catch them off guard, but here's the thing, C9 aren't going near it. They're moving into the B site, they're putting everything on the line here. You're gonna have an orbital strike right off the rip. It's caught. Leaf! They took down their own player, and 100 Thieves keep following up with more kills. Oh, C9! They tried their hardest, but that did not go according to plan.
Was that like some sort of surprise strat of like we put an orbital strike down and then run through it before it properly hits? Because if not, that was insane, because Leaf didn't look like he was stopping for a second. Vanity put that down basically directly on his head. That's one of the weirdest attempts I think I've ever seen. Maybe it's something huge brain that sometimes works, but the fact that...
Have a guess who called this timeout, Tom?
Is it the team that orbital strike themselves?
It might be.
Okay,
it might be a little bit of a C9 tactical timeout. I think they need to realign some of their chakras on that one, because they were out of sync, let's say.
Yeah, just a little bit. And again, these early starts that come out for 100 Thieves, this time not even winning the pistol, it's just so devastating. Like, you look how close the last game ended up. A couple of these early rounds going back and forth a different way, and C9 could have easily taken bind. Like, it wasn't a blur, it wasn't a whitewash. They definitely had a good performance in the late game. That was the thing. They came back into it, but again, off to a bit of a slower start. 100 Thieves, like, we sort of see them chatting backstage. They're feeling very, very confident at this point in time, and already a map up, as you mentioned. Fracture is their choice. It's a map they've been great on in this tournament so far.
So I've been racking my brain trying to think, like, what was the idea? How do you end up that deep in heaven in an orbital strike of your teammate? And here's what I think happened. I think that orbital strike was meant to be a little bit further back, so he could sneak his way into the corner, take a little bit of damage, and then catch them by surprise.
It's a crazy surprise.
You wouldn't think he'd be there, but the orbital strike either wasn't there, he didn't quite make it into the corner.
Or it's just a bit early.
Exactly, yeah. It was either timing or it was positioning. Either way, you see it definitely didn't work out.
A lot. I like this. Just taking map control underneath that you wouldn't necessarily expect, using the smoke of Bang to get him into a position, but it also sets up Cryo as well to have an even nastier spot. I will say the round they're doing it in might be a bit of an interesting one because you know your opponents don't have the best of buys, and we've seen some mistakes happen even in the Vitality game where they ended up throwing their weaponry away. But I guess also the fact he has From the Shadows, it means it's nowhere near as much of a risk. And obviously we know that Cryo a lot of the time can TP out of here. He can't right now.
Yeah, he's got another 30 seconds till he can pop another anchor down, and then it's a concern, right? If they north side crunch you on B, you're trapped underneath with the operator. That could be a weapon to be retrieved, but luckily, they've made what is often the correct decision. The op's over there, let's go over here. The A site is where C9 are now focused up on. Weak weapons across the board, you really can't expect much, and the numbers not in their favor anymore as 100 Thieves make the read.
Oh, he was going to throw in a showstopper. It seems like they're putting everything into this round and an absolute whitewash. 100 Thieves confirm their economy. And well, now this is where we expect the response, Mitch. This is where C9, they're going to have their weaponry, they're going to have a proper buy, and they need to stop this from getting out of control.
Most definitely. Now on this map, you already saw a couple ultis coming into play very early on, and with it being Fracture, with you having those 4 ult orbs around the map to compete for, you are going to expect to see ultimates used in a little bit more of a loose fashion. You don't have to be as conservative with them as you would on other maps, and well, that's why you see, even though they've got pistols, a little bit of pressure was starting to be applied. Better safe than sorry. Pop the showstopper! What a try from Asuna. I mean, if he lands on top of the box, he might get 2.
Yeah, it really seems like they're almost trying to create more of a disjointed attack from C9. Like, put the pressure on early, consistently find those openers, consistently take space away from them, so any of the setups the C9 have are just worthless. And that's the thing, they've taken down Leaf. That's the player you want going into the site first. That's the player you want to initiate your pushes into B.
I really like that idea as well. On a map like Fracture, where your opponents can pincer you from so many different angles, often the attack side is going to be the one that has that control, that gets to decide where the fights are taking place. 100 Thieves are coming in and said, all right, we're going to make you play our game. You're going to adapt to our early aggression, as opposed to them, what we see from a lot of teams, sitting back on site and going, oh, where are they going? What are they doing? What are they doing? 100 Thieves don't care what C9 are doing. They're going to make C9 think about them. And getting in your opponent's head like that, making them adjust their game plan, it can just make you that little bit more uncomfortable and test you in a way you're not expecting.
Already. No command popped. This takes away all the utility with 30 seconds left. They're actually going to have to go in the other direction, move away from this play. Now, the thing is, there is actually still a decent opportunity for them to get into the site. The defense on A is just one man and one man alone. Cryo, if he can even just get a pick here, he's in a good spot for the retake.
Yeah, trap is on drop. It's actually letting them out before slowing, and well, that could cause some problems.
10 seconds left.
You saw just there, we almost lost Ye. That op shot off by a pixel. Ye, well, he might make it away, but for how long? Couple of kills coming through. Vanity and Zelsis. Cryo still trying to find a target to land a shot on with this operator, but they are not peeking just yet. They know what's on the other side, and they're going to make 100 Thieves make that move with the man disadvantage.
Yeah, this is the thing. That aggression back in towards the spawn, finding them 2 kills, gave them a chance, but that one's for free. It's such a late push from Stella that they don't expect it. Cryo's found another. It's left down to just Vanity. The 1 versus 1. He's run out of bullets. He sat on the top of the site. Both players so desperately low, and a single bullet to either side could do it, but I think the time is gone. Vanity has won the round anyway, even though Cryo finds the kill.
Well, Cryo at least makes it out of there with the operator, but that is a round that C9 very much needed. A little bit of oversight, leaving Ye in the open for a split second while he looks to main to check for that push. And with 2 players on the site, he is ultimately going to have to take those 50-50s, has to try to find some control somewhere. That didn't work out. So this is the thing, Vanity, look, he gets hit through the wall. He has 48 HP, 2 shots rang out from Cryo, 1 landed. If that other found its mark, or if it was a little higher, who knows? Yeah. But this time C9 come out by a fraction of a second, and we end up at 4-2.
Yeah, they're not going to have the operator for this round, although Ye is just 1 kill away from that tour de force, which would be equally as good. And in fact, you can see around the map, orbs are being challenged for. by that defensive side, try and remove those from play, not allow that weapon to be in the hands of the attackers. The thing is, though, they're looking like they're building in towards this A hit. Again, with just that lurk out from Ye trying to catch anyone else.
I mean, we saw it on Bind that often you're going to compete for those orbs in the early round. It's just much harder to do on this map unless you're going to go push all 4 avenues as a defender. You kind of have to pick your fights. And as you can see, what their hope is here, Cryo can try and find an opening duel or Asuna on the other side. They're taking 1 lane aggressive, 1 lane passive on each site. It's just a question of whether Cryo can land his mark when they do start to come forward. A few misses, and that jump caught him off guard. The shot through the legs. Now he's under a lot of pressure, but he doesn't leave until he finds that kill.
Yeah, still taking out Zeppa. They use so much utility, even his ult, just to try and clear him, and it's not enough. And just look at the flank. The pushes on the other side just haven't been seen. Ye is gone. They have to try and deal with this, and they just can't. The trades from 100 Thieves are sublime. Even trying to just force them out of these corners. Celsius just stuck in the mud, needing to find a kill, in the nade just perfectly placed to clear him from position. It's all onto Vanity. He's got his orbital strike, but I don't know if he actually wants to try and use it here. Not worth it in a round where his teammates are all dead, and 100 Thieves will get themselves another.
I think he even considered using it if his teammate survived another couple of seconds.
Yeah.
You can see he was lining it up. It could have been a smoke, essentially, to get him out of the site, up into heaven, maybe do some damage to those players or force them forward. But as soon as this player dies, he goes, okay, 1v3, I'm not winning this, right? There's no way I'm running the clock down with just that piece of utility, and he'd have to take way too many fights. Better save it for the next round. And in this one, I mean, there's no shortage of disadvantages in the C9 camp. They're definitely going to be happy to have that Phantom on their side.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's not the best, but they still have that tour de force. It's been a very, very slow start for Ye. Kind of expected when it comes to that attacking side. Always going to be more difficult for him to find those openers. Again, though, they've just been pressured consistently with the amount of space, and Arsenal again and again just taking that A main orb. Cryo, though, he's been a nuisance, and well, trying to duck down the angle from afar. They didn't expect him anywhere near that close.
Yeah, that's it looks a little silly when you're not when you're not playing with X-Ray and you don't know that they're holding the angle waiting for you to walk on in. Ye's been forced back here, but with this weapon, he's more than happy to swing into positions. Asuna pays the price in blood, but a rolling thunder in, and Derek is punishing them. He might be seized, but he seized the day with a quick kill, a double, and Cryo tries to replicate. He might not find it, but while the stun is near perfect, the spike is down, and they know exactly where Zelsis is.
Spike will be retrieved. The pop flash almost kills him off, and they're going to start pressuring. Paranoia used as well. There's so much utility on Zelsis. Position almost manages to come out with a double. The second goes his way, and that's the Rolling Thunder. A chance to isolate this duel. What a clutch from Zelsis. That should have been impossible.
I don't think I expected him to get 2 kills in that spot. He got blinded up, stunned up. They knew where he was. He couldn't plan.
He shouldn't have got
He's
one.
being wall banged. He was down to 67 HP by the time he takes the first of the 3 fights. And still comes ahead. That could be a kill if not for the jump spot. That could be a kill if not for the blind that just landed. That's nasty. And then he gets a Rolling Thunder off of it. That is, again, a round for C9. It's a Hail Mary, but it landed this time. They can't rely on that. Well, they shouldn't be able to rely on that every single time, but they are chipping away at these attacking rounds.
Oh yeah, people have called this team a super team for a reason. There's a few of those going around at the moment, it seems, but...
Oh, this is good. Is there a stun? No.
Oh! All right, Cryo. Definitely not happy about that previous round. This has been an 100 Thieves special throughout this tournament. They lose a blip, they lose something to a huge play, they win the next one right back, no problems at all. So there needs to be a response here from Cloud9.
Yeah, how many times have we seen... Oh, hold on, that up fight. Cryo was able to take that opening duel, but they punish. Beautiful flash from Stellar. They thought that he was up in heaven. He was moments ago, but the reposition caught them off guard. Much like Zelsis tried to, but he's only finding the one, and now they're starting to realize where this play is coming in. There could be a flank underway into the late round. No trap for C9 to cover it. They've got to move quickly. Otherwise, the information will fall completely out of their hands.
Yeah, it's looked a little disjointed in this round so far. 1v1 duels being taken, and a lot of them going the way of 100 Thieves. I think he might have even spotted him crossing over there. I think they know there's a man in this corner. Vanity is going to dodge the utility. He's got his orbital strike. He's just going to try and force them back, give them a chance to get into some better after-plant positions. He's now crossed to main.
That's all it was about, really, just essentially providing a smoke again to get him back out of dodge. This flank, well, they certainly know about it by now, but no Fade utility to play up against. And they've dealt with Zeppa immediately. Vanity, he's got a molly, but and what can he really do with this? They're going to force him out of that corner or just go swinging on in, and it won't quite deny enough time. They'll be able to get this diffused down. Asuna, a good read on the timing of the molly to get in just in time. And they will find a 6. The 100 Thieves steaming into the lead here. But look, C9, they let them have 1 or 2, and they come back with some outrageous plays. And the half is still up for contention.
That's the thing, though. It needed to be outrageous plays so far. Like, I think we are clearly seeing that 100 Thieves, as we kind of expected, that core 4 are looking like a better squad overall, but you just have so much individual skill on that C9 roster. And that's the thing. Over time, they're going to build up the rest of what they've got, but you've got players right now like Zelsis who can win you crazy clutches, like Vanity who did it earlier in that pistol round. The question is, how much more have they realistically got, or are 100 Thieves racing towards that finish line?
Well, this operator on Ye, again, a big threat to worry about, but a showstopper online could be what gets them onto the site and allows that op to post up. We'll see where they decide to deploy it. We've seen some attempts at having control previously, but look how passive 100 Thieves are. Doesn't serve them well with Ye opening like that. They're trying to avoid all of these ultis, all the utility that could be coming through, and catch them on the cross. Instead, they're on the back foot now.
And they're re-aggressing elsewhere. The thing is, the weaponry on the other players, not the best. Setup going to be there for Arsena. Good counter flash to trying to slow him down. In fact, most of them have been able to retreat. That kill should be for free, though. Zeppa not going to be able to escape, but they might be able to put some pressure back on. Somehow he's still surviving. Just 27 HP. Finally, Leaf will put him in the dirt, and this showstopper actually just going to be reclaiming A main.
Yeah, he couldn't quite catch him, and you don't want to risk the 50-50 going through that, all those angles and the doors and so on. For C9, it started out well. They
got 30 seconds.
30 seconds.
Yeah, this is the problem, but with Zelsis up there, Cryo down, the site's now theirs. A potential second op to hold that angle on the cross, but it's just going to be spotted. Ye's on his way. Smoke not going to do too much to deter him. A good stun, but Bang's done well to sidestep it, and he knows this player's up in heaven. He's waiting for that swing, isolates the fight. Paranoia's going out. It's landed, but Ye still gets the shot off. A wall bang from Derek, but he can't find the extra kill. C9 in with another round, and it's off the back of Ye's op, wouldn't you know?
C9's rounds are so sweaty. Like, every single one comes down to such close moments. Ye just landing that final shot, also killing one, I believe, while completely blinded by that paranoia. It looked like it connected from Bang, or maybe it was just about to. And while Derek, he's been having a great map so far, almost managed to make that one work for the squad. The thing is, if they can continue to grind out rounds like this, you have to feel like eventually they're going to get themselves some cleaner ones. The problem is, they're not having that at the moment. So financially, almost every single time, Cloud9 end up with a weaker purchase than 100 Thieves, and that's why they've been so good at coming back.
When some of these closer and chaotic rounds, 100 Thieves have now decided to call that timeout again. We said this half is still up for grabs. The 6-6 scoreline is what Cloud9 are aiming for. And with the start that they've had, with losing the pistol round and ending up 3-1 up on the back of that force buy, it would be pretty devastating for 100 Thieves to end up neck and neck at the half. That, again, will feel like an opportunity lost.
Yeah, and we saw it a bit in the last map as well. Like, they could have had a more dominant first half, and it got brought back to a 7-5. I genuinely think that that might be the case here again. The thing is, though, I am very confident in the attack side as well, coming out from the side of 100 Thieves. I think they're fantastic on this map in general, but I also just think right now, at least, Arsenal has been the best raise we've had, probably in the whole tournament.
I do like the adaptations, though, from C9. Even though Asuna managed to find those 2 kills, they were realizing that as we put pressure on B and start to really commit, those pushes come through on A main. Now, this time, a bit of a different play coming out of 100 Thieves. A very aggressive one. This is like the pistol all over again, but pace to 100. Luckily, Leaf is able to make it out. But unfortunately, as they try to take space elsewhere, they run into Cryo, who hasn't been forced to use his anchor. Eventually he is, and he's pushed out, smoked out, up on player roll, but a rolling thunder will delay them and allow a retake of the site before the plan even comes in.
This is the thing. They don't really have the ultimates to clear anything out. They can't throw in an orbital strike to move them, but 4 HP on Cryo. He'll go down. Now Arsenal has made his way back around. Derek still within the site. And actually, C9 have sort of paused here. The timing's not worked out, though. Just about being able to cling on to life. And in the meantime, Bang starting to wrap around. They're being pincered in. The spike is dropped. And although the jewels are going the way of C9, they need to get back in for that spike. And they have.
They know the Bang's coming from this angle. Maybe a little closer than expected, but a quick shot from Ye seals their fate. At least 5 rounds for Cloud9. This has been a phenomenal comeback into the half from them. They let it slip after that pistol, but they've managed to get a foothold back into things. As I said, as the time has gone on, they're starting to read into those tendencies of the A main pushes from 100 Thieves, of some of those more passive plays on B where they're holding from spawn and allowing Ye to get close, swing with the op, and, well, take a duel that he rarely loses. This has been a very good look for them, and you have to think, if they don't lose that second round to the Stingers, to the 3K from Bang, this is a very different game we're looking at.
Yeah, for the first time as well, we're seeing 100 Thieves with some weaker finances as a judge for Cryo. Still Orb going the way of Arsenal as well, but ultimately they're having to play much closer angles than maybe they would have liked. Now they have managed to at least avoid the Prowler, but this is all a ruse. This is trying to pull players over in towards the A site as the rest build in to be a good call with the weak economy of their opponents.
Well, the smoke's just gone down. That'll make things a little bit more awkward. Stellar's flashes have been on point. Good nade. That's going to slow them, but not Leaf. He's already gone right through, cleared a lot of space for them. Stellar stunned up, and the nade is perfect, precise. At his feet, dealing damage, taking Cryo down. He thought he was safe, but the little paint shells made it around the corner, and C9, well, they are very much on track for the 6-6. Another kill to come through. Leaf was robbed as Ye hit a shot through the smoke.
Yeah, Bang will spot out a little bit of information, but it almost comes down to him. Derek left with just a pistol. To find anything into this round now would be a miracle.
Here.
As they are locked out of the site, everybody patiently waiting in a crossfire, and it was a very slow start once again for C9. But as you mentioned, they managed to drag this back and level up the half.
Yeah, they've got to be feeling good right now. This is their opponent's map. They got off to a terrible start. It was looking like they're down and out, and they've made the reads. They've made 100 Thieves look uncomfortable. Remember, this is a team that came out swinging on that defensive side. They were saying, hey, you're going to adapt to us. We're not going to let you play your game plan. But Cloud9, well, they found a new game plan, and it worked perfectly to put them back into a position, a better position than they were in the last map. They made that one damn close. Let's see if they can do the same here. But like you said, Tom, we're not expecting 100 Thieves to go to half 2 and forget how to play the game.
Yeah, I don't think they'll be too worried, maybe a little bit frustrated, especially with the fact that Cryo's having a fantastic game. A lot of the aggression in the early rounds was working for them, but then I think we saw some adaptations from C9 catching them and also just avoiding some of those early fights. Now the game switches altogether. We're going to see how this is played, and as I said, there's a lot of mirrors to both of these teams playing this map with their varied aggression coming through. And you can actually see the sort of weirdly, the sort of lurk from Arsenal on the other side of the map. Normally you're going to sort of put your duelist in tow, but I guess with just how well Cryo's been playing, they want to give him the opportunity to try and find an opener.
They're selling this fake off a shrouded step from Bang. A smoke went down, he faked the TP, and now he's just bailing back. These players have to be worried about him being on site or anyone else having, or just about to blitz through those smokes and link together what was, or in their mind, a player sneaking in. As time goes on, they're going to start to realize, well, maybe they're not on the B side. Maybe there's not a player to worry about. I mean, even just look at the crosshair of Zeppa on that mini-map. He's constantly flicking back and forth, waiting for a player to come behind him in heaven or in front of him. And all the while, his opponent, or 100 Thieves, are setting up for this A play. They're trying to blitz through, but C9 managed to rotate in time, get a lot of bodies towards this site.
Yeah, they're all going to be rushing through. The flash doesn't actually catch too many, but they found the kills anyway. Arsenal are in a bit of an interesting position. He's managed to get some deep control, but look at the spike. It's trapped. They have to get moving, and it's already dropped on the floor. Doesn't expect Vanity to be sat within the corner, and that is the second pistol round now going the way of C9. Dare I say it, though, let's see if they can convert.
Well, they've taken the lead for the first time since the previous pistol. So, you know, things are looking good for C9. But we have to hope that they don't fall victim to another one of Bang's triple kills or some ridiculous plays that have been coming out. This is definitely a round they're going to take very cautiously.
But the thing is, there wasn't a plan. So, again, going for a force buy in this sort of position would be a big risk.
Yep,
but they've been very willing to take those risks. So that seems to be the way they're going again. So confident in this Stinger meta, and well, you can see why. A quick swing! What is that from Ye? A headshot through the wall. Stella didn't even know what hit him. And well, at least the spikes on the other side of the map, but that is only silver lining.
Well, this force buy certainly not off to the best of starts. I mean, that opening duel was looking good. You're forcing Ye into a close-range fight, then up against 2 SMGs while he's got a Marshall. What could possibly go wrong? But it was Ye. Any other man in that position, and this round's probably over already. But C9 have the advantage. The A site's not lost just yet. The Marshall still lurking around looking for targets. Zelsis able to secure Sand, and with that, they only have to worry about the site. The only place these players can be, and it's the only place they are. A flank from Zelsis should confirm this. They heard the door open, but realistically, they have enough angles to worry about. He is through and gets 2. Well, actually 1. Trying to be stolen with Frenzy.
Better from them, though. And that's the thing. I will say, they did then, in the last one, lose the next round. So we've got to hold our breath every single time. There's sort of a weaker purchase in for 100 Thieves, because they've still been deadly. But it was just this shot from EA. Maybe Shore's foot. I don't think so. I think there was more of a pot shot.
if his reaction time was off of the foot that came around, that is incredible. Now, I think that was very much, that is probably a player around there on his way through. Asuna probably wasn't alone. Oh, I've killed him. Cool. You'll take those for sure.
Definitely a better start to this half. Both teams comfortable on this map, but we did lean it in the direction of 100 Thieves. A few stingers in once again, some pistols alongside them, so although it's a weaker purchase, it's not completely nullified. There is also an operator now into the hands of Ye, so that might change the dynamic just a little bit here.
Oh, absolutely. It's a big weapon. He single-handedly won rounds with it before. Now up against some weaknesses. It's a weird time to pull it out, but normally he gets the reward. So far, though, yet to see a conclusion on these duels. Plenty of bullets swinging either way, but Stellar making his way up and around heaven starts to put a bit of a spanner in the works. The opening kill goes to 100 Thieves after, an extended fight, and they've now got a plant to work with.
That's the thing. I feel like they still have to be a little bit aggressive here. Try and take some space away. Either they have to just sit back in the corners and wait for them to push, hope they don't have the utility to clear them out, and they do have a little bit of it nade through, but the battle's ultimately still going the way of 100 Thieves until Zelsis comes up with 3, making this one look doable. Stella with another, and now Ye, it's all that remains! The Stinger meta working out fantastically for 100 Thieves again. And okay, they didn't win the initial force, they did win the second one.
They thought that they were scot-free. They avoided repeating the previous half, but now the previous map has come back to haunt them. I mean, this is ridiculous. I don't know how 100 Thieves are able to find so much value. And this reposition from Stellar, it was gorgeous. Look at it. You're being swung by an operator. He expects you to be back behind the corner, maybe running back to the box, but instead he's just crouched in the open, holding the angle at head height with the Stinger on range. And they peppered him up, took him down, and put C9 into another uncomfortable spot. That was an op investment, Tom, against an eco. And the reason we say it's a strange investment, it's obviously not great when they get close. And now Cryo has an op for free.
Yeah, the amount of credits that they're going to build up off of the back of this could be absurd. Yay, hero rifle again. Now the thing is, he gets a kill or 2 here, maybe gets an orb in the next round. He has himself that tour de force, but this is the problem. Not really any ranged battles that can be taken facing off against Cryo. And in the meantime, you've got Stella just leading the charge. He has loved his SMGs throughout this tournament so far. Now, there is a Rolling Thunder. I'd be very surprised if they use it, but it may not matter. Zels is still going strong, and well, never mind.
Yeah, they're actually making this push without Ye. The idea here being he can save if it goes wrong. And, well, they committed the Rolling Thunder hoping it wouldn't, unfortunately.
Yeah, that was the attack.
That very quickly fell apart.
Yeah, they wanted to try and stop them. So they baited out that ultimate from the attackers, at least. 100 Thieves throwing that in to try and just stop them getting up close, and it definitely worked. I'd be curious to see if Zelsis is going to try and get himself a gun here. I don't think he'll want to save this Spectre into the next round. Oh, sorry, Stinger. And well, he's not going to get anything for it. Yeah, he holds onto the gun, so it's not really too much of a loss. He'll have that going into the next round. Doesn't manage to gain up any of the orbs, which is a shame, because it means that tour de force isn't going to be particularly close. And after what was looking like an opportunity here... Wait, is that the operator gone?
They retrieved it. Asuna was beside him. So at least that's something. But I guess he really wanted to make sure there wasn't a ninja coming down. Either way, it won't cost the economy too much. And, well, they've been gifted some of these early rounds, man. I mean, looking at the fact that we talked about it on the desk throughout this entire tournament, pistol win rates, they skyrocket map win rates. If you're able to take both pistols, you very rarely lose. But for Cloud9, they've won the pistols, but still not gotten the reward on the back of those. 100 Thieves able to completely destroy those free rounds that we typically see. And that just makes this game 1,000 times harder if you're Cloud9. Couple that with a little bit overzealous investment perhaps into that operator, giving them something else to work with, bolstering down the 100 Thieves economy. Look, a timeout from C9, and they called a timeout in the same position on the last map. Pressure's definitely on.
Yeah, the thing is, you get one for yourself, but you also give Mike's an opportunity to, to have a little word with his squad, and we know that, well, a very experienced person within the scene, within it pretty much since the very beginning, so I expect a lot to come from this chat. The thing is, it's like, for C9, you got yourself those advantages. As you sort of mentioned, I think it's if you get the pistol conversion, you're looking at about an 80%. The problem is, you didn't get the conversions on the C9 side, and I will say going into Brazil, I'm terrified to see how much the Sting is going to be utilized. If we're already seeing it here, there's still more changes to happen.
I think MCE is playing like the kind of sideline football gig, you know, where you put the card in front of your mouth so no one can see what you're saying. He's just stood back in the shadows.
He's actually just blowing
no lip reading.
He's going,
oh, yes.
Well, Ye does all the talking, you know?
Well, exactly.
Tactical genius.
Exactly. It's such a surprise when we saw that video go out from MC, just to clarify the IGL situation. I was like, okay, go ahead. What's it going to be? Which one is it?
It's a parody, it must be.
Yay, I never would have guessed. He's the last person I would have guessed on that front, but no, props to him if he is. Oh, this could be a little bit awkward. He's already through Asuna, good for one. They thought the C's could keep him back, but it didn't halt him even for a second. Right in. Oh, that's a disaster. The flash, he couldn't see that he was running into the utility, so he just went into the aftershock.
Yeah, taking so much damage. Vanity, they're going to know he's here because he got suppressed, so it's not really anywhere he could hide. And this execution from 100 Thieves, well, it was just that. Just executed everybody within the site. The only player to really go down was that initial aggression from Arsenal as well. And that's the thing. I feel like he's someone you might look at his stats at the end and go, he was all right. But the amount he does with just these openers to give space to the rest of his team, just playing absolutely sublime, doing the same on the defense as well. And unfortunately for Leaf, there's no opportunity for a rotation here. Hold onto the gun, bring something into the next round, but again, it does just seem a lot of the time, C9 take a pause, 100 Thieves come out on top.
This is the thing. Like you said, there's always a danger with giving 100 Thieves that time to talk, but you really can't consider that if you're on that stage, right? You got to take your time. Fix your game plan, but right here for C9, they still got caught off guard. A good attempt at early aggression, a good attempt to deal with Asuna. You know, if he was a second later, fractions of a second later, popping that blast pack, throwing it down, he would have been caught there. He wouldn't be able to get away. But instead, 100 Thieves put up 9, and they take the lead again. Cloud9, both pistols under their belt, but a disaster of an early half in each case.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. Like the amount that is being done with those low buys, giving that bolster, that boost to 100 Thieves. And then when they get into the purchases, they have such good execution, such good setups, trading. Like it is looking like that complete team at the moment. And then, well, new addition at the top of the board is also going to help you out quite a bit. Could say the same for Zelsis, though. He has been having a fantastic game. You kind of look at him going onto the breach and go, maybe he'll be less effective. This is different, though. The thing is, the attack know that this push is coming because of the suppression.
Exactly. They saw so much. 3 players there. And they think, well, you know what? Quick A worked last time, and they didn't have 3 on B as far as we know. Let's do it again. And it's Ye, flashed up, but not taken out just yet. He could have gotten himself out of there, but he wanted a little bit more. Came at a heavier cost than he expected. Zelsis caught off guard. Bang was a little too close to get caught off by that ultimate. And with Leaf finding 2, he might have a chance. A little bit more with the damage coming in. An orbital strike to push them out of position. And Leaf has to do it all, but the showstopper's online. A close swing, and the rocket lands. 4 kills for this man, and some hope for the Cloud9 fans.
Yeah, he had a bit of a quieter first map, but this little resurgence coming out from him, the rifle that they had, doing so much work. And that's the thing. This round, in terms of investment for C9, was not a good one. But they did throw their ultimates into it. That orbital strike to force them off the site, the showstopper utilized, Rolling Thunder as well. They have thrown every single ult into this round to steal that win away from 100 Thieves. And that's exactly what they did. If they had lost this round, catastrophic. It would have been awful, but thankfully they managed to take it away. Big boost to the economy, brings them back a little bit more level in terms of the map, and now they can try and build from here.
Of all the times to get that round as well for Leaf. I mean, I think coming into this game, coming into this series, he was rated top of the tournament, if I'm not mistaken, on ACS. A slot usually reserved for this man on your screens. Yay, certainly hasn't had the same kind of tournament as we've seen in the past, but, you know, it does kind of add up when you think about the situation. It's still very early days, and well, if he's IG Allen as well, you know, you give him a little bit of a break. Flash coming through. It looks like 100 Thieves are telegraphing this play, so much so that C9 are going to push Dish.
And Derek's also caught Leaf. He was trying to close them in, almost force them forward, and it hasn't worked out. And instead, they're going to try and push on to isolating. Yeah, the thing is they're throwing utility just to almost check that there are still players in this angle. He's ready for the swing, but he's not ready for the shot. Cryo predicts his opponent. A second opener for 100 Thieves, and as we mentioned, a lot of rounds at times seem like blips on the radar. They are coming back, swinging. Another in the grave, just 2 players left for C9, and okay, they had an economy boost in the last round, but it isn't enough if they lose everyone here.
I really love how they use that smoke as well. You know, they put it down, which for a second gave Zeppa somewhere safe to play from. He'd been caught by a stun. He managed to get around the corner into the smoke that Bang had put down. Little did he know, though, they were going to throw Stellar's nade right in, forced him into the open, and it was as clean as could be. You've got 3 players staring down at an angle you expect a player to come from with no other angles to worry about. Pretty clean from 100 Thieves. And again, something we noticed on the previous map, when they're going for these executes, you can see the time on the server, because on custom servers, right? They've dry run these strategies a million times, and it really pays off in moments like that, where you're going into the site, you're sectioning off angle by angle, cutting up the site into bite-sized, manageable pieces. And that's a really important thing, a really important element of a 100 Thieves game plan.
But that's the thing, like we know one of the reasons that Sean is no longer with this team is because of the work schedule, because of how much time they're putting into the server with their boot camps. They were here early, I think, alongside C9 to really get ready for this tournament, and you are seeing that put into practice here as they put themselves back in the lead once again. Now, the save does mean that we are going to have at least a purchase here, because that was the sort of risk, is you managed to get yourself at least an extra gun in the previous round. Tour de Force gives you some extra credits, so there should be a couple of players here able to buy and a couple of save guns. So that gives C9 something to play with in this round. The problem is, Mitch, if they lose this one, they're in real trouble.
Yeah, and you got to think about it then in the greater picture of this series. We're in the second map of a BO5. 100 Thieves might have 3 chances to close it out. And again, like we said, best of 5. Map should get closer. They certainly shouldn't get more favored to one team. Oh, Leaf. 40 HP, stuck in the corner, blinded up. Blast Pack trying to get out of there, but a Bang has got him easily. Zelsis, well, he's just conceding the control. The steps were hurt as he fell back. And at this point, 100 Thieves don't have to commit. I mean, first couple of seconds, they have a man advantage to work with, and there's some weaknesses there for Cloud9. Add to that, I think the weapon's pretty irretrievable.
It's not the start they were looking for. So ready for their aggression to come through. They'd seen Leaf push that just a round or so ago, so they were ready and waiting. Again, almost just trying to fish information for Yay, but somehow the shot doesn't connect. He's going to be forced all the way back. Zelsis within the site, doesn't even know the angle has been lost. And because of that, he goes down to Arsenal as well. It's looking scrappy for C9. They need someone to turn it back, and they are losing every single fight. This man pushing them back again and again. And a flawless round from 100 Thieves. This was the risk round from C9. This was the, we've got to throw everything at them. They don't even get a kill.
Put it all on the line, all on the table, and for nothing. Now 100 Thieves on the cusp of victory, and you got to ask for Cloud9, what more can they do from this point? It felt like that was their opportunity to take the victory, and I mean, look, the opening duel, sure, it's not great, but getting nothing from that point, it really doesn't build a lot of faith. Let's take a look at where their economy's at moving into this one, and the investments, they are so much worse. And when it comes down to a buy like this, 100 Thieves have won them consistently. Cloud9 have won them when Ye's got an op. This time, he's down to the pistol, the headhunter, with 8 bullets in it.
Yeah, we've seen them have a hero or two throughout this map. The Zelsis 1v3 that never should have happened. We've seen a round or two from Vanity, Leaf with a 4K in a round where they didn't ever buy. That's mainly the reason alongside the pistols that this game is looking particularly close, because I'll be honest, 100 Thieves have definitely been the better squad overall. Stun at least will slow them for the moment, but to find anything in this round is going to be so difficult. And you can see that 100 Thieves are just grouping up. Okay, maybe you'll catch one of us with a shorty or a headhunter, but all we need to do here is trade. We can actually afford to lose 4 of our players. Look at the credits on their side. It doesn't matter. They just need the round.
And it's going to be very difficult to take that round out of their hands if you're Cloud9. They gambled on the B site with a full stack. They had one player, I think it was Vanity, late playing on A, and even he left the site. They've got to retake in, up against everything. One smoke for Vanity, a stun to come through. It'll force Cryo back, and then they get a nade on him. In theory, he's got a TP out, but he's sticking in position. 39 HP, though. There we go. Eventually leaves.
Yeah, the thing is, there's still another player within the site. Arsenal looking to try and farm up a few frags, and they are struggling to deal with him. 3 headshots. Yeah, he just got one directly through the smoke. I don't think it's going to change the outcome of the round, but it was definitely impressive. Edging ever closer. 100 Thieves now to a 2-0 lead. 1 of the next 3. And they are in a commanding spot in this best of 5.
You know, it's kind of funny. It's not like the scoreline is much different to the previous map. One round here or there, one clutch knock going 100 Thieves' way. And this is, again, pretty much a repeat. But it feels different. The rounds that Cloud9 are winning, they are flashy. They're big plays out of individuals. They're Leaf coming in with 4 fast kills while the team's distracted. But when 100 Thieves win it, it feels like it's their map pick. It really does. They made it look strong on Bind. But Fracture, from the very get-go, coming out swinging. And even though Cloud9 equalized now, they are way, way behind. We're going to have a timeout by the looks of things, a technical pause. What a beautiful time for it.
Yeah, we don't want that.
And look, at 12-9, this is a terrible time to be Cloud9 going into a tech pause. For your information, tech pauses, your coaches ain't going to be talking too much. Not at all, preferably. And so you're going to end up with Cloud9 stewing in it. They have to just sit there and face down the 3 rounds in a row and wait to kick it off.
To be honest, though, it's not great for either side, because if you're 100 Thieves, you're going, okay, over the last, like, 6-7 rounds, we've kind of swamped them. Like, it was just, okay, that one round from Leaf, which again was just a blip on the radar. Other than that, it's been very, very clean. Bear in mind, there's only been 3 rounds going the way of Cloud9, the pistol, the second round, and that 1 round from Leaf. So everything else has just been going in the direction of 100 Thieves. So this might actually just give that a little bit of extra time to sort of slow the heart rate, calm things down a little bit when you're on that Cloud9 side, because they need something here. Even though, yeah, okay, you got the likes of G2 Goes and Mary saying like, oh, you know, you can reverse sweep. It's like, yeah, you can reverse sweep. It's not everyone else can reverse sweep. There's not everyone has the ability to mentally reset after those games, and especially for a newer team like Cloud9 coming together, like bringing in these superstars, there is a hell of a lot of pressure. Like, they know, okay, we can still have time to go to Brazil, fix things. But they wanted to come here and make a good stance. And while Vanity, he's going to have to watch it from the sidelines. He's not even made it through the first few seconds of the round. And Showstopper not quite going to connect.
Didn't even make it onto the screen for what could be the final round. Vanity, though, is calling out for Zelsis to do some work. Stellar's gone. Some utility disappearing from the belt of 100 Thieves. And how will they respond to this? You know, we've already seen that there was a little bit of a lurk play essentially coming out from Cryo, and he has now unwittingly ended up completely behind this attack. He wanted to catch the defense retaking, I suppose. He wanted to catch them coming A main. Instead, he's taking down Zelsis. That's their supportive utility gone. Their stuns, their flashes no longer there. And without that help, you can see it's falling apart. Cloud9 are left with just Zeppa, and he's dealt with. Bang to close another map, and it's 13-9. 1 more out of 3, and 100 Thieves are taking the trophy home.
well, it's safe to say that Mary's prediction might still be on, but I will say I'm not believing in it at this point. Cloud9 have got to prove so much to turn this series around, as 100 Thieves are looking like a tight unit. Superstars in every position. Cryo once again topping that board as the new man on the block. But the fact is there's so much more to this roster, so many strong players, and although we have seen some of those individual plays, we've seen Zelsis look like a superstar, we've seen Ye have his moments, Leaf, that 4K earlier in the game, it just hasn't been consistent enough so far. So that's why I need to see in this next map. And while I know Sliggy earlier premised things by saying that, oh, there comes like medium spice on the tally, well, let's hope they're going to bring the spice, because at the moment, I think they're out of this series.
Well, we said we want to see 5 maps in this one, but Tom, as the series is going on, that likelihood's dropping off. 100 Thieves, they might just steal the show here, and it's really something to behold, the level of play that they're bringing. I think there's going to be a lot to say about this one. Let's toss it over to the analyst desk, see what they've got.
Thank you very much, Mitch and Tom. I'm back on the desk with Sliggy and Kukuka. You know, we've had some Team Liquor representation already. We've had Echoes, we've had Sliggy. Why not bring on another one as someone who's currently on the roster? We have Yumpy here with us, actually. Welcome, Yumpy.
Thank you. The best one so far.
I knew you were going to say that. But how's your tournament so far? Obviously, what have you made of everything? How's life?
I mean, our tournament didn't go that well, but the atmosphere and stuff is super nice so far. So it's nice to play always in front of a crowd. So it's been nice so far.
Yeah, it's nice to have you here with us as well. But let's talk about that map, because it was so close, right up to the end. And Kukuka, in the end, 100 Thieves, they managed to close it out.
Yeah, exactly, and that's very tough considering that they couldn't manage to get those pistols, that things were getting a little bit out of control, especially on that first half. I like, the intention. I think that Derek had an amazing, layers of utility, so I'm happy with the performance, but, going into Icebox, things are only getting harder.
And yeah, so I'm gonna, of course, I'm on the air, I'm gonna talk about pistol rounds. C9 won both pistols and they lost this map. That's a big sign. That is a bit of a worry for me that they are not strong on this map for sure, and 100 Thieves look great. Yeah, again, kind of close scoreline, but I'm telling you, if 100 Thieves actually won a pistol, this is a bit of a wash. So I was very impressed with them. They did what we were talking about in terms of forces, they did the force on the defense side, and it actually was incredibly strong in terms of they managed to get 4-1 up, and then they lost a round, then they won the next round, broke the economy, and then they did it again the 2 rounds after. So C9 just couldn't get the economy, really hard to actually get the ball rolling, and we kind of just saw that actually paying off. Then they managed to get the economy a little bit stabilized. C9 managed to get 3 rounds, but it just wasn't enough in the end.
We are going to talk about that round in a second because we do have it as a replay, but Yumpy, pistols, I know it's probably not your favorite word to hear, but Sliggy was talking about some of the struggles that you guys had a team when it came to pistols, so would you be able to give me a little bit of insight on that?
I think actually people underrate the importance of pistols, and I think we did also that we not always had the most structured pistol rounds, that it was kind of free for all, that hopefully we hit the headshots, but I think nowadays we have learned that I think even in this tournament we won 3 pistols out of 20 rounds, so. And I think it shows in the map scores that it's like 5 to 6 free rounds if you win the pistol rounds.
So I was talking earlier in terms of teams are starting to do best of 3 pistols. Is that something that you're starting to do in Liquid?
Yeah, we are asking the teams if they want to do best of 3 angles. I think it's super important, and it's also like a good momentum. If you have a good pistol round, it can really easily set up the tempo of the game. That if you have a good pistol round, like your whole team can get so much confidence out of it, and it can really give you a huge tempo of the game.
Yes, exactly what I was talking about in terms of the double economy, right? Ult economy and just no normal economy, so you can snowball in. You can get the ult into the all-important buy round, and you can, it's just something that is really strong. So again, it's dude. Yeah, this is just crazy. I mean, everyone did pretty well in their afterplans, to be fair. There's some good stats from them. But yeah, it's 13-9, but in my mind, with a double pistol, it's still a strong scoreline.
It goes a little bit different. I think that Leaf had an insanely hard time. He was playing on the race. We were talking about how good he was doing, for example, on Bind, but he went 2-11 on first kills, first death. He was getting shut down all the time, and the man on the other side was Cryo. He ended up with an 8-0. So it's not only that he knows what he has to be doing, he's performing every single time. You know a little bit about that.
Yeah, I was going to say, what do you make of Cryo as well, seeing him here on his new team?
Yeah, I mean, he's such a nice player, and yeah, we got a little bit taste of him. You know, he basically owned us in the last map, and yeah, he's such a talented player, and I feel like he's a really smart player. Also, he doesn't do over stupid mistakes when he plays the chamber, and I can't wait for the next year when he plays some other agents.
No overheating from
Yeah, so I'm also excited to see next year, obviously we're going to have the chamber nerf. I still think that Fracture and Haven, again, I'm not saying it's strong, it's a massive nerf, but I think they're the maps that we might see. Is that something that you've thought about, Yampi, at all in terms of chamber and next year?
Yeah, I think also thought that Fracture is going to be one of those maps. Okay. Haven also maybe, but I think for me, at least what I thought, that Fracture is one of those maps that he might still be really good and viable.
Okay. I would like to see, is there any chance that we go back to the Sky operator?
Or the KJ,
Yeah, I mean, definitely, you know, you might see the Killjoy AWP again or Omen AWP, so we never know.
Yeah,
I like the Killjoy AWP. I like that. I like that. Yeah,
yeah.
I actually.
I mean, he made everything work.
I actually stole that pretty much from Steel and Mitch, obviously when they're in their respective teams. I think Mitch was the first person I saw on C9 back in the day using it, and I think it's really strong.
I think we should take a look at that round where 100 Thieves, they lost a pistol and they forced again in round 2. I will say that, Yampi, you know, when it comes to force buys on defense after losing the pistol, we don't really see that very often.
Yeah, it's kind of new thing. I think it was Crew or Leviathan actually who brought it in Champions, the Stinger kind of, and I think people are starting to realize that you can really easily snowball the economy with also, and I think I'm not maybe the biggest fan of it myself, but yeah, I think it can work in the right times.
And I think this is a perfect example of it as well. Also, the Stinger buff coming in, right? So this is why it's just like, you might as well, again, what did I teach you in Liquid, Yampi? Can you remember?
Yeah, playing deathmatch with the guns that are broken.
Yeah, pretty much.
Wait, that's why you were judging all the time?
I literally played deathmatch with Judge, and I'm so sorry for everyone who I played against if it was annoying, but
yeah,
at that time,
I made him do a lot of that, but the main message that I tried to say was just embrace the game. At the moment, let's be honest, the Stinger, I'll call everyone out, it got overbuffed. What are you doing? That's crazy. Why are we buffing it? So to abuse it like this, perfect. I do think it's risky. Like Yampi said, a little bit risky to do it, but it literally just made them have a perfect start on this half.
I mean, you're going to have to play a Nico against them, either you force or you don't. The chances of you winning that second round knowing that the Stinger is a little bit overpowered is just too high. And then you're going to force them into the eco, and then your economy is going to start building before that. So, you know, forcing those things didn't work on the previous map, but definitely showed us that it can on this one.
Before we jump into the previous map, we're going to throw this down to Ginny, who's given a tour of the truck to see how the esports production really works here.
O2 Victoria Warehouse in Manchester, that's where we are based right now. And I don't know if you can actually tell by my breath, but it's pretty cold, probably freezing temperatures, and I'm not dressed appropriately, but that's okay because we're here to show you guys the magic that happens behind the scenes. Game 1 of the finals, 100 Thieves against C9, is right now on the way, and it wouldn't be possible without the people behind it all. And that is going to be in this truck right here. So let's head up, let's figure out what's happening in the truck, what's going on with production, with the control room. So I just want to say, follow me along. It is pretty cold. I'll try not to trip on the stairs. And let's just have a look. Okay, let's go have a look, starting off with the observing area. So these people are actually working live. We're going to have to try and be quiet. But first of all, we have Harry, or Harry Copter. They're observing the game that's currently going on, the finals between Cloud9 and 100 Thieves. Raven observing as well. We have Jacob. That's going to be on replays here to my right. So we're going to have a chat with him. I know you're very busy, Jacob, but hello.
Nice to see you.
Lovely to see you as well. It's been a while. So can you tell us what you're doing here?
Yeah, so here we're doing replays in this truck. So behind me we've got people doing player cam reactions. Here we're doing the in-game stuff. So I've got different feeds and I'm using this machine that looks very scary to essentially show people who are watching the broadcast on what's going on.
What is like the big round button for?
So this round button, as you can see, if I spin it back, I can go back and I can spin it forward to go forward. So super simple. I'm going to be clipping a few kills here if any of them happen. So let's hope Cloud9 wins and get some kills, and then I'm going to clip them up and then show them at the end of the round.
Thank you so much. You look really busy, so I'm going to let you crack on with that. was lovely. Well, you've heard it here. We have player cams, we have the observing, we have the replays, but that's not all that's going on, because at the end of the day, there is so much that goes on behind production. There's even more machines, there's even more cables, and a lot of lights, actually, as some of you might not have guessed already. I have no clue what this is here on my right either, but we have a lot of screens as well that are going to be showing the player cams and just general, the feeds, the audio. We're not touching any of these buttons because honestly, I am not qualified to figure out what's going on here, or even if something goes wrong, then that's definitely going to be a problem. But all in all, this looks incredibly complicated, so respect to people who actually have the brain power to operate this. This is now the main part of the truck. This is where we have graphics, we have the vision mixer, the director, and the producer. They're all sitting here, making sure they're looking at about 100 screens. Okay, maybe not 100, but my math isn't that great. There's quite a few of them. They have so many things to keep track of at the same time. Graphics here, you guys want to give us a little look at them? They're so happy to be here. So, vision mixer, we have Lee here, who is the director, and then we have our producer, Sam. Hello, you don't look too busy this time around.
These guys have got it covered, they're all good. No, a lot of our work happens when it's in-game, it's with the in-game team. Right now we're planning our next segment when the game finishes, helping Ings in the game prepare their next graphics, replays, all that sort of stuff, so getting set.
Okay, that sounds like a lot of prep goes into it. So how did you start out? What do you enjoy the most, actually, from being here looking at, I think, about 100 screens at this point?
There's a lot of screens. My mum would tell me off for looking at too many monitors. But my favorite thing about esports, we have like a crew of 60 people on this show, and every single person is here working in in complete unison. And it takes every single person doing their best job to bring the product together. So getting to sit back and watch the result, everyone's hard work, it's so cool. So yeah, it feels good when we nail a good show.
I love to hear it. The show's been going smoothly, loving everything we've been seeing on screen, so thank you for that.
Yeah, thank you for your work as well, thank you.
Thank you. So that's it, guys, from us here in the truck. As you see, once again, looking at all these screens, that's exactly what makes this possible, so make sure to show a little bit of love to production. Thanks for tuning in.
We gotta love Sam, our producer there,
and also screen.
Yeah, and also Sliggy, that's what you used to do. You were right in there observing before you were coaching.
Yeah, no, I actually missed a little bit. I just started loving it. It was something that I didn't expect to love, and I started loving observing. And everyone in production just doesn't get as much of a shout out as they do in appreciation. So I really like that. I think that's great, and just well done. Just good job to everyone that's in production. I think they're killing it.
Yeah, we'll get you a segment on delayed observing at some
Yes.
point. And we will,
Okay,
don't worry. But we got to talk about map 3 that is coming up. It's going to be Icebox, 100 Thieves. They're 2-0 already. I mean, Jumper, you've played a lot of best of 5s in your career so far. When you're 2-0 down here in a best of 5, what would be the advice that you'd be giving to your teammates right now?
I mean, you just have the think it's a new best of 3 again. I just have to completely get out of the mindset that you cannot lose anymore, and I just have to give it all out, because if you lose, you're out. So it doesn't basically matter what's going to happen. If you win, it's good.
We had a thing, never fear to lose. You don't fear to lose. That's like a big
Winners
one,
don't fear to lose.
Yeah, winners don't fear to lose. So it's just like you got the nerves out the way. You've already lost. It can't get much worse than this. So you might as well just put it all on the line and just play. When you're seeing it's like winners don't fear to lose, you're just playing like how you normally would. You're not second thinking a lot of your decisions. You're just going for whatever feels natural and just playing how you used to prac in, like how you're used to doing in prac.
I mean, Kakuga, you're also a big advocate of this reverse sweep. 2-0 has already happened. So what do Cloud9 need to do to actually pull it off?
Icebox. I mean, considering that the last time that both these teams played, that Icebox was on last year's qualifier before they showed up those changes. Actually, I'm very happy that we have Liquid here, because I think that they won both the last year's qualifiers that we had in the EMEA.
Yeah.
So, of course, it's been some time. But when you would think about Icebox, would you not see that many changes coming? You were saying something about, a cheeky composition that Cloud9 might be something. I mean, they need to pull out something new, something different, something that is going to make this Icebox feel like the beginning of something new.
I mean, is that where you win Icebox? It is actually doing something just different, and you guys said cheeky. Is that the win condition here?
I don't know. I think Icebox has got a simple map that it's always played pretty much the same way, so there's not much too cheeky or new stuff you can bring on it, but I think you just have to trust the instinct you have and feel the map. Like if there is some gaps you can find and find the way that way.
I mean, you pulled out the Omen that time. It was pretty great, and I think a lot of teams ended up just yoinking your stuff as well after.
Yeah, maybe.
Omen, what do we think that's a... I mean, you already know, so I'm not going to go to you.
Do you know what? In terms of me being at Liquid, we were awful at Icebox. I leave and they turn incredible at Icebox. So don't even come to me with the Icebox stuff. I don't know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I mean, Kukuga, you're a big fan of changes. I know you love it when teams are bringing new stuff, having multiple comms, but on the other side, 100 Thieves, is that the gimmicky way that you need to approach it to beat them? Because so far it seems like nothing is working when you're playing against them.
Yeah, so the thing is that for 100 Thieves, this should be easy because Icebox for them is a map that, you know, not only has word, but also does not have that depth. Also, when you have changed that player, but also is fulfilling the same role as Will was, and Cryo having the performance that he's having today, it shouldn't be hard for him to keep up.
What about you guys? What do you think about that?
So in terms of what I was just thinking about then, sorry, I kind of drifted off a little bit. I was thinking of in terms of just like their win conditions and how Ye just used to always have like that standout map. For me, it was always Icebox. I remember, again, I look at the scoreboard, Ye was always like 20 on the defense half. He always used to frag. So I want to see that happen today. I feel like, I'm not sure I've seen the old kind of like real hard carry. And it kind of feels like that's what they need at the moment in terms of, it's just fresh for the team. Maybe we don't have like we're not all there in terms of like chemistry and syncing up and just having all the strats. So I think like we need the individuals, and like they have been doing it in this event, but we need it now in the final.
I feel like the thing is, Ye has not played a lot of Icebox officials. Optic, they steered away from it a lot, and when they did play against FPX and Guild, it looked bad, you know. And it's not very often that Optic look bad ever on anything. And I even felt like Ye wasn't having the impact that he usually did on the other maps they did. Maybe that was one of the reasons they steered away from it. But I think the rest of Cloud9, however, they don't really have that excuse of like not liking this map. So, and we can't forget Zelsis too, the other addition here. What can we expect from those players who are already on Cloud9, who have been playing Icebox, maybe a little bit more than Ye?
Yeah, so the thing is, like, we need to know, especially with the swap in roles, how everybody's going to be filling in, because we know that, you know, Leaf has been going into that Sentinel role. Are they going to go for maybe a triple Sentinel? Are they going to, you know, play it simple, play it smart? Because we do not expect Leaf to be on that chamber. That's what Ye would fit in. Maybe they go for, you know, Ye on the Jet, and then him on the chamber. He definitely needs something to regain that trust, because the last map was just not it for him.
Yeah, I think that's completely fair as well. And maybe we're seeing like the struggles in terms of him not like feeling super comfortable. I was thinking in this if they're going to rely on like comfort picks, but actually like a lot of them in terms of that don't have too many comfort picks like Zelsis and Leaf are having to fill. So that might be an aspect for them. I'm interested to see. Okay, so I know the comps, but I don't know who is playing. I don't know who's playing what. So I'm interested to see who's playing what.
I mean, this is going to be a pretty spicy agent select that League has been setting up. So for 100 Thieves, we're not expecting them to do anything too crazy, but on the side of Cloud9, we were promised something a little bit spicy, and Zelsis is playing the KO here, Ye on the chamber, so Vanity's getting the Brimmy with a Stimmy. All right, and Asuna is also going to go for Fade here too.
It makes a lot of sense, because this is something that Cooper brought into the garden now that he's in Cloud9. Probably he wants to go for the same. I want, especially Yumpy, to say, because I know that you played against Gambit when they were running this composition.
Yeah, I think it's Brimstone actually frees up the Viper a lot, because you don't have to play as the Viper as the only smoker. So especially in Gambit when Nats was playing it, I think it freed a lot like Nats to be on his comfort zone, and I hope Leaf gets the same way, that Vanity can basically play with his own smokes and basically just cut one side basically with that. They don't have to rely on the Viper smoke or that kind of stuff. So I hope they have a good game plan around it.
For sure, and what you normally see, what you tend to see with the whole Brim and the Viper together, especially on the defense side, if I'm focusing on that, the Brim smokes are always used in terms of like one ways to make sure that your retakes are better. So basically you're kind of stacking more than you would normally in terms of your defense side, and then you're heavily relying on your retakes and using the Brim smokes to kind of block off the vision, insta-stick over towards the spikes. They don't have a Sage, so it's very hard for them to attack. We're going to keep an eye on their attack, see how many times they start going B, because it should be a struggle for them to be able to plant B. They don't have that wall to cover it, so maybe they need to take some additional space over towards Snowman. So yeah, in terms of the Brim comp, we need to look at the defense side. Let's see what the retakes are like, and then obviously over towards the attack, see how impactful no Sage is.
And very quickly, Yumpy, can they do this? Can Cloud9 do this with this comp against 100 Thieves?
I think they definitely can. I have full trust, yeah.
Okay. Well, I can't wait to see if they are going to get that reverse sweep, or can 100 Thieves close it out here and take home a trophy. Over to you, Mitch and Tom, for map 3.
Well, Tom, there's certainly a lot of pressure on this C9 roster now. This has not gone according to plan starting it out, but 2 close maps still. And that can at least be there, giving us a little bit of hope coming onto Icebox. That comp, though, I don't know what to think of it, Tom. I don't know what to think of it.
I'm intrigued. Like, I think that there have always been other ideas that have been roaming around on this map. I think we've seen a Brimstone before for us, for example, with Chronicle, where I think defensively, as was mentioned, I think one-ways can be utilized to sort of hold down angles. You can slow with the Molotovs. There's plenty you can do there. I'm more worried about the attack. I think going for those B executes where you don't have yourself that Sage Wall, that's going to be the tough spot.
Well, let's see how this works out for C9. You know, I'm always a fan of seeing something new on Icebox, even if it's been done before. It's certainly not the standard play. It's not all too often you get to see a little bit of variety here. 100 Thieves on the attacking side as we kick off Icebox, and you can see Cloud9, they're not looking to take this in a passive stance. Right away, aggression comes in, and Leaf given the reward, but can he get out? No, not a chance.
Not normally the player you get aggressive with, especially with that Viper screen already down. I guess they've sort of set up around it. Ye just waiting above, watching for anybody to try and get in on the cross, but he's blocked by the screen, looking to try and be a little bit aggressive, but it hasn't worked out for him.
Very close, the duels back and forth till 100 Thieves step up. Derek with the double, and Vanity has to do it all. Just a smoke to work with, no extra utility. That Ghost is where all the credits have gone. He was lurking out towards B, catching for any flanks, but now he's got to take on all 3 of these players, and Asuna quickly puts that one to bed. 1-0 for 100 Thieves as the pistol is finally under their belt.
Yeah, they don't have to win the second round this time to get themselves back economically. I'm sure they'd like to, though. But yeah, this is where it's definitely going to get interesting. Is, okay, you've got that defensive side first. I think that's definitely the better of the two. Like, a lot of the Sage utility can be used, okay, to delay and slow. You can do similar things with the Brimstone. I don't think that's too much of a problem. The attack also, you can kind of go for maybe the stim pushes and really get up in the faces, but I think that they need a good defensive half here. I do worry if it goes almost just too badly wrong in that first half. Pistols and early rounds haven't really been going their way, so I want to see a quick response here from C9.
Yeah, I definitely have my doubts when it comes to that attacking side out of C9, but I'm also very certain they have a lot of ideas.
Yeah.
Now we're seeing reveals, 2 of them used up by 100 Thieves. They still haven't spotted Ye, but the Prowler does the job eventually, and they've gotten towards the site, but not for free. Vanity standing close by to get on top of the wall. Good kill onto Stellar. But they will, I thought they were getting the plan, but it's been broken again. A lot of pressure here from the Pistols.
Yeah, he comes back around. Shorty didn't work for him, so he goes back to the old faithful. Headhunter able to get one. This is a lot of rifles invested as well for 100 Thieves. They wanted to try and keep these through into the next round, but already a couple hitting the deck. In fact, Zelsis now winning another battle. Also, Derek desperately low. This comes down to just Bang. He has been so good in these late round scenarios, and Celsius low, but he's been able to retrieve himself a Vandal. A chance if he can hit this initial bullet, trying to put his opponent into doubt, but Bang, ever confident. An incredibly costly round for 100 Thieves though, and all those guns will be left behind.
Some really good ideas there on getting close and stopping not just the plant, but chipping away at that attacking side. I mean, they didn't have any players by the time it came down to the retake. Just gorgeous stuff out of C9, and that's definitely a good sign for what's to come. The amount of damage they did there, as you said, Tom, with so many rifles invested into, they've only walked out with 1. So this has been a super costly round for 100 Thieves in what should have been very close to, if not completely flawless.
But that's the thing, a composition like this is something that 100 Thieves are definitely going to have to adapt to on the fly.
Again,
Leaf. They've also invested into this round as well. They bought back up, trying to turn the tide. Leaf is almost just playing like some sort of Rainer at this point. Just get up in the face, try and fall back if it fails. They've still got a couple of players. This setup is almost identical to the prior round. Ye up above, waiting for them to push in. And 100 Thieves, a little bit more patient this time around.
Yeah, I'm not seeing the follow-up idea to that Leaf play. Unless they leave it completely unchecked, he's only being good for 1 at a time. And the fact that you have 3 players at that point, 2 shooting him directly, 1 from the rope, 1 from the box, and 1 from up in heaven who wall-banged him. That was Derek to find the final kill. Just way too many guns to deal with for 1 man. And well, so far, those early plays, they've only been 1-to-1 trades, and that's certainly not what they're looking for. This third round, 100 Thieves, definitely applying a lot of pressure to A, telegraphing it somewhat, and C9 have the numbers.
That's the thing. It's Vanity's pushing to mid that gives them that information. He can still activate the smokes. The thing is, there's a lot of players here. They push off the Hunter's Fury, but Zelsis has come up with a couple, being tagged incredibly low, but he still has that support from Ye. And now Derek, low HP players, a clutch that looks so winnable for him.
125 effective HP. Just a few bullets needed. Zelsis and Ye could go down so quickly, but it's the time. 10 seconds left, and now they know where he is. Getting this planted is next to impossible, but hold on, down to the 1v1. He might be able to bait them out, but the time is gone, and the spike is up top. It's done and dusted with patience from Vanity, and Cloud9 have found their first round.
It got a little bit dicey towards the end. It's unfortunate he didn't have the spike. Otherwise, after those first couple of kills, he easily could have turned this tide back. The thing is as well, you have to bear in mind the amount of damage that was done in the round before by Cloud9. So even a victory here is going to really call into the question the economy of 100 Thieves. They might risk it though. That's the thing. This team has loved a force buy throughout this series. You got a rifle on Derek, and you know your opponent's economy isn't in a good spot because they only survived with one player. If anything, especially with a fast A play, it might be worth the risk.
Yeah, and as you said, with how they've played so far, you're really not surprised to see that they've gone for another force buy, another big investment. This time, it's not going to be Leaf getting aggressive, unless that was the conditioning earlier. Try to get them to pressure in towards Nest initially, and Ye could punish, but he hasn't been able to. The Prowler was used early on. The drone here, destroyed before it clears it, but as soon as already got Nest secure, and they're making much better progress towards this site than they have before.
Zelsis is already getting tagged up a little bit. This time, Leaf passive, so he has that utility to hold on to. What a crazy double coming out from Arsena as well. It leaves it problematic for Zelsis, and he may not be dead, but he basically is buried at this point. His teammate's so far away. Getting him brought back seems nigh on impossible. Now the Molotov has forced him out, and Zelsis is technically still garnering that information, but with the Nightfall already giving them the info of the push, another shot for Bang. It leaves Vanity to try and clutch this 1v2.
Oh wow, he's making a good attempt at it. Asuna luckily able to hit those shots. Yeah, I found it interesting there. As we knocked down the KO, and he's on the floor, they damaged him just enough that he was barely alive, but they didn't want to take him out altogether. They didn't want to ruin his HP. I guess that's so that if they, I don't know whether it was because the pressure was applied, but it almost looked to me like they wanted to leave him there as bait, and then if they go for the res, you can kill him very quickly. They're not going to get it more than likely, and you can eliminate the player trying to take him back up, but there was no such attempt. Look, this is 100 Thieves with the performance that we've seen in these early stages again and again, and Cloud9 cannot allow that to continue. They're 2 maps down, needing this and the next 2 to go their way. And if that's to happen, well, you want to start it out with a dominant scoreline, with a statement map. Icebox needs to be it, and they're 3-1 down.
And as said, like, I even feel like if you get maybe 5-6 rounds for 100 Thieves, that might be enough, because I'm really intrigued to see what is there for C9 when it comes to that attacking side. I think especially, like, I think A side takes will probably be fine. I think although you can have your opponents having some sort of plant denial, I don't think it's a necessity, and if you're more aggressive and take that space, you can easily clear it. If that doesn't work though, B's not going to be easy. So they'll have to have a lot of sort of strats in their back pocket. Now with the staff they have, they do. They definitely do. They wouldn't be running this just for banner, just for fun. It's something planned, but even still, it's risky.
That's the thing. Well, C9 have a 3-man deep coaching squad of some of the best in the business, and then you add to that the fact that they literally have the man who was declared recently as the best esports athlete as their IGL, apparently. So for C9 right now, it's not like they have any shortage of ability. That's certainly not called into question. We just can't see the vision yet. Now, I'm excited to get to see it through their eyes on their attack. For now, though, we're back with 100 Thieves. A timeout from C9 has come to a conclusion, and 100 Thieves are looking at the B site. Now, this is a much more passive play from C9, and short of Vanity providing some of that action that he did previously on top of the wall with the shorty, this could again just come down to how much damage in the post plant, because I doubt they get much on the way in.
Molotov will at least deny them for a second.
for the round that's in it. It's a decently aggressive investment into the molly. Using that up here while still having a classic, you know, it's a bit of a statement, but it's used to get these rotations through and get the Viper's pit online.
This is interesting. You're going to have to break the wall, but even still, using that piece of utility, when we know how good the afterplants have been, maybe just trying to get some of their opponents to burn something out, but Vanity's going to die instantaneously. And for the remaining 4 players, they've still got so much to find from within this pit. They don't even know that Arsena is right in front of them. There goes the pit. There goes every single member bar Zeppa, and he doesn't last much longer either. 100 Thieves, 4-1 up in the lead. Looking fantastic once again. And well, they've only lost a couple of maps in this entire tournament. That's the fact. For them to lose this series, they have to lose more maps now than they've lost throughout the whole tournament so far.
Yeah, look, you put it down to map difference, and they're definitely going through. They've been looking fantastic. This right here, this is so unfortunate for C9. Zeppa went through that smoke first. Obviously, Viper's right behind him, threw a snake bite in, but he hugged the hugged the actual wall of the container, right? And that's not a bad play. Just so happened there was a guy on the other side, towards the glass wall. So he was able to sneak by, take the Viper down, drop the pit, and at that point, I mean, that is 99% of the eggs in that basket. They're all gone. And they weren't able to get anything done from that point. This is 4-1, and the line in the sand is approaching. Cloud9 need to step up on this defense. At least they've managed to avoid any sort of problems from that tube push. They've detected it, they forced him back and put 100 Thieves.
Bang is still there. Bang is still there. He's just waiting patiently. Zelsis hears him teleport away, doesn't expect there to be a second player. Bang again, causing them issues, and then they're actually going to use themselves the Nightfall. It's only 1 player, and because of that, they're putting all their pressure onto Bang. The rest of the team are getting their afterplant in, or at least they thought they were. That Molotov again is going to deny them for a second and at least allow the cavalry to arrive.
Yeah, well, at least the wall has been mostly destroyed, but now here comes the Viper's pit. Whole new angles opened up for them to play around. Asuna with the spray. He comes down close just a second later, and he might just have caught that kill. Now he's advancing up and taking some risks.
30 seconds.
That comes with a big cost. They wanted to create space to allow this plant. Instead, they've lost their Viper. And with 24 seconds left, there's so many defenders flooding into this site. The AWP hasn't yet played a role, and it might not. Derek, well, he's dealt with finally. 15 seconds on the clock. Orbital strike called in to buy them that extra time. Down to 10. They've got to get forward and get it done. The spike's on the floor. It's now or never, and he's not even picked it up. Only just now going for the plant. If Vanity can deny it, it could be over. He's rushing in, fake the steps, Cryo around the corner. What? He's got it! 100 Thieves stumble, but they've caught themselves a 5th round.
The difference is 0.3 of a second. That is all it took. And you have to look at Vanity from start to finish. He took the tag at the early portion of the round when he was putting his Molotov and spamming through the wall. He makes this round even into contention. He gets the kill at the end, still on 13 HP. Orbital strike used to delay them, and then just can't land the shot at the end. Heartbreaking for C9, a round where he played it almost to perfection. Unfortunately, 100 Thieves adapted once again.
Wow, watching this team play, watching these 2 teams play, such a treat. Some of the individual plays coming through, and for Vanity, I mean, that's going to be haunting. No way he could know it, but you click that button 0.3 of a second later on the orbital strike, it's all over.
Face your fear!
1 round on the board for Cloud9. This defense hasn't gone well. Now we see 100 Thieves force them back from A, or so they think. Those players have quickly come back in, an early retake, so to speak. 4 of the Cloud9 team are here. The weaker weapons now, well, they stand together, they multiply. Although Ye's being dealt with, that was the heavy hitter in this round. And now a shock dart combo. What?
What? It's got 2 with the Bucky. That's not something you're gonna see every day. And now again, it's possible. If he gets that orb, he could get the res, but instead just opts to fall back, go for that rotation. Not going to be able to bring back one of his teammates, and for Zelsis, that should be a gun into his hands. A real possibility once again for C9, but the fact is, they've been close, but they've never quite been able to take it over the line. For a res, he'd have to go back in the other direction, so this almost becomes a little bit irrelevant with the plant going through on that B site, and Zelsis now homing in on his position.
There's the fight, he wasn't ready. Zelsis had the perfect read on that, the timing, he waited out on A as long as he needed to. And he got into position just in time to catch them off guard. A gorgeous round. and one much needed. Cloud9 have been struggling. I am just perplexed at how it's come off the back of a Bucky.
Yeah, I think we definitely need a replay of the double kill with the Bucky, like especially over.
He almost got it on the rope as well. That could have been the triple.
I'm finding out a lot about weapons. I need to be using the Stinger more. I'm not so sure about this though. It's going to be so bunny hopping around the corner. Arson has got to be infuriated, but the fact is they're still in the lead. They're still in a great spot.
I don't know if it was the awareness or the comms or a combination of both, but the fact that Stellar came off that spike plant was so lucky. If he took 0.1 of a second longer, that Bucky would have gotten the shot off, and he is dealt with. Even still, the round didn't go their way, and now Ye back up and at him. Asuna gonna be popped on the res here. Hunter's Fury actually grabbing a tag, looking for the kill, but it won't find it this time around. And with Zeppa on the double spray down, the res and the resi, both out of this round.
Bang, again though, has taken some space, but they expect it, but it's a whiff! That's not something you see every day. Ye not connecting the shot. Luckily, Bang has been traded onto it. Might not matter too much, it's just Cryo's position. He's got himself very far into this B site while all the commotion was going on. Now, this has to be expected by C9 at this stage. It has been too long, and especially with that plant coming through, they must know someone could be this far forward.
They definitely do, and you can see it in the angle being taken there. Leaf almost had him. And a perfect knife. I think he might have even spotted him, or just a cautious knife thrown through. Reveal sees nothing. There's the shot, though. Now they know where Derek is. They can hone in, and there's 4v1. Not a chance. Cloud9, they're getting back into the swing of things here on the defense. We're seeing that resurgence we were waiting for.
Yeah, I think they definitely needed something to sort of bring them back into the round, and the pace change from 100 Thieves to try and fight into mid was only met with that operator of Ye. Zeppa as well, someone that, again, going into today, been one of the best players in the tournament so far. Definitely cooled off a little bit in this series, but the fact that he's found a double in this round, that might be one of the players you need to see coming back into things. However, as we've seen many times throughout this tournament, every time things even go slightly wrong, I don't even mean wrong for 100 Thieves, just slightly wrong, they take a breather, they turn things back around, and they have been so good every time at correcting any minute mistakes.
Yeah, we saw it. I mean, I think every timeout is a 100 Thieves timeout with the way things have been going. This is one they've chosen to pull into play, but they get the benefit time and time again. 5 rounds already on the board, Tom, and that was almost a line in the sand that you drew at the start, saying that they have a pretty good chance if they get there. And now we come back to that question. How many more rounds are they going to put on the board? Cloud9 needs to be next to flawless coming into this the rest of this half. And, well, again, it comes down to what they have planned on that attack. Certainly, I'm holding my breath to see what that's going to be about.
That's the thing. It's like maybe Cloud9 do have ideas of how they're going to run things. As said, I think like the pacier A takes is definitely something that I think could work out for them. I think they have a decent amount of initiation as well on towards the site. The main worry is, again, it's just getting those after plants on B is not going to be easy. You're going to have to take a lot more control than you normally would do when you can just place down a wall. And you even see it when that doesn't work for 100 Thieves. Sometimes they lose the round based off that alone. They almost did with the orbital strike earlier.
Round number 9, and more aggression to come out of Cloud9. This position's been hotly contested in the early round. Even if you don't have the fight fully coming through, so much utility has to be used just to clear it out, and there it is again. But Cryo is the man to come ahead. The operator missing both shots. Ye starting to feel the pressure as the attackers close in on his positions. Those weaker weapons now pose a huge threat to the operator. He's got a teammate to support him. He needed it, but 100 Thieves are happy to pump the brakes here. They've got the advantage, and they're going to play for this late round, 5v4.
They've won too many rounds like this. It would genuinely be maybe even the thing that leads towards the end of the game if 100 Thieves are able to take another round using these stingers and a marshal. Like, it just shouldn't be possible. And the aggression of C9 has already been punished. Leaf again down early. Now the orbital strike's going to be used to deny the plant. It gives them a lot of information, and even find out that there's a player still towards the tube. They've got so much ground to be back into position, but I don't think they're going to be able to deny it this time. Estella's just going to stick that plant.
Yeah, there you go. The plant finally coming through. He had the support as the players go back towards yellow. It's Derek, Marshall in hand. And they're worried about mid at this point. They know the player went back down through tube. They don't know that he's actually playing passive, using his utility to help his teammates. They need a lot of help. These weaker weapons not quite stacking up in head-to-head duels most of the time, but Cryo out wide. He's caught him off guard. And we're down to just Ye, the man who had some opportunities earlier on. The 1v2 not looking too easy. That operator, it's a big risk to throw it at a play like this. And he's going to decide to back off. A save called and another round now guaranteed for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, that's the thing. It looked like a really tough position from them because of the fact that I think C9 actually did very well to force them back from their aggressive positions. They didn't allow them to take further onto the site with the weak weapons, but then they just played off of each other so well. Those passive spots, swinging off of the trades, like that's something that 100 Thieves have been fantastic throughout this entire tournament, and they make it work again. And they make it work on the B site as well. Like that's where you really feel like there has to be more to deny them. And okay, Vanity again buys his team time. They're just not capitalizing off that time.
This team just looks unbelievable, man. Looking at how they adapt to some of the plays that are being thrown at them, but these low buy rounds, I'm struggling to think of a team that has this level of success this consistently.
Leviathan, maybe?
Leviathan, sure. Even then, I think it's a stretch. And with the caliber of opponents on the other side, I mean, just outrageous what 100 Thieves have been able to get away with. They have 6 rounds on the board with 3 more to play for. This attack side is already shaped up fantastically. And if C9 lose this again, their economy is going to be on the rocks.
Yeah, they managed to keep that operator in. Ultimates, Nightfall is the only one online. In fact, there isn't even any for the attackers either, so that might be something that can work for them in the retake. Again, very, very heavy in their A-site defense and leaving Vanity as this solo man to just try and delay as much as possible. Doesn't have his orbital strike anymore, so if he's picked off, I almost question whether they go for the retake because they haven't looked great in those sort of positions.
With 40 seconds left, I thought I started to see a shift to the left side, but even with Ye's aggression, they are keeping this as a solo man hold. We've seen it again and again. The reveal's going out, and Vanity forced back. The Molly is going to be used up another time, but they're adjusting their plant position. A deeper wall this time to combat that play from Cloud9 we've seen so many times. A whiff from Cryo. And Stellar's deleted, although he gets the plant in, so he's able to at least set his teammates up with the time on their side.
That's the thing, he's happy to be the sacrificial lamb. His utility doesn't become that valuable. And again, Cryo, he's so good on these lurks. He's so good at just finding the space behind them. They even spotted him rotating back around, but they don't realize, they have absolutely no idea. A chance to just end the round, and Cryo's there again. They just can't deal with this man. Zelsus tries his best, but 100 Thieves are running away with this.
And for Cryo to have that round now as well, it's just everything fitting perfectly for this 100 Thieves team. Cloud9 crumbling, and I wouldn't be surprised to hear a timeout called right about now. But the thing is, they're coming into an eco, like we said, or at least a very scrappy buy if they decide to go for it. And there's been so little hope in the full buy rounds that it doesn't feel like a force is going to favor them. Although maybe that's what they need, a change of scenery. We'll see what they decide to go for, how heavy the commitment is, and well, it's going to be medium. They're playing for the last round here, Tom, and that means they know coming into this that 8-4 is their objective. They'll take it if they can win this one, but 100 Thieves probably hit 8.
Yeah, you know, Ye having a rifle is something. They finally switched up to have a little bit more B aggression, and they've taken an awful lot of control. I think Bang just spotted him, though. So good at just holding off these pushes. Ye needs a trade, and he'll get it. That's the rifle spotted at least, but look at the instant reaction. Ye's on one side, we're looking to try and take the other side, get into an afterplant, set ourselves up. And of course, Cryo, well, we know where he's going to be.
Well, they've been a bit more hesitant, right, on this push through. We see some control, we see reveal on backside, and then they go over towards kitchen. Now the pressure is on Ye. He's got to worry about every single angle. The one man with the rifle,
they're all going,
essentially stands alone, and that's why. I mean, the panic stations start to set in. The one guy who, you know, maybe will save, or maybe stands a chance in fights is...
Doesn't see him, but he might still get the kill. Ye just about takes him out. The thing is, though, it doesn't matter. This was all a ruse. That trap destroyer rotated the entire team away. And the thing is, okay, they're going to upgrade some weapons. They're going to give themselves a better chance. It's still not a bad spot for C9 to be in. But again and again, 100 Thieves in their afterplants have been unstoppable.
That weapon in spawn is still sat on the floor, right? So for Cloud9, they've only got the 2 rifles on the way back through, but a man advantage at least. They can manage to trade effectively. That's easier said than done. Asuna playing sneaky inside the smoke. He's going to grab one, even the numbers, the heals coming through, and Derek is as well. The support, Ye up top, he whiffs. And although Zepp is able to find the kill, the time now starts to become a big problem. The wall breaks, the 1v2, the spray from Asuna, he knows they're not defusing, another angle taken, and he might just be able to stop it. They line up, and 100 Thieves find 8. A clutch from Asuna, and another nail in Cloud9's coffin.
It's been so good. This whole tournament, he's been so good. Different roles in every map, but he still plays the same. The clutches coming through, the shakiest aim I've ever seen. I have to say it. Like, it's terrifying just how he's able to correct it so easily, but just sublime and winning every round that's important to them. 8-3 up. You mentioned it, it wasn't the heaviest of investment, but even still, that is a mountain to climb, and that's if they can even get a 4th.
All goes the knife right away. They're seeing pressure in towards B main. C9, despite seeing 2 players there, they continue forward. They get themselves a nice little setup. And again, the solo man covering so much map control by himself is Ye. The trap now destroyed. That's half of his control gone, with Kitchen now under threat. And in all the chaos, this man here has managed to slip under the radar. This is map control that they're effectively conceding, and with the orb up, they know it's a possibility, but the timing, it's sublime. They've been checking it every so often, and they didn't expect him to be here. He somehow walks away with a double, and they've shut down the B main hold. The flank of Cryo finally dealt with, but they have the whole 100 Thieves roster to work with now. Post-plant Viper's Pit in the final round. They are putting everything into this.
They even have a res. I don't think they're going to need it, but they even have that extra piece. And for the remaining 2, Ye and Zeppa, they need a quick kill. They need to isolate a duel. And Arsena is waiting in this corner. He will go down. That's something at least, but the spam from Bang is perfect once again. A 9-3 half, and the only thing standing in 100 Thieves' way at this point seems to be the 9-3 curse.
Well, I can see Mike's having a little read of the notebook there in the background, but it doesn't look like there's going to be too much to take away from this one other than, well, our plan works. It was pretty good. What a half. And as we say, to our small brains, it looks like C9 needed to do all the heavy lifting in this half. The pressure is most certainly mounting on this team as we move into half number 2. They're going to play a sageless attack. That double controller better pay massive dividends.
That's the thing. I don't think it's impossible to make it work.
Not at all.
It's just whether they can make it work where they get 9+ rounds. And that's a very different story. Where if they had a decent defensive side, came into this one, and then just need like 5-6 rounds, I probably would have said, you know what, possible. Sure. But to get yourselves 9 just to level things up, 10 needed for a victory, that's a big ask, and 100 Thieves have just been running away with this, playing so confidently. Look how deep they are pushing right now. Arsena playing as a duelist, as if he's still on that raise, and Zelsis, well, whatever idea you had, it's gone with him.
And Asuna's just going to go back and get a heal. So even the damage done doesn't stand to you as the round pans out. The 100 Thieves, very reminiscent of what we saw on Fracture to start things out in the pistol, the aggression, the confidence, and making C9 play their game. On the back foot, we're going to see this attack try to sneak their way through, but Stellar's waiting. He does some damage, and he's patient enough to just spot the info for his teammate who's waiting patiently. Bang with 1, a dropout from Stellar not expected. That's a big gap in the offense. And 100 Thieves have exploited it perfectly. It feels like this must be it. And Stellar farming up those orbs. It's Derek to finish it off. 10 now for 100 Thieves. And with that pistol under their belt, Tom, it becomes very difficult to see a reality where Cloud9 get back into this series.
Yeah, this is going to have to be the best attack we've ever seen. With a comp that we haven't seen. So it really is. It's going to be a learning curve if they're able to
the Cooper comp, you know?
Turn it back. Yeah. Yeah, but Emil's seen a lot of things that happen. So, you know.
That's true, that's true.
And obviously it's something that didn't catch on, so I'll put it that way.
Yeah, no, it's not a standard play. Like we said, you know, some ideas here.
They've taken a leaf out of the 100 Thieves book. They're going for the force buy. I don't think they have much of a choice here.
They've stolen from 100 Thieves. How could they?
Here we go. Quick push in. Trying to pick up the pace alongside it. Arsena, though, up above, is already going to kick things off with the opening. Trying to beat them at their own game, and they aren't going to get themselves into an afterplant. There's still a lot of utility that could just damage them up.
That's the thing, you know, when you take a site this quickly, it's so much harder to hold on to it. You haven't chipped away your opponent's utility, and that means they've got it all to work with, but Yay still with a couple headhunter bullets. He's a big threat. 1 kill under his belt already. Zepp is in for more, but oh my, they are just steaming in. Leaf has to do it all. 2 opponents still stand against him, and it's being diffused, or so he thinks. Stellar came off it just to catch that kill. 1 step closer to the res, and the victory. The force buy from Cloud9 leaves them in the dust. They have to take, well, I guess a force buy, because an eco here means 12-3 and 9 straight rounds needed.
It's pick your poison time.
Yeah, there's no easy way out.
There's no good response here. You either purchase now, try and force it back, and basically give yourself an extra round to take a risk, or you eco, you can buy fully in the next round, but you have to win yourself 9 rounds in a row just to compete in this series. 2-0 up, a fantastic position, 11-3 for 100 Thieves, and only 2 mats dropped in the entire tournament. C9 are in a world of hurt right now.
Now this is a tough call to make that force buy, as we said. No easy way out of it, but I like the idea. You know, they believe in their game plan. They're gonna ride it out till the end. This is close. And with the Prowler going out, Cryo is a very good idea. He knows exactly what's going on. He's turning his back to the player, but still gets out of dodge for free. Oh my, another kill. The 3rd player posted on that angle. They stacked it up, and C9 walked right into the trap. Another force buy for this team, and practically nothing found. Yay needs an ace clutch. No better man for the job, that's for sure, but he is put in a box right now.
Yeah, 1 versus 5. And the thing is, we've seen how controlled 100 Thieves have been throughout the entirety of this. He gets a couple, he does some damage, but it's nothing in comparison to what 100 Thieves have done here. 12-3, 9 match series, and tournament points for 100 Thieves. C9 need a miracle.
That trophy is calling out to 100 Thieves right now, and all they have to do is push it across the line. It's just unbelievable as well that they stack it up, they play those aggressive positions, they get Cryo up there, and every single player does their job, falls back, and, well, the round just lands in their lap. 9 chances now to finish this tournament out, lose barely any maps along the way. This has just been some of the best Valorant on display that we've had, I would say, all year. 100 Thieves, a pleasure to watch. And this could be the last round we get to see.
Well, they came in with 1 change. They came in as the tournament favorites, which a lot of the time can put that extra pressure on you. It seems like they don't feel it. They came in looking to have that NA crown, at least until February. And right now, just 1 round away from a trophy to their name. And the buy on the other side is not a good one. Spectre's leading the charge. Okay, you've got that tour de force for Yay. That's something to play with. It gives an opportunity for that Starman, who, I'll be honest, he's not been his best today. We have seen so much more from El Diablo, but there is still time. Well, 40 seconds of it to be exact, as it's so patient from 100 Thieves. They want to give nothing away at this point, as now we see the hit coming in onto that B site.
30 seconds
Do or
left.
die time for C9. Leaf on his way through, gets the trap, gets the jump on Stellar as well, but the box protected him. He's up close, popping a slow. Leaf stuck in the mud is going to be dealt with. A great kill and a follow-up from Cryo. The dominoes are starting to fall. 100 Thieves, only a few more kills needed. Zeppa and Vanity, all that stands in their way. Not a kill in this round. It's a clean sweep from 100 Thieves. All 5 members stand as they claim victory here at Red Bull home ground.
One of the most dominant best of 5s I think we've ever seen, and closing it out in style. Their opponents tried to come in with something spicy. They made them look lukewarm at best, absolutely decimating them and showing that they are a force to be reckoned with. They changed 1 player. They were confident in their core after their performance at Champions, and they brought in Cryo just to bolster their forces a little bit. And they haven't even made it to 2023. They already have a trophy under their belt. Give it up for 100 Thieves. They have been fantastic this entire tournament.
really couldn't think of a better team for it. From the very get-go, we knew we were looking at something special here, but we thought we'd get the 5. El Diablo on the other side, C9, came into this tournament looking fantastic as well.
But that's the thing. They are a super team. We have seen the individual plays there. We have seen Ye put up numbers at times. We have seen Zelsis have some crazy clutch leap as well. They are looking like a solid roster. They just weren't up to the level of 100 Thieves just yet. Luckily for them, they've got a couple of months to work it out before we end up heading to Brazil and they look to try and claim a trophy. That's the thing. It's a huge victory for 100 Thieves. It's huge for them also doing it on a LAN setting, something they haven't got to do too many times. Get those jitters out the way, ready for the future. But to say that was the peak of C9, well, you'd have to be madness, or mad even. But the thing is, we know that 100 Thieves are going to be another team to mess with when it comes to Brazil. A truly brilliant tournament, a relatively clean one at that. A few teams giving them a little bit of a run for their money, but ultimately, they didn't lose a series throughout the entire event. In fact, they only lost 2 maps, and none of them in the grand final. So a well-worthy champion. And well, I think there's a lot to come from this roster.
Yeah, this is only the beginning for C9, that's for sure. So much more to come, but the same can be said for 100 Thieves.
Yeah.
A long road ahead of this team, and coming to LAN and taking that trophy. What a way to start it out. A pleasure to see from start to finish. And we had the question of Cryo or Ye, and I thought there's no way El Diablo will avoid lifting that trophy, but
Didn't you say C9 would win? I remember there was a moment on the stage, in fact, where you were like, oh yeah, I think, and I interrupted you and said 100 Thieves. You feeling a little silly?
Yeah, Tom, it's, you know.
Oh, you're being cut off. That's a little bit unlucky. Ginny's there, and she's going to take it off you.
Sorry about that one, Mitch. We did cut you off, but guys, incredible cast. We have 100 Thieves as the winners. I mean, you can hear the crowd. They're incredibly happy for you. So before we even start this interview, do you want to say anything to them?
I just want to say thank you to all the fans who came out, all of you guys supporting the crowd. I appreciate all of you.
This is the first international title that you guys are bringing home for 100 Thieves. What does that mean to you?
Oh, it's great. This is like for us, this is like a really good proving ground for next year on VCT. So this is a great experience for us.
I mean, you guys already proved yourself. You beat C9 last time for NALCQ. Once again, shattered their hopes and dreams. You have?
I wasn't there the first time, so.
I mean, you still contributed this time around. So how does that feel?
No, it's great. When people rate all the teams in VCT, 100 Thieves was definitely not on top for a lot of like Reddit threads or Twitter, whatever. Yeah, just being able to prove everyone wrong is a great feeling.
How has you being in the team, slotting in and everything been for you?
Oh, it's great. I was friends with all these guys before I even joined. I want to make sure that whoever I play with, I enjoy playing with, and that's like a big factor in what I do when I choose a team. So I love all these guys.
Looking at the last 3 maps that we've seen, the attacking sides from you guys seem to be the most dominant one. What feeds into this?
Just everyone on the team having an input and kind of not having it all on one person, but everyone on this team has their own ideas that they want to do, and any one of us can call it a mid-round at any time. So just having a whole team of creative people that aren't just following a call from one person, that's really important in this game.
Power of friendship as well, as you mentioned earlier. So what's next? 2023 is coming up. You said, 100 Thieves might not be that highly rated, but you guys definitely proved that you're, forced to be reckoned with.
Yeah, next is probably the process of moving in apartments next year into LA. Probably do that in around January, and just kind of getting ready for Sao Paulo.
Looking forward to that. Before we close it off, final words. People watching at home, people in the crowd.
Once again, thank you all for the support. Me and the team. I love all of you guys. Thank you.
Well, I hope you guys enjoyed the show. We're going to be heading back to the analyst desk, so guys, take it away.
Thank you very much. I absolutely love Cryo. I know we talk about these off-season super signings, super teams. It was all about Yay. The narrative is always about Yay going to C9, but maybe Cryo leaving Exit and joining 100 Thieves is actually the real super powerhouse pickup.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe it's the early results that we wanted to see, you know. So I'm very happy that he's feeling like he's part of the team already. He already feels part of that creative team that where everybody brings something to the table.
And just being able to slot into the role, the same role of Will that used to play for them, it just meant that they were just so drilled. They looked so in control of this map. I just loved everything from them. Even just going down to the levels of just all of their lurks, they were changing up who was lurking. A lot of the times in these teams, you're like, oh, you watch out for this person, they lurk a lot. They were changing it from Bang, then you had Cryo. Like, that's so hard to keep on top of. They just look top level on every single map. The only map they lost in this whole event is Ascent. What they have to do is go back and look into that. Yeah, this is scary. What a performance. I was in my head, I was thinking, who do I want to shout out? And I feel like I have to shout out all of them.
Yeah.
This is the thing. But Bang, for me, been incredible. And I do want to just also shout out Stellar. I felt like his performance this event in terms of how he was last year has been insane, and the calling was great. So yeah, really, really well played. What a performance from them.
I mean, especially for Stella, you know, when you're kind of in the conversations of you're not being as considered as good as your Def or your FNS or your Vanity here, there was a lot of pressure on his shoulders, and I think he came out and answered a lot of those doubts and questions as well. And I got to ask you, Yumpy, from that perspective of how just dominant 100 Thieves look right now, because you might have to play them again in the future in Brazil as well. That's coming up in a couple of months. What do you make of this team? Should people be fearing them right now?
Yeah, I think so. I think, as Cryo said, that maybe they were not the most highly rated in NA team, but I think this is like really good proving point from them, and everyone should be watching out, especially when they get more experience during the next year. I think towards the end of the next year, we can definitely see like even much more higher level that they played this tournament.
Yeah, we've had a few events in terms of the off-season, and in terms of performance, this has been the most dominant for me at the moment in terms of what I've seen from all these teams. Obviously, we had Navi in some events, everyone that came to this event. 100 Thieves, top of the list for me at the moment. They've looked the best out of every team I've seen so far.
Coming in with a statement also, congratulations for Cloud9 for making it this far, for having this run. We understand that the performance that we just saw from 100 Thieves was completely calculated. They knew that they wanted to come here to win, to test all those things, so we're very happy for them.
And also, I know you mentioned about map pool as well. Sliggy, for you as a coach, it's got to be the dream, right? To in the off-season to have this many maps down and be this dominant.
To look this prep is very scary. But there is the little curveball of the updates. But at the same time, they've been trying a few things. We saw the Sova fade. They're abusing the Stinger. I feel like they're on top of the meta at the moment. And I feel like I'm confident in the coaching staff that they'll do the same for the update that's coming in.
Yeah, completely. Also in this map, we saw the Silva plus the Fade, as you mentioned, and so it's just adapting on the fly, testing absolutely everything. So when those changes come up, I want to know what's next for Cryo on this team.
Yeah, I mean, I snooped around a little bit and asked him about the Silva Fade, and they sounded like they want to try that on as many maps as possible, because they're not really afraid of, you know, we have this narrative of like, oh, you don't want to show anything before a big tournament. You want to save some strats, but when the meta is going to change so much by the time it gets to February, Yumpy, it feels like it's almost a good thing to be showing stuff now.
Yeah, I think it doesn't really matter, at least for us, if we came with a full team. I think we would have just shown everything. Like the meta is going to be completely changed in 3 months, so basically what you show now is going to be completely different in 3 months. So I think, yeah, like just give it all out here.
I also think they found a good level, right, in terms of like having stuff for next year, trying some stuff out, but also relying on just Chamber being really, really strong. And this was, they just used it the best I've seen in terms of this event. And again, them just having a good understanding of the meta. Stinger, Chamber, they just abused it. They won everything out. And I'm enjoying, and I'm excited to see the kind of how the meta goes of the defensive buys, if more teams are going to start trying that out in practice in when they lose the pistol the next round.
We got the FPX buy, now we've got the 100 Thieves buy as well.
It's going to be very interesting, especially if we see maybe a nerf coming into the Stinger, a little bit of a more balancing, but definitely these things are going to work so far. For 100 Thieves also, you know, getting the trophy home. I think that the last time we saw them winning a trophy, besides your last year's qualifier, was in 2020, like 2 years ago in First Strike in NA. So I think that it means a lot for them.
Yeah, it definitely does. You can see that, especially now with narratives that everyone's saying they're not the best NA team. It's going to be C9A. Some even saying Sentinels. I think that it's going to feel good. It's going to feel pretty.
It must feel incredible. Because I'm a person who I like to go online. I like to see what the kind of general consensus is.
I love to go online.
Yeah, I live on the internet. It is what it is. But yeah, I kind of realized the general consensus was everyone hyping up C9. They got a lot to live up to, and yeah, people pretty much just slept on 100 Thieves, and especially, like we said, Cryo just slotting in. Yeah, it looks great.
And that was one of the key points also. I feel like 100 Thieves are more hungry to win this tournament than C9 maybe, because everyone was expecting C9 to be the better team and winning the tournament. So I think 100 Thieves was going to the match like they want to prove everyone wrong, and I think that was one of the keys that why they won today, in my opinion.
Yeah, the motivation, right?
Yeah, exactly, the motivation to prove everyone.
Proving people wrong it's satisfying.
You guys know how that feels. Yeah, you know how that feels. But before we close everything out, I do want to show you guys the HyperX play of the day, and this was bang. I think every single HyperX player of the day, Kukuka, could have gone to this guy.
Yeah, exactly. I think that you mentioned it, Sleeky, and I completely agree. For this tournament, especially for this best of 5, Bang, the way that he was playing, being such a young player, both him and Cryo had such stellar moments, haha, pun intended, and I love to see that they're taking it so seriously, and they have this brilliance and still having, you know, the cool head to just play round by round.
I mean, just what a performance by him. I mentioned first kills, I mentioned just everything, just his util, the clutches, the lurks, just everything. It's so many 3Ks this dude had. Yeah, I was impressed with him, and I was impressed with him at the beginning of the year as well. So I'm just super excited for his career. He's very young.
I think we can do like an unofficial tournament MVP, like a desk tournament MVP. I think we've spoken about Bang a lot. My vote would definitely go to him.
It's a hard one for sure. I think like you could literally have an argument for every single player, but if I was forced to, yeah, I'm in for Bang.
Yeah, I mean, for Bang, I wanted to go for Cryo as well, you know, as a debut and yada yada, but we kind of expected this performance from him, and I feel like for Bang being on the team for longer, maybe it goes for him.
I'll go for Cryo just for a chance. And I think if many people didn't know about him, maybe, and I think this was a really good turning point for him as a player, and people will be talking about him for the whole next year, definitely.
I mean, and it shows, right? The exit run for him wasn't just a fluke. Like, he is genuinely just that good. I'm looking forward to you going up against him as well. You know, the ob duels.
Yeah, he won me last time now, so I need to. now I have the next time, though. Will the prove.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing that. But that is everything from us. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you, Yampi, for joining. Yeah, for coming on the desk. Thank you, Kukuka, Sliggy, the casters as well, and Echoes for coming on here. Ginny for doing all the interviews. Of course, Adam1, who is standing by on the stage to close everything out.
I certainly am. I certainly am. How are we doing out there? Woo! What a weekend it has been! It is time to get our champions out here to lift their trophy. If you can, and if you'd like to, please do stand from your seats as we welcome the Red Bull Homeground 2022 champions, 100 Thieves! And here we have your champions, it's 100 Thieves! What an incredible weekend of VALORANT action it has been. Your champions, 100 Thieves, everyone! Thank you so much for watching. Thanks to the production, the broadcast team, the audience out there, all the partners for watching. Red Bull Homeground 2022. Happy holidays. We'll see you in 2023. Goodbye!
in the next gear. Gonna hit man up whenever I get there. No, I ain't really sincere. Winner rule loser. Shut that down and it's not a computer. Didn't get him then, we'll get him in the future. Could have been much sooner, you know why? I'm a storm trooper. Run back the highlights. I'm a champion, easy win. I fight, get in my way, yeah, that's night. Teamwork, that makes the dream work. That means we only do when the time's right. Check my eyesight, you know I love the action. We'll get paid, listen by a fraction. Make transaction. One aim needs me, see from my absence while I'm the champion. Go hard or go home. Go hard or go home. Go hard or go home. Tell them, go hard or go home. Go hard or go home. I ain't tryna make peace, this war ain't tryna win, fam, then we come forward. And I don't abide by no, I'm here to press play, so fam, what's pause? Go hard or go home. Go hard or go. Go hard or go home. This is my stomping ground, I ain't got no rival. We share a common goal, that's get to the final. This ain't the easy route like a spinal. You best rise to it like it's tiny. Tryna do it minor or major, competing, that's in my nature. Everybody you know now, so you best stay sharp. You must place that pound, get braver. Cause when it's tough, I'm a game changer. Go hard or go home, it's full of favour. Are you on a mission to win? So every move that you make is a brilliant team. You can't take no breaks when you're really the king. I'm resting, no strong win. You only got one chance like Billy the Kid. I work hard, no one giving a face. I'll you when them tables turn. No matter what, I'ma make it work. And if I like this change, this verse, I ain't playing no games. I ain't taking names to the verse, it only gets worse. On the background with nowhere to turn, nowhere to hide, nowhere to run. This is smart, not dumb, cause when they come, I ain't taking second or third, nah. Top spot, that's all that I want, boy. But not a lot now, it's a lost boy. I'll stop the clocks now, it's a lot, boy. I'm here to make peace, this war, you ain't trying from, then you come forward. And I don't abide by law, I'm here to press play, so fam, what knows? Yeah, it's your turn to the top, arms down dangerous, I know that you're not brave. This year I'm taking it personal, and I'm coming for all you got. To make peace, this war, you ain't trying to win, fam, then you come forward. And I don't abide by law, I'm here to press play, so fam, what's pause? Yeah, it's return to the top, where arms down dangerous, I know that you're not brave. This year I'm taking it personal, and I'm